How to wield godly powers in Valheim. All I need to know is the command. There's probably 3. There's probably one for God mode. There's probably one for God mode. There's probably one for God mode would probably come with flying. And you would have to have creative mode enabled in another command likely. Dev commands true. Is that it? Dev commands true and you get both God mode and infinity building. Oh no, dev commands true, then you've got God free fly. Tame? Nice. POS shows player coordinates. That's not what I read. Todd sets time of day. Okay, so debug mode just gives you... We'll give it a go. We're going to need to find a name for our character. The chick is the best. I really agree. I think the chick is so nice. Out of the lot, the chick and the egg is my second favorite. Wait, I'm torn, right? Because I like the music and I will have to disappear in a sec. Which reminds me, when I do go get my pizza, let's make sure we've got the right AFK music going. Oh, it's the same thing. Oh. So then if I pop over here, the music is still there. Well, technically we're still basically just in the same screen, aren't we? How long? Oh no, land ahoy. Shh. Land ahoy. Do it for later. You're not for now. If you plan to freely build, you might want to activate God and Ghost just in case you're flying and accidentally release it? Do you have to hold down the spacebar or is it like Minecraft where you double tap to fly? Yeah, I'll definitely be putting God mode on. Alright, let's give it a go. Let's find out. I did think there was a part of me that was like, oh, oh, it's all capitals, so I can't even do the joke. It's not even much of a joke, so we'll go over that. What are we going to make ourselves today? No hair. Isn't there like some half-shaven one? There we go. Not gonna have enough to write a sentence. What? Just board broken? Why not? Why not? Board broken. New world. Creative and priest. Well, I mean, for what it's worth, we'll get rid of the AFK screen for now. I think I've left my phone lurking out in the kitchen. I can't change any of my scenes when Valheim has crashed because for some reason hotkeys in other programs in Windows don't carry through when the program you're selecting is crashed. So like Valheim is not responding. If you close the program, you might lose info. That message being up means I have to physically go back to OBS and toggle it off. The hotkeys don't work for some reason. Slightly annoying. Okay. Now I can get rid of it. And I suppose, for what it's worth, I can also turn Land Ahoy back on. Oh, my throat. I woke up today. I've actually woken up twice. I woke up today and my stomach gave me such a hard time when I was like a proper good hour. I was up at 8 in the morning, but my stomach just kept complaining and I just wanted to lie down and get it over with, whatever. So I did, and then I woke up almost 10 hours later, 7 p.m. You know what I think is super interesting? The fact they have Huggins this large makes me wonder if there's ever going to be another point where we see Huggins like this in the game. It's a massive and awesome spectacle when you're, pardon me, it's an awesome spectacle when you spawn in, but he never comes back this size ever again. I'm curious if they're ever going to reuse it. Oh, stuttering a little bit. Hello. Well, we're not actually playing the game, are we? So let's get started. What is the command? 5 equals true. One word. Space true. There we go. God. True. Is that it? Z to fly? Okay. Where did I put the web page? No, I don't want to sign up. It's a game. Ghost enemies will ignore you. Probably okay. God, free fly. Free fly camera. Oh, that is the one I assume that takes the character with me though. Wind, angle, and intensity. Interesting. Ah, creative mode. Debug mode enters creative mode. BZK, that's what I need. Okay, free fly is not what we need then. We need debug mode. B, toggle for creative mode building, no workbench or reason. C, toggle to fly, spacebar gives you altitude, control brings you back down. A, kill all nearby enemies and creatures. Love it. Right. No placement cost true. Well, apparently no placement cost means we still need a hammer. Oh, he's physical. Of course. What? Wait, he actually stays physically on the ground. I suppose the game is asking us to get started the old-fashioned way. We'll get some rocks and stones and make a hammer. And interesting too, debug mode doesn't actually give you the recipes, it just gives you the menu. Speaking of, where is the hammer? Oh, the whole game is here. I can just make wolf jerky. I don't need it. Right. I can just make stuff. Bang spear. Well, there's the wolf spear. There's an ancient bark spear. Okay. Bronze, ancient bark, and then it would be fang. What's the damage of fang? I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. We don't need a hammer. Is that why there's no hammer here? I have to be right back. Give me a second, I have someone visiting. Okay. One, muted the game for the intro. And it's still muted. 2. Apparently, my old boss delivered me a 2022 calendar for the year. And the postman has just bent it and thrown it in the mailbox. So a couple of my neighbors noticed there was like a metal rod poking out of the package. It was the binding for the calendar had basically been sort of bent out of its bracing. And it just sort of looked like, it genuinely looked like a needle. That was all they were coming to tell me about. They grabbed it out and wanted to ask me what it was. They thought it was some sort of test. I don't know if you can get needles shipped in the mail, but... Isn't there... Hang on. Tutorial... I was literate. Tutorial reset. Toggle. There we go. I know that one. Seen a few people use that one lately. I am back, if only briefly, because after all of that, my pizza is almost done. I think 8:30 or... I don't know. I'm having a brain fade. I can't translate today. Right. Build menu does still need a hammer. We can't actually make wooden structures from here. But I still have yet to find it. Do I have to close this and go back to regular build mode to get a hammer? I see a club. There has to be a hammer. I see the stone axe. It's not... It's not alphabetical. It seems categorical. Alright. Let's make these. Why not? Never worn them before. It'd be nice if I could just write hammer. B, C, D, F. And then we're... I'm either blind. I'm either blind or it's not here. Torch. Everything else is here. Where would the hammer be? We even got the antler pick. And I suppose I might need some of these tools to do terraforming. So we'll go... Ah! Ah ha ha! Hammer. We would need a pick. Iron pick? Pick. I think that's all we need. Maybe wood cutting? Just to get rid of trees? I think I figured... Okay, I think it is alphabetical, but it is item name. So helmet, HIJKLM, mace. It's like categorically alphabetical. LMNOP. It's categorical. Not the name itself, it's like the object is alphabetically sorted. That helps me out a little bit. Where do they keep the axes then? Would be up top. Iron, flint, black metal. And I think with that we're all set to go. Where would I need to build? Let's just go for a wander. We're gonna need an oak tree anyway. Let's test God mode. Oh, it's only 100 damage anyway, even without God mode with iron. Need to hit the lurk before work, chatting a bit. No worries. Thank you for popping in. It's been a bit hectic this morning. Well balanced tone. Well balanced. Why not test out the other thing? The pigs love me. Well, they at least don't hate me. I thought I was bald. I forgot I gave myself the half-shaven head this time. Oh, it'd be so nice if I could delete object. But now we have to physically get rid of these. I suppose we need to flatten the terrain too, won't we? But no workbench, so we just need the hammer. You can freely upgrade? Oh my lord, they still degrade. For some reason, I just assumed they wouldn't have degradation in God mode. This one, oh, there's two. Ugh. You know what I'm gonna do? Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make all stamina items so we never bloody run out of stamina since we don't have to worry about health. Oh. Bronze can get tier 4. Interesting. Ugh. I have to click it every time. Minor inconvenience. You know what's interesting? I don't even think I have max upgraded black metal stuff in my main world, in red server. I'm pretty sure I'm tier 3. I could be wrong. We've definitely got enough black metal for it. I'm just sick of carting around so much of the fiber. Max. Everything is max. Food. 3 best food I would love if you could have... I mean, you're not meant to have access to the whole menu, I suppose, but... Turnip is 55. I'll make some of those while we search. Oh my lord.
Hatching commences in 15 seconds.
I forgot I said that. Is that cringe? I forgot I said that. I mean, welcome to the Burb Empire. I can't say it with a straight face after hearing that. Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for the subscription. You've just become a Burb citizen. Welcome, welcome. I do need to get different sounds for other stuff because hatching a new citizen is one thing. The other 2 tiers are noble and emissary. You can't, well, unless, okay, so this is going a bit into like lore side of me making all this stuff. You can, wait, unbaked lox pie? Can we just not get the baked version? Do we have to make an oven? No way, they make us make an oven. Bread dough? They make us make an oven? That's kind of funny. Yeah, so that's the whole theme behind the channel. It's just tiers of hierarchy within the bird empire. That's the whole thing. Spawn it. Well, I mean, I can spawn it with a hammer, I suppose, but that's not a hammer. Everything has moved. My tools are not in muscle memory spot. No. Hammer. Stone oven. We physically have to cook our lox pie. That's kind of funny to me. Blood pudding has to be one of the best stamina items. Black soup, I think, is the only thing that beats it. Sorry, I'm getting distracted and interrupting myself. The whole theme I was aiming for was Bird Empire. And then it's all just based on hierarchy around the Bird Empire. So, yeah, it's citizen, noble, and emissary, but you can't, unless I lean super heavily into having a caste system in the Bird Empire, it's really difficult to phrase it as being born as an emissary or born as a noble, but at the moment it is the same sound alert. It's still very much a work in progress, but I'm super happy with some of the stuff I've got at the moment. Oh, this is a health item. Can we craft buke berries? Big Perry the platypus, what are you doing here? I need to throw up all of this bad food. We have fish tacos. That's the other one I need. Ice cream fish wraps. Fish wraps are health now. I seriously cannot get it out of my mind. Fish wraps are a stamina item. Oh, spawn commands, as in spawn in the cooked lox pie. Spawn bread 100. There you go. Thank you. That I was thinking you meant spawn the oven. F5 spawn bread 50. Oh no. Oh no. Spawn the lox pie 50. Oh my god. It's a buffet. Right, go in. Wow. Well, there you go. Now we just need to wait for this bad food. Can I buke parry myself? Okay, spawn buke parry. I've got too much power. Why can't I pick it up? What's that? Oh. Why does carry weight matter? Okay, is there a command? Is there a command to get rid of carry weight? And I want to set to your day locked as daytime. I think 0 might be midnight. 10 should be morning. No. Time of day 20. 100. 0.5. It is out of a total of 1, is it? Thank you very much. A mod to increase capacity? But I'm in God mode. But if I can magically fly, or maybe that's it, right? My pizza is currently burning. If I pick up the iron and toggle God mode, what does it matter? Or toggle the fly mode, then I'm fine. We're fine. It only drains stamina when you're like on the ground. Alright. Whatever the case, we do need to get this build started. And I need to go get my pizza. Unfortunately, I don't know what I was expecting with the God mode and creative mode, but it's so weird still having to physically landscape an area. I just spawned in a couple of 1,000 lox pies, but we still have to physically flatten the ground. Remove drops, so there you go. I suppose, yeah, I don't need the iron, do I? I'm in creative mode. Just despawn it. And for that matter, we'll turn off auto pickup. Lox pies! Still good stamina. That's actually meat. Alright, so what's the 3 best... The 3 best stamina foods? Okay, I really have to go because I can smell my pizza. And if I can smell it from across the house, that probably means it's actually in a bit of trouble over there. I say as I keep working the ground, but... Move drops. Done. And I will return very quickly with a pizza. It'll take me about 5 minutes, but I do have a pizza cutter, so it's a lot less hassle than using a knife. Right back.
Oh, drink. Oh, and Pepsi. Oh, drink. Only water and milk. Or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim. Oh, water is health is fucking bitch. You better drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch.
I'm missing. What have you guys been doing while I'm away? Good lord. 4,000 to make the boat. I need to make that way more expensive. I don't want to pitch out and just cancel it and make it larger. I'm gonna sit through and I'm gonna do it, but that was probably a bit silly to make it 10,000. Probably could have been 100,000 because I gave you all 30 days for the drink driving thing. What have I missed out on? What have I missed out on? Pizza? There's a pizza emote? Suki pizza box. That is so cool. That's such a nice clean emote too. Hi Suki, by the way. How are you? I have a bit to catch up on and I have a beautiful pizza. I say beautiful because all pizza is beautiful and I won't discriminate, but it is... It basically came out the box and I threw a bit of bacon on it. It's not the best pizza I've ever had, but... all pizza is beautiful. And Tone, thank you so much. You've given me actually the final step I needed to figure out. Hold up. You have made a mystery. Have you been given the wrong role? I was about to say you've given me the crash course, but for some reason your role is not what it should be in the server. I should deal with that later, but I just want to find out what role you have, I suppose. Regular? And why is the other one not showing up separate? That's something I can figure out later. For some reason, that should have fixed it because your Twitch account should override the default one that you get from signing up. So I don't know. Oh, do you have both? Sorry, sort of crash course here myself actually figuring this out. I've tested with people, but none of them know I stream. So I've just basically been sending out invites being like, hey, try post this, try post this. And I just manually assign them duplicate roles. Okay, so now you should be a citizen. There we go. Okay, sorry, bit of a distraction there. What else have I missed? 41% raised. Yes, I know. I'm still going to have to schedule it. It will likely be a weekend. I think what we could do is spend... This is going to be my plan, Suki. We're going to do a Shield Maidens Friday, and I'm going to down a whole bottle of whiskey. And then I'm going to get... I do have Johnny Walker Black. It's... I normally don't drink a lot of alcohol, but I find I can handle it pretty well. I do have a whole bottle of Jim Beam, Jack Daniels, one of the two. I've got some heavy stuff. Basically, my plan is gonna be Shield Maidens, we're gonna start drinking. I'm gonna try and hold my liquor for the entirety of Shield Maidens. And afterwards, instead of switching over to Do Crazy, what we're going to do is switch over and do the event. That's my plan. Because last time I gave myself 2 hours worth of drinking, I got through about a quarter of a bottle and it wasn't really much more than just tipsy. And I was fine. So we need to double down. I've done, like, my testing hasn't worked out. We need to double down and we need to set a whole day to this. And I figure Friday is going to be the best because if I spend the rest of the weekend throwing up, I'm still good for Monday. Chopping trees down all day after Tidbit's stream. Yeah, I saw some of the stuff Tidbits had in the server the other day. I had no idea Tidbit streamed either. I'd heard people talking about all the builds. I just thought she was posting in Discord. So I was like, oh, I really want to see. I can't wait. I had no idea she actually streamed the whole thing. I could have seen from the start. Hydrate. Okay. We have a hydrate. After that, 4, 5, 6, 7, 350. That's probably complete now, isn't it? 9k. We have 1,000 left to go. The hydrate sound alert went off. I wasn't here for it. I never got a reply back from that guy. I gave him a... I don't know. I gave him a week. I don't know how often he checks his inbox. If he eventually says no, we'll have to change it. I'm fine with that. But I had all the files prepped and ready to go. And after yesterday, where I spent basically the whole day burying myself in the behind the scenes stuff, couldn't resist. I was getting the rest of the sound that's going. It is by no means the whole thing, and I did even put... There should be a hydrate song command that sends you to his SoundCloud, his Bandcamp, and the song specifically, the Drink Water Hydrate Alert. Welcome back. I am so far behind. More expensive. Oh no. Hang on, I've said something probably more expensive. Please do not drink drive. I'll pick you up and drop you where you need to go. I still don't know what game I want to play for the drink driving thing. We could play something chaotic like Wreckfest where everyone's crashing into each other anyway. GTA 5 drink driving? Lord. Hasuki, are you going to join me? The Shield Maidens drinking on the Friday? Well, at this rate, it's going to be this damn Friday. I'll be halfway through the build and I'll just be slumped over on the desk. Well, the practicing today will be for naught. I'll have just comatose myself out of it. Double down. Alright, I'm up to date. Good, good, good. I don't know, we don't need it. I'm just getting rid of stuff. I think we kind of have a flat terrain. Kind of. My food! Well, that is the biggest stamina bar I think I've ever seen. It's almost 300. $260? That is massive! Is it actually 260? Holy cow, 260 stamina. Some water in between. I will have to... Well, I can't disobey the song. It says drink only water and milk. So I can't cheat it and make the hydrate drink some whiskey. We're gonna have to have that be water in between the drinks. But the point is to get smashed and go driving. So I can't be a lightweight on the alcohol. Like, I can be a lightweight. If I was a lightweight, amazing. One shot of whiskey, and if I was out, that would be great. We could just do that before the race. Okay. I feel like it's gonna be more of a mood thing, whether people just want to see me crash, in which case we could load up a game. Like I said, Wreckfest, which is just smashing cars together. BeamNG.drive is the same as well, where you smash cars together, or we could try and load up something a bit more serious and see how well I actually do. Because there are a few games I have in my library that are more or less as close as you're gonna get to driving at a desk without actually being in a car. You don't need health if you can run away from everything. Exactly, Suki. You don't need health if you just never get hit. I mean, to be fair, 90 health isn't terrible either. 90 health is similar to what most people fight Elder with. So you've got the same health as what you fight Elder with, you're just quadrupling the amount of stamina. Easy. We need... This is the thing now where I'm gonna be a little bit uncertain. I want to try something. But this is the thing, is we're gonna have to guess, because the tree doesn't seem perfectly cylindrical. See, I can guess like this, and it seems fine. Oh, we can also do that. Hang on. Let's do that. And then snap it. That's a bit better than what I was trying. Just placing them. Alright, because then we can snap, and then we can snap, and then we can snap, and we can snap. 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 Look at this! I'm figuring stuff out, I'm gaming. Look at that! We're going to do... So we've technically started in the center by meeting those two in the middle and snapping them. The problem I thought I was going to have was going to be wrapping the staircase around. But with this, you might not need to worry. Like, if that snaps, then all you have to do is figure out how to get that to connect. Feel like... That's too high. That's too high. Do we have to go like that and then use these? Why is that so high? It should snap. It's not snapping. Yeah. Is that me placing it on the ground? No, that is snapped. Okay, that's what we want. Problem being, we now need to get... This is me theory crafting. I'm basically ignoring every video Tone does send me at the moment. This is so awkward. Get up. Get it. I need to, like, be in there. So maybe, if we can figure out the structure, maybe... I feel like that's too sharp a climb. We'll give it a go. It would be... snapping to the wrong side. Well, maybe that's the saving grace that makes it less sharp. If we snap like that, and that That looks a bit more natural. Let's give that a go. Sort of. Now it's a bit... But it's still kind of the same, isn't it? You end up with the same problem where I think you're gonna be stopped on the inside. Do we have to go further out then? Because I feel like another problem is that the corners aren't meshing like they should. If we go let's just even do this now. If we go further out. Maybe that's fine. Further out might be an option. That is a pretty wide berth around a tree, and then we do have to deal with structural support basically at the edge of the edge of the staircase would be a structural support problem, I think, once we get higher up. But I'm not opposed to having beams under the stairs. No one should be going under the stairs. Heading to work. Have a great stream. Chat later. Gradgar! Welcome. How are you going? We are theory crafting how to make our maidens, shield maidens. Red wants a fermenter tree. The fermenters are so massive, I basically have to build a shelf on top of the tree for the fermenters to go, and then we have to build a house basically on top of that because they need to be sheltered. I'm theory crafting how to get all the way up there in a way that isn't just me doing a square, because the build I've got over at Reds at the moment is just literally square. You walk up in a line, and then you make a 90-degree turn. This is my current build over in Red server for the fermenter house. I can snap it. Snap it. Well, we'll do it from below. But that's it. That's all I've done. It's functional. It works. It definitely gets you up the tree. The problem is that I'm finding is when you go out to a square corner, this is way less structurally stable than the stuff in the middle, just because of the way the trees and the trees and connections work. It's physically further away from the center of the tree. So we're trying to theory craft how to make a circular staircase so that we can actually get up there without things disappearing with collapsing under us. Same with Minecraft, very much a 90-degree game. Doing anything other than 90 degrees is always amazing to see. But unfortunately, we are running into some issues. With my theory crafting, you know, put caution into the wind here. With my theory crafting, you could get anything out of the system. That's the wrong thing. It'd be really nice if there was an auto clear. Right. We are going to make no sense to anyone watching, but sense to me. Or I could steal, I don't know. I don't remember if this was Tone or someone else, but it was like this. I feel like that doesn't work. We're so far out, I feel like that doesn't work. We'll stick with the basics. We're just gonna make it further out. So if I can find the perfect range to actually place the staircase on, I think that's the first problem solved. Then, well, I mean, I don't know. If there is like a tutorial video on how to do this specifically around an oak tree, I think that would be great. I think we're pretty centered too. I don't think we're that far off the center. Even if we are, I don't think that's going to affect it too much. does it sometimes clip into the top of the log? Did that one not... See, that looks like it's clipped into the log. Is there like 2 clipping points here? That's fine. Oopsie daisy. That one's on top. Right. There's like 2 clipping points. You can aim below and it snaps below. You can aim above and it snaps on top. Interesting. Thank you for the lurk, Suki. I don't know how this helps me, but it sure looks intimidating. Do I look like I know what I'm doing? That would be so cool. Oh shit. Hang on, I've got another visitor. Today is a bad day for streaming, apparently. I'll be right back. What a day. I only got up 2 hours ago and it's already been flat out. Apparently today is not a day to have tried streaming. And the internet dropped out. We now have a tree sundial. Unfortunately, no, I suppose that where the shadow from the tree falls is what time is, isn't it? Okay. Time is still counting on my end. I don't actually know. Do we properly drop out?
They usually hunt their prey under cover of night.
Time is still fine on mobile. I suppose we're good. Law and order? Hello. Well balanced. Oh lord. If you're gonna be lazy and try and rush out some stuff for your parents, don't be so lazy that you forget shoes, or at least flip-flops, because if you run up there, front of your house is all stones, you're just not gonna have fun, and your feet are gonna have holes in them, and then they're gonna hurt, and you're gonna get back in carpet, and it's still gonna be painful. Alrighty. I've also got back to realize that my pizza is going cold, and I haven't even touched the pizza. Oh. I don't actually have a workbench, Gradgar. Can you get any events with 0 workbenches placed on the map? Rightio. Okay. I think that's it. The day is over. I'm finally able to sit down and relax and figure out how we're going to do a circle around the tree. I think me thinking is dangerous, but the way these poles work, and normally what you do is you just rotate like this, right? And then you have... Do you mind? Why am I so fast? Is there a slow version? Can I get a slow version, please? It is so fast. Like, when you're traveling across the map, I guess not, but... Either way. When you're making a circular staircase, I think this is the method. And then you're meant to snap it? How have I done this wrong? This was only the other day. How have I done this wrong? Is it too wide and you snap on the outside, is it? Either way, that's the method you're meant to use. I'm thinking we do the exact opposite. I don't know how. I'm thinking we do the exact opposite. I don't know how. I also don't know what the trick is to snapping below the log. I just did it there. I can't replicate it. Pizza time. Oh no! It's already gone a bit cold. Well, I suppose I did pull it out of the oven almost an entire hour ago. It is still quite a nice pizza. I can't deny that. I feel like for what I want to work, 2 whole logs distance away from the center is too far. We just need to make the regular version. Regular version. Is just this. That seems fine. I feel like that's what the regular version was. And put a non-existent support beam down. It's fine. For reasons of testing, that does seem to be how it works. Then you end up with a red one right before it connects back. Structural integrity thing is a bit weird. Blue, green, green, still yellow, still orange, but that's fine. If we continue that pattern around, you would need the center beam just to support the rest of the build, I feel. In this case, the center beam would just be the oak tree. That's weird. How do you get them to snap? Like that. Hey Sparkle, how are you doing? Just dropping in to say goodnight? No worries. I've seen you streaming a fair bit lately, actually. Oh, that's not the whole song. Okay, I'm gonna have to get a better version of that. We absolutely need it to be longer than just the intro bit. We have, I think, on our first circle staircase. Blocked my ass. And then the trick would be, at this point you would need 2 log beams for support. I don't even know. If you have the central one, maybe you don't need these. But that's what I'm going with at the moment. We can knock them out later and see what collapses. Even though you would, because ideally these aren't going to be here. Right? So this is what we need the external beams for. What's that hover? I do like the hovering staircase. We still have the oak tree in the middle, and there's a chance we just get a blue beam or a blue block just from that alone. And then we would go up another tier, I suppose. Do one more tier just to see if there's any stress testing that needs to occur, because these are orange instead of... There is a height limit to the log stuff, so find out. Lower the gate. That one's... What have we done? These all look flush. But that log is low. Ignore it and continue. Got a new game called Code Vein. I have seen a lot of people playing Code Vein when it came out. Look, I mean, it looked neat. Definitely not my style of gameplay. It did remind me a little bit of Nier Automata, but I only watched like maybe an hour tops, so that could be entirely wrong. Okay, we have found another hitch in the build. We have apparently gone one less around. Somehow. We've done less than a full circle. Because now the support beam comes down to here. Streamed a good bit yesterday and today because you were off of work. I have work tomorrow though, sadly. Yeah, definitely need to go and gonna get back into that habit soon. I am enjoying my Christmas break while it is lasting way longer than usual, however. Work. If you can, honestly, it's a blessing. If you can find work that doesn't suck or a hobby, it is a blessing, but a rarity. Basically, post-apocalyptic vampire anime lost souls with waifus. That sort of sounds like Nier Automata. I suppose. Parts of them fit. Alright. As far as height, this is about 3/4 of the way. Top of the tree is still a little higher. We would need another tier to be on top. Another whole log. Have a great... You too, Sparkle. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for saying hi. I hope you get a good night's rest. Why am I climbing up? I can just fly. I really wish there was a slow way to fly. Every time I tap, I'm off to a different planet. Right. You know, that's a good 50% a whole log is 50% of a circle. What did we do wrong where we went an extra percentage along? Is that just the nature of because we had this log here? High? No. It was there. I don't know what we did wrong. We did something wrong. No, it would have been high. So it was rotated like that. So we're already step 1 into the circle. This beam is step 1 into the circle. That's the mistake we made. Let's follow through and see what breaks. Because I think this would be the height we would need to reach. Is that red? Is this actual build limits? Can you do this and be fine? Or are we about to collapse? I think we're fine. I also don't think this is as high as I thought it was. It is just build height for the top of the oak tree. Or just below build height, but... I mean, functionally, I don't know how happy people are going to be trying to find fermenters and chests in this sort of visual clarity. I don't know. If they're already red, I don't know if we could go another high up. Then we would need iron beams, and I think waiting for iron before you get a fermenter going is just going to get you killed in the swamps a lot. I think the problem with the oak tree we had was that we don't have a way to raise these minute heights. The height difference over there is basically logs sitting on top of each other. It is basically a log house. From what I can tell, what we're really doing is just making a log wall like this. The key thing with the oak tree though is we don't have this support beam to snap onto. We only have the wall part, and that does still work. Problem being if we can snap them or not. You can make a log wall, but a log twirly thing seems to not want to work. The super expensive and really dumb way my brain wants to do this is to pile up every single one of the wood piles. So we have wood pylons in the tree, which are effectively giving us access to place the logs like this. All we would have to do then, technically speaking, is just tier them out. 1, 2, and then 3 on the third one. And we would knock this one out. We would knock all of these out. And we would knock all of these out. And we would have the same result as what we have over there. Unfortunately, I think that's like 2 pine trees worth of core wood that I've just used to make 2 steps. Let's find out. 30 plus, it's gonna be about 40 core wood to make 2 steps. Although the new lowest point we need to match is... We don't need to make the whole wall, do we? Do we? Okay, we need to make the base floor. And then the base floor would have steps like this. So technically, if I was just smart building, this would be what I would do. Not a whole wall. That was a bit overkill, I'll admit. And because we can't clip into this log when it's on an angle. So we have to clip from the ground floor up. And once we have, I believe the tree takes care of the rest. Once we have that set, then it is perfectly fine from that point on. So that will be the build logic I think I'm going to use, and I think this works. We'll get rid of the sundial. Oh my lord. As much as I really wish there was a destroy— oh, my hammer is dead. As much as I wish there was a destroy all, I don't want to get rid of the other logs. I'm surprised how much tedium there is in creative mode still. I mean tedium, but not tedium. It's just the game. Part of me, I suppose, was just expecting everything to be handed to me. Easy. Right. I got rid of the whole ground floor, didn't I? Okay, so we got rid of the ground floor. We need to go back and snap this one into place. Oopsie daisy. Still need that to build up the base level. I don't hate how this is turning out though. This really is actually turning out okay. We are going to do that. So, I suppose the question is, let's build to a certain height. Let's build to like another 3 steps high. We'll find out what the core logwood cost is. We don't need to find the... we need to find the total cost is going to be with these put down, isn't it? But they're not all going to be put down at the same time. This is probably just going to be 3 whole stacks of core wood just to be safe. But once you have the steps you want to make, because they're all blue, we might not need the structural supports that I was thinking about either. That is a very expensive way. Technically, you would only need to build one at a time, but the price does get a bit more expensive every time. So we'll go up as high as we can. We'll go a full circle around back to here. And I think we'll count the cost as the highest branch combined with the cost of all the logs placed. Because this is a very expensive build, just in core wood. We're already basically up to... get that tree out of my face. We're a fair way up the tree though, on a single rotation. We're almost halfway. Each of these is 2 core wood, and we're out of stamina. Icky. Oh, time to eat? Must be time to eat. Hang on, what's the nice? Didn't I hear a nice? I don't see a notification for a nice. I gotta remember what all these alerts actually mean now. I did it all yesterday when I was like sleep deprived and out of my mind. I've got sauce all over my thumb. Okay. Thank you, Tone, for the calorie. Honestly, this could be the first time I've ever had a slightly cold pizza and not thought it would just be better warm. I won't lie. Never had a cold pizza and thought it was better than what it would have been heated up. This is a first. Right. What we're going to do is one entire circle. I suppose technically we would have to then... That is the max height though. At this point you leave the bottom one and you still have to climb the same height? Where is it? But this is the max amount you need to climb. It's that many. So, we've thrown out all our cord. That is officially the height of the stairs. So, we'll leave the final one since that's the actual height. And we'll knock out all the others. Even 200 stamina and we can't. We keep running up. Right. That is what we need every time from this point onwards to make beam. So we need the same amount for that height and the same again. The rest is recyclable, so technically all we have to do is count the amount of steps we're making plus that height. And we will have our minimum log count. Oh. That's it. This is what it will look like at this point, hopefully. We have no core logs in our inventory, so let's find out what the cost is. $26. It's 13 high. Plus we have... How many pers half? Actually find out. How many can you get high? One, two, three. Really? I just repaired that not long ago. So, okay, it'd be 2 logs higher. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it'd be 16. Why did that cost me logs? Ah. Found the culprit. 30. So we're one short of 16 steps, which is about right. A whole rotation should be 2 logs high. The math works out. Now we just have to physically figure stuff like this branch out. So I feel like that branch is going to be a problem. We either have to just rotate the stairs around so that they go above or below the branch. Then you also have that branch. If you rotate it around and made all of these a little higher, that might be the way to go. Because that is definitely not going to be able to walk through. We're actually pretty high enough to get over that branch as it is. We are going to need be a fair bit higher to get through this. This is such a awkward branch, actually. Do we just go below it? And then hope we're so far above it next circle around that it doesn't matter? Perhaps we go below it. Still, functionally, I'm really happy with how this works. This branch does definitely get in the way. Not impossible, but it would be nice to keep that sort of stuff in mind, perhaps. So, my thought was something like that. Trees, I don't know if the trees are like modeled or if the trees are sort of procedural in their own way. I've never paid enough attention to trees to know if they repeat. What I'm thinking, if we moved everything around by about 6 steps, that would be low enough to get under it. It's already not a pain, but you have a good 50% of your walkway blocked up there. How was I able to get the center point? A bit of ingenuity, actually, Tone. I realized 2 logs snap together at the center. And because log walls are a thing, you can then pile them on top of each other. And because of that center point, because there's another log there to clip into, you don't actually need... A bit tricky. I'm struggling. Okay. This wasn't so tricky when it was in the tree. There we go. Okay, so point at the ground. There you go. That's the trick. Point at the ground, not at the logs. And you do still get your center point. You don't need the beam in the center. So long as all you need to do is start with 1 point here, and you match it up about where you think it goes. We can kind of cheat because there's already a log in there. But wherever you think it goes, I don't know if we can find another oak tree. Oh, right there. So, clear out the grass so we can see. Wherever you think it goes, about halfway into the tree, just bury it about there, and the other one just snaps into place. You end up with a pseudo center log point. That's the trick. I sort of winged it actually, and it worked out really well. And then, yeah, because you don't have the center log, you can snap like this, but you can't raise it. There's no center log to climb up. So it does take a bit more legwork, because you have to effectively put a ground floor in. Once you have the ground floor, you can make a log wall to climb up and make the stairs. But it is way more expensive. This stuff too. I'm curious after this whether or not kinda want to see if I can try and figure out how Octo defies gravity. I have a couple of ideas. but I'm not entirely sure. Theorizing is one thing, and this is my problem with a lot of games like this. I can theorize how to use redstone. I can theorize that a clock and then timing and all that sort of stuff works. Doing it in practice, you end up with me building giant, massive rooms of redstone in Minecraft with nothing to show for it. Theorizing how Octo defies gravity is one thing. Doing it in practice, I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work out. But I'm super happy with this, actually. This is so much better already than what I had in Red Server. It's infinitely better than what I had in Red Server the other day. I don't know if you saw it, Tone. I can't log into the server since it's on Red's computer. It was terrible. Having never done circular builds though before, I think I've done pretty well today. I will... What do we get? 30 logs plus the build cost in height, which would be 2 per step. To get to the top of the tree, you're probably going to need maybe 150 wooden beams. But the tree itself, being the support for the structure, definitely helps out. Yeah, if I could load, like, I would go back into that world and I'm going to bully what I used to build, because this is already so much phenomenally better. Like, this is leagues better than what I was making. I'm super happy with this. The only thing... Oh, we've got another step here, don't we? We should be fine to go over it, but that does bring into a question of where is... If there is a perfect way to rotate around the tree like this, I'm going to have to figure out where to start. Are they all... There's like 3 tree models for each tree, right? No, that's the same tree model. Isn't it? Is that exactly the same tree model? It is. We just seem to be a little higher up along it already. Because that's the branch. Is it? Okay, I'm second guessing myself now. This has 3 branches. We're climbing over the 3rd branch. No. Are we climbing over the 2nd one? This is the same tree. Okay, that makes things so much easier. Makes things easy to work with, not as easy to figure out. Because we need to go under this branch, this one. I feel like we need to go under it, which we could do where it snaps. Starting below it, about here, would probably be fine. And then we'll just have to make... Oh, why do you fly so fast? That brings us to that branch there. We can go way lower though. Let's take it down by 1. That might be fine, just 1 lower. But then we do have to go around and be above the tree on the other side. That's basically the point, the thing I'm trying to nail at the moment. Is where to start the build. Is that too high? Yeah. slightly too high. Which means step 1 is almost directly underneath the tree branch. Okay. That should be okay. And then we need to double check that this goes all the way around high enough to get over the branch in the next circulation. Wrong button. Ah. Right. So that's where we started. I don't think we're going to be high enough to go over it. Maybe just. I'm probably a little off center here too. Oh no, this one's the way we started. Yeah, 2, 1. So we started there. This is drawing a fine line though. I don't know if we can actually... We'll just follow it through, we'll find out how well you can get around it. Because I feel like that's going to be the question with this branch, is how well can you just ignore it. Maybe well enough that... Not that I can build through the branch. Final one. Is that a new height? Once new. That would be the close to full circle. It's like one spot where it locks. Right. Hammer runs out of stuff so quickly. An extra hammer level would be really nice. Stamina. Well, at least when I run out of stamina in game, I get time to eat pizza in real life. And done. Did we smash one out accidentally? Or have we just gone one too high? I think we've gone one too high. We have. And I suppose, looking at this as a debugging, this isn't the worst system once you have it built to try and fix and tweak. That one is a little painful. Start to... That is as far as we got. Right, and we have to lower them, don't we? I so wish there was a way to make the flying mode slower. But at the same time, I don't. Because... GG. Did I type in? I hit a macro key. Alright, remove drops. That should be fine. Build a simple house. I put everything in it to gain 19. If that specifically is like I try. I actually haven't built a lot of decorative stuff though. I think the most I've ever put in one of those 2x3 vanilla houses that spawn with the map, highest I've ever got is something close to like, would be 7 or 8, I think. That's with a couple of chairs. Oh, pardon me. Couple of chairs. Usually a table or a bench. That is probably okay. I feel like I'm gonna have to draw a line somewhere and say that might be fine, because one higher and you do bump your head here. Jumping over something less annoying than having to get underneath. Still, that does give us a reference point to start to. First log directly underneath the branch you need to go above. 20. Awesome. What was our problem here? Yeah, our problem was that branch. That branch... We solve it, we just start directly underneath it and we're fine. Tidbits, hi! How are you? You were showing off your building skills yesterday? Look at me! I built a circle staircase! Yay! I am very much not anywhere near as skilled as some of the other people we've got here in Valheim. But you gotta start somewhere, and I am choosing to start here because Red Fairy has tasked me with building a fermenter at the top of a treehouse. And I suppose past this point, the only other thing I would have to figure out is going to be... We'd probably switch over to this one and just clear the area, I think. Once we get to the top, the only thing I have to figure out is how on earth I build a house up there that isn't just a cube. Designing a fermenter house would be interesting. We're also going to hit our heads on that, aren't we? We are going to bump it. I don't know. Is that it? Is it impossible to get up an oak tree without hitting your head on some branch or another? We barely skim under that. One log higher and you do hit your head. Maybe we can do one log higher. The only problem is that if you can't hit, then it pushes you out. And we don't want to be pushed off the staircase on the way up. You then have this one clipping in here. But I feel like that one's going to be another close call on whether you bang your head or not. But after that, we are on top of the tree. And I feel like we would need to get a center pole here somewhere. Because I do not want to build in the tree canopy, especially when you're dealing with chests, fermenters, and all sorts of stuff in the building. I feel we're just going to have to raise the floor to something right just above the tree canopy. Or just about here, so you have tree stuff poking through, but not so in your way that you can't just use stuff in the building. I'm going to spend a bit of time. I wonder if do you think remove drops gets rid of tree logs? Let's find out. Hello, hello. Stairs look amazing. Thank you. I mean, it's not an impressive build, but for me, this is a first, you know? And I will say, actually, tiny little secret. Tiny little secret, I don't know if this is well known. But most people know when you put down 2 logs, they snap in a line. So I obviously cannot put a center pole in the oak tree, and that's been driving me insane. And what I did instead was you basically just try and line up the oak tree as best you can. And if you can get them to click like that, you effectively have made your center pole, because then you can come along here and rotate by 1 and it still snaps. The only downside is to get the logs up here to snap, you kind of have to build a log wall to support them. It's a bit of a dodgy way of doing it, but because you can't put a center pole in there, that method does work fine. I don't know if oak tree staircases have their own methods that I'm just not doing, but that has been the way I've been finagling it today. Making the steps hurt your brain. I saw the stuff you had yesterday. You said you used Red's method. Karen showed me this one actually in a video the other day. Red has showed me her method. I understood it and I saw her do it and then immediately forgot how to. So, learning from scratch, I suppose, today. Let's get some sunshine around the house here. There's a massive log. Ooh, piece of pizza. Off he goes. It's like he wants to fight me. It's like his AI coding is circling around me like normal. Look, he's coming back in. Really is like he wants to fight me. But he just can't throw a punch. Hello, hello. I don't know if you heard Tippets. I was saying, you were showing off some of the staircases you'd made yesterday. And it was actually yesterday. You were just streaming for that long. I know you used Red's method for a lot of your staircases. And I've had Red show me her method. Apparently it's very manual compared to a lot of the regular methods used. She had showed me her staircase method though, circular staircase. I didn't hate it. It did click in my brain, but I just immediately forgot it. Oh, if you were gone, you probably didn't see me showcase off. Okay. So, I was saying actually, one of the things I am kind of happy with today is figuring out how to get a center pole in the middle of an oak tree. And I did it by not having a center pole. What happens is when you place down a log and snap another log onto the other end. So all you have to do is approach anything you want to bury 2 logs into the middle of. This thing here, you want to bury 2 logs and climb up the middle of this log in this middle of nowhere. You just have to find the snap point. Yeah, that doesn't work because it's on a hill. We'll find another tree. So, save trying to get... Because you would have to build up there to get a center pole, and then you would have to find a way to snap down. I don't think you can, because once the center pole is buried in the tree, you can't click on it. What I ended up doing was just sort of... You do have to do a bit of guesswork on where you think about halfway is. But once you think you have about halfway, all you have to do is find the snap point on the other side. And because of how logs work, you can just then go around. It's a little awkward. I flattened out my terrain first, but apparently this still works. If it snaps in the center where you meet the 2 logs, then you're good. The only downside to this method, if you ever have to build around an oak tree, unless you can refine the method, I don't know if there's other stuff out there. The downside is you have to build a log wall all the way up. Once you come around a full circle, I think it's 6 steps halfway, it's 12 steps for a full rotation, 13 to match the first one here. So if you do a full circle, you've done 13 steps high. Once you have done the 13th or the 12th step, you only need the 12 logs. So you need 24 logs to do the wall up to where the stairs would be on that run. And that's how I've pretended that there is a center pole in the middle of an oak tree to get stairs to circle around it. I am happy with that. It's sort of just, I winged it and it worked out. And I suppose it's not exclusive to oak trees, so you could do it in anything that you can't. Like if you want to make stone stairs climbing up any of those stone obelisks, that would also work, I imagine, in a stone obelisk. I don't know if I can see any of the standing stones. Ooh, a village. Let's go have a look. Standing stones. You would just have to sort of finagle your way around and find the center point. I suppose the only catch is you need leveled soil, really. Sort of level, fine enough. Go along here, and if we stick that about there, that might not be perfectly in the middle. We have to snap it for it to work. That. It snaps. How do we think that halfway? Sort of. I mean, the rock's at an angle, so there you go. Center pole in the middle of a rock. Never seen this building in a meadows before. I thought this was a black forest building. I mean, is it right next to a black forest? No. Okay. Oh, where were we? The game actually loads super quick when you're flying around like this. Given how slow the movement is around the map, I'm kind of surprised that the game can keep up loading that quickly. I feel like once you've done the initial circle, now it's just all the legwork. And I don't actually know. Something else I might have to consider is how I can build 12 high without the stairs. That snap point is basically non-existent without the stairs. So if I was doing the next step, it would be like that. I'd have to get rid of the stairs, but then without the stairs, can you climb up still? You can actually, and the logs catch you. Okay, so you don't need the stairs to build it. What did I kill? Okay, but I killed something. That time I killed something. something very important there. Can I eat it back? I feel like that's gonna be a no. I feel like I can't cheat it back. Maybe I can. No, because you can only clip onto the tree. Shortest way to do that, if you snap a point, you would have to match the other side and climb up to it. Because you need 2 logs connected together to get that fake center point going. Once that connected together, I should be able to come back here, maybe? And I should be able to... No. You just can't. You have to climb up and down vertically. Well, drawbacks to the build, I suppose. If you ever snap anything, if you ever break anything, rather, you kind of just have to start from the bottom and work your way all the way back up. Thankfully, the max height for this should only be 12 steps plus the step you want to finish on. You only need 2 each, so if you need 13, you'd be 26. I think that's it, and then you'd clear them out. I hadn't either, actually. Definitely came in here just to theory craft some stuff, because I was definitely, last Friday on Red Server, I was in way over my head trying to get a treehouse at all to work. I got 1 story up, because the method I was using before, because you have to spam it still. The method I was using before was squares, and you would just climb up. And it would be square. A square around a circle obviously is going to have failings at the structural points at the far edges. When you get to about here, away from the tree, this plate here, when you had to do a 90-degree turn like this, was the least structurally intact piece of the whole plan. It worked functionally, but there was a point also where we would get so high that these log beams wouldn't work either. Having the tree just be a source of blue all the way up is definitely better. Because that was my old plan, was basically just, oh, we'll just make staircases up and around, and when we get to the top it'll be fine. There's definitely room for that. If you're going to work with the square architecture, I think you could get away with it, but we don't have access to a lot of stuff on Red Server at the moment. In fact, I need to go core wood collecting just to be able to make the staircase. We're going to need about 2 whole stacks of core wood, I think. You need 26 on standby at all times to make the next step, because that's how high the logs have to be. It's 13 high. And then you just need the raw count of each step, which is probably going to be about that again. I think last I checked, before we logged off last Friday, we had maybe a stack of core wood, and I think I used most of it on the day, trying to get all of this stuff sorted here. And what little we had was all spent just with support beams. We did have a couple of these things. So what I was doing on Red Server was I was placing these out towards the floor. And that worked, but just having the whole thing itself be blue, or connecting to blue, this has been actually a great bit of learning, I think. I take it the emotes are good. I've sort of been sitting on them for 2 weeks now, just crossing my fingers they'll appear. In a weird twist of events, I did upload the hype text alone. I have 2 versions of that emote. Bird Brave. There's the one you can see now. There's another one that has like a shitty little human version. And then there's one with just the text. Out of the 3, the 2 with the dancing bird and the dancing human both were accepted. The text alone was denied under generally inappropriate. Not sure why, since it's the same background as the one you're seeing now. But I'm gonna have to take a really quick break. I need to go get a water refill and just refresh myself a little. So I'll be back in maybe 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, sorry, before I run off, I can actually show you exactly what it looked like because I put it on Better Twitch TV. That got denied if you have Better Twitch TV. If you don't have Better Twitch TV, it's in the overlay on the stream for the next 120 seconds. That was denied. The exact same GIF as what the bird is vibrating in front of, shaking violently around. No idea. I think they must have just... I've resubmitted it exactly as it was, because in my mind, it's just a hype emote. I see no reason why it would be denied. The only thing, if I can get feedback on it, I feel like it might be a photosensitivity thing, perhaps, just because of how quickly it's flashing through the colours. But it's no worse than what I've seen other people use. I'll be back. Give me maybe 5 minutes and I'll return. I really must apologize. I don't think I've ever taken this many coffee breaks in such a short period of time. Speaking of, about to go get a coffee or tea. I got my water, I'm all set. This should be the last stop of the night. I want to see through one of these builds and get to the top of the tree academy, see what I can do up there with structural integrity. Once we've sort of figured that way out through that. Once we've figured our way through that, I think what we'll do is we could either switch games or move back to the road. Perfectly fine with either. I haven't played Fallout in a few years and I wouldn't mind going back to Jim Jackrabbit. A couple of things I think we left her unfinished since we got back from all the crashing last time. We got back home and we lost a bit of power armor. We left it in a crate and came back for it. Except, turned out that the crate in the area we were in. Anyway, I'm rambling, the kettle is boiled. I'll ramble when I get back about whatever comes to mind. I do apologise though, this should be the last break for a good while throughout the rest of the night. I've got my coffee, I've got my drink, and my water, and everything else should be set and ready to go. Give me a few more minutes and I'll return. I hope I hope I'm not cutting off. I can see the mic dropping occasionally when I mumble. I'll be back in a few.
The barn owl sometimes nests in a hollow tree trunk. The mother bird sleeps at home during the day. Barn owls are rarely seen, although they are found throughout most of the United States. They usually hunt their prey under cover of night. The barn owl has keen eyes. It can see mice or other prey at great distances.
Oh. Hello. What is? I must know. Ice cream isn't bad. 65 stamina, 70 stamina, 75 stamina. Do we have an 80 stamina food? I suppose, is ice cream actually just the third best item in the game for stamina? What else are we... Spawning in something. I've forgotten. Alright, so I suppose we just keep climbing up. We were gonna switch over to this tree, weren't we? Because we actually got the elevation right. But we were clearing out the forest so we could actually see. Now, here's a question. Obviously, creative mode and all of these debug commands are not going to be tied to the character, because you could just enable them and jump in a server. They're going to be tied to the world, aren't they? But if I jump back in, am I going to still have them, or do I have to retype them every time I load the save? Get rid of this tree. Stamina. That means I need another slice of pizza, I think. That reminds me what else I wanted to spawn in. Did that not work? I don't know the item code for tasty mead. Brainwormed it. Mead tasty. Right. Tree, be gone. Not on that tree. Don't take that tree out. Oh lord, what do we do? Pray. Take it out and pray. Can you heal a tree? Game needs a watering can option so you can heal plants that take damage. Okay. It shouldn't have taken too much damage. You just have to keep an eye on it. Is that enough of a cleared area? Could be. Has it been night? Have we actually set day to 0.5 and it stayed there the whole time? Or have I just been AFK during night? That's kind of neat. I was thinking set time of day would just set it to that time of the day and then day's cycle would continue. Definitely not complaining, Tone. When it comes to building, I almost, no, I definitely do. I hate building at night. Way less visibility. So not only can you not really see what you're doing, you can't see what the build looks like. Even with all of my square buildings, I do like actually seeing what they look like from a wide angle halfway through to get a feel for how it's going. Right. Oh, interesting. That's locking from here. Wonder if that must be close enough then. Because that 100% saves me doing... Yeah, is that the edge of the log right there? Let's get a look. Are we actually doing this properly? It does not look like we're doing this properly. Okay. We got one. Maybe building slightly off center has its perks. Although when you get back out here, I think it loses them. Oh well. I still feel like I agree, if only you could chop off branches. But if you're chopping off branches, in my mind, you absolutely need that watering can mechanic. Because I would want them to be there when the build is finished, I just don't want to be there while I'm building. We have absolutely missed the top of the tree here. That's fine. Go back to what's 0.3? And if we want less shadow in the area, can we do that? We can. Hold on. Guess it's... Summer is the longest day, winter is the shortest. And this must be winter solstice in Valheim, because that's a very low sun for midday. Casper! Flying bird can fly. Go bird! Up we go. Where we stop, nobody... Actually, that was something I'd never thought about doing. Flying up to the tree. I know you can build on it. I don't think you can land on it. Isn't that right? I remember someone telling me about it, like almost an entire year. Go swimming, then float off. Looks so cool. Ah! Oh my lord, why is it clipping into... Am I clipping into the tree? Or maybe that was me. That... You can build on it, but you just can't land on it. Oh, that's running weird, actually. That might not... That's not me, that's the map. Uh-oh. What about the branches? Are they physical? They don't look even remotely physical. No. But now a curiosity of mine is whether or not we seem to have found... I think that is... right where our tree is. Down we go. Hi, Yggdrasil. Do we crash the game by... Oh, there's a cloud layer. Wait, that cloud layer is so low. Oh, and it's curved. The clouds are curved? Why did they curve the clouds? Is that to give it like a globe circular... Well, no, because we know the world is flat. We can fly off the edge. Why are the clouds curved? Unless that is some sort of optic... No, it's definitely not an illusion. You can see the horizon come into view further along. That is so weird. Oh, what happens if we find Thor? Has anyone found Thor while flying? Plot twist, I have just become Thor with my hammer made of wood and my ability to fly through the air. Wonder where Thor spawns. He must spawn about here, I'm sure. Complete sidetrack from building a tree, but we have to try it. We have to see if we can find Thor. The lightning is so low. Lightning spawns about here. Thor. Maybe if we say his name 3 times fast, he'll appear. Thor, Thor, Thor. I don't have a mirror. Does that work without a mirror? I know Bloody Mary needs a mirror. I don't think Thor's coming. Oh. Oh well. We'll fly up and meet him if he appears. At a spot in the clouds, or was that Thor? It's so weird that the cloud is a dome. We are in the wrong area. Where's my tree? I don't see any of my stuff. Uh-oh. Lightning physically hits. That's like physically on the map too. There's so much of this that it's like cool to see the game in action. That is physically in the world. I wonder if it does damage. Do you think there's a way you could get hit by lightning? No Thor today. Right. Where were we? That is something I've never actually done as well either, is sailed off the edge. I don't know if I want to do that in creative. I feel like if I'm going to go sailing off the edge of the world, it's going to have to be something with meaning to it, not just something I do because I've been creative. Urgh. That is a bit of a problem. Placing stuff in branches is apparently not possible. Oh. How do you work your way through that then? I suppose the branch itself is what you aim at to place the object. It sort of works out, I suppose, pros and cons to the branches being in the way. Oh. I have another branch here. The next one in the way. that where they all meet? That is so off-center, that's not even funny. Although, this does get us to the next point where I need to test. We can put a center lock down. That's the whole test. Can you put a center lock down when you reach the top? Yes. Right. Whereas at that point it would just be testing structural integrity, but all we need to do is fit maybe 4, maybe 5 fermenters in there. And a bunch of chests. I'll have a wall of chests and a wall of fermenters. The building doesn't even have to be that big. We might even be able to make the building itself and stick with the circular design from the ground up. So, let's say that is the landing floor. How do I make a circle out of ground? I've seen so many people do it, and it does require the overlapping stuff. I just have to think about it. I mean, everything we've done today has basically been without video, without tutorial. Turn creative mode on and just had at. Let's try and stick with what we've got working so far. If the ground floor is all supported on beams like this, then we have bases. That snaps right there. We have a basis to at least get, and we'll do 50%. Are we missing one? It. We just did this one rotation ago and it was fine. Where is the perfect spot? Come on. Click in. Okay, we're gonna do this. That. And then like that. I'm cheating. Alright. So there is the floor. We will have the stairs come up. Just to see the top floor imagined in theory before we try it in practice. And because this is a first of many things, I've never built circular stairs, nor have I ever built circular floors, nor have I ever built, well, squares are my mainstay apparently. That's not right. Do we go the center? We really can't here. There was one snap like that. Well, that's not a snap. I see. Okay. Is that fine? King Bruzu, hi, thank you for the raid. How are you going? Okay, that's snapping like that because of the thing before it. Sansu, how are you? This isn't terrible, but I still don't know exactly how to tie it up. I was making a build with Rusu. How did it go? I don't suppose you're doing the basics like I am today. We built our very own spare staircase? Stairs. Oh my lord, what am I trying to say? We built this! Look, it's a circle. I've never done circle staircases. It's not something I've done before. The thing we wanted to test with this one, which you're going to test a bit later, we're knocking out the pylons connecting it to see if we can sort of make a hovering staircase. The only problem is we're already all the way up to red. We can't chain these, or maybe we can chain them, right? Because technically all it would be one of those and one of those. And then you have the same thing that's in the center pole just on the outside. And that's basically the whole idea I was trying to figure out then, was whether or not you can get rid of the center pole, because the end goal was to build around one of these. Unfortunately, we did actually manage to finagle our way and figure out another workaround to get the center pole in an oak tree. I'm not using flying. Yes, as much as I would love to go connect a few stacks of oak wood to grind out this session, I think just loading up creative and smashing things together is going to be way quicker and easier on my mind. The iron beams, because I'm trying to build around the materials we have in the actual server, this is just something I booted up to test. We are currently, Elder is our next boss in red server. So we haven't even got to the swamps yet. If we could get to the swamps, iron beams would probably be the last of what's on our mind when it comes to using the iron we have to start with. We're all going to need iron tools. So many people are already pining for an iron pickaxe instead of the copper one. And you have, I don't know if people are going iron armor. I've never used iron armor before. I probably wouldn't mind using it because we are skipping bronze. And I think iron would be a substantial upgrade from troll armor. That's... Use that tactic for stairs. Yeah, so the build project I was given was oak tree. We have an oak tree, and I was told that I need to get up to the top of the oak tree and then build a fermenting house. Since the Shield Maiden server on Red's World is apparently all tree houses, so that's the limitation of my build, is getting it in a oak tree and then building up. Because we don't have iron, so we can't make a stone cutter for stone foundations. We don't have iron, so we can't make iron beams. We don't have tar even. We can't even make that other type of wood yet. So it's very limited. I'm already calculating or trying to figure out how much the cost will be as well. I think we have maybe half a stack of core wood, if even that, in the server. And this build alone, the highest you have to build, so I've got another one here we're actually trying to finish. The highest you have to build is 13 high, 26 wooden logs. You need 26 core wood to go from the bottom of the stair up to the next stair you'll be planting on. So to make this first 13, you're fine, you know. Place a log, place the next one, place the next one up, place the next one, place 2 up, 3 up, 4 up, 5 up, and then it keeps going. The max height is 13, which means you need 26 core wood just to keep the circle going around. Then you have to count 2 logs per step, and you're going to have maybe another... Probably we could even test, actually, because I found out one of these logs is a half rotation, and a half rotation is 6. So this is 12, 24, and that is 18. 30, 18 would be 36. Okay, we're doubling it for the core wood count. The next problem is, of course, you need to then go one step higher so you're actually clear of the tree canopy, sort of, and you can build on top of it. That must be 48 by that point. So 48 plus the 26 just to carry the next step up like that. I think 2 whole stacks of core wood should do it, because the log wall that we're using, this method here, is just a cap and log wall. You just pile them on top of each other and then you place the top one. Once you've done that, you clear them out. Because I'm in creative mode, I've not been clearing them. But the idea is, you don't have them all set like this. You clear out what's underneath and you leave the topmost every time. So that's why 26 is the minimum to have them this high. Because it's 13. Or it's 12 plus 1 for the top. That's how the math works out. But then you would have to have 6, and then 12, and then 24 would be 48 core wood just for the stairs themselves, and then you need the actual stairs. That's how my math works out. 26 plus 48 would be how many core logs we would need to get to the top of the tree. And then you might need, this is something I'm figuring out now, for the actual house, you might need more to support the floor. I haven't really been figuring out much about this. I'm kind of relying on the core wood logs just to carry me at the moment. And I think, if I've done that right, you have plenty of room from a half rotation. You have plenty of room to get around, and that should be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, have I done the math terribly wrong? I mean, very likely I've done the math terribly wrong. 9 in a circle? That is 1 beam high. Is that 9 in a circle? That is, isn't it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 7. Okay, it's 8. We got 1. Yeah. Math is not my specialty. I think we're going to overkill the supply. I'm just going to go hunt down as many core wood trees as I can in Red Snowburn this Friday. Because I want to have the build finished by the time that Shield Maidens is over. If I could get the treehouse done in a single sitting, that would honestly make my day. The only problem is we need to figure out, I do have the actual... I've never built this before. I saw it and I didn't know what it was. I was like, have I discovered a secret? I've seen it, I've never built it. I've never had the recipe even. What is the recipe? It's the Thunderstone. That's the piece I've never picked up. Wow. Oh, there you go. We have this thing. So I don't know how I'm going to structure the building because we're going to need, these things need to be in cover. Too exposed doesn't work. If it could be an open roof, that would be amazing. I don't even know if we can get away. Maybe we can, because if the structure is large enough, this might work. If we just place these down. This is my current part I'm up to, is theory crafting how on earth we're going to get the... We do kind of need... We kind of need the building to continue around, don't we? It will have to be enclosed, but we'll just have to figure out how. And now... That clipping on the logs is such a weird... That is weird. They should clip together like that. I think we have enough space. So this would be the ground floor. So let's say we've done 4 high. This is right above the tree canopy is where I'm theorizing this would take place. And then we would have to go, the floor beams are going to be supported by something. Once we have these, I don't know if we need them to be that high, but yeah. I don't know how we make the circular roof either. Can we fit that? No, they're too close together. We could... Might need a placeholder here to finagle this. I don't know if I'm sold on the steep roof, but let's see what we can do with it for now. Okay, that's clipping between them and the next log. That does kind of work. The thing I need to know is whether or not the roof is too far away for this to be fine for the fermenter. We have a fermenter down here. Going to need... Oh, probably first things first, we're going to need to finish the roof so that it actually has shelter, because I don't even think I get shelter here. I don't know how. Like, at this point, I genuinely don't know how. It's not a 40-degree angle. Well, this is 45 degrees. You make a perfect square out of them when you can line them up. When you can line them up, they make a perfect square. Not circular at all. We'll go shallow. Maybe the tool is important, because if we go shallow here, it's too far. It goes over halfway. We gotta see it through, I think. Maybe we skip every 2. Does that work? Kind of. I don't think I've centered all of them properly. Do we have shelter? No. Also very high. Try on a pole and snap the roof with one turn. I think the heights might be a problem. I'm gonna probably... Small beam, probably too small, but with a sharp roof, maybe not. Although, we don't have to do one at every spoke. We can do one at every spoke to build and knock every second one out, maybe. Let's find out if this is high enough first. This is very low. And that one doesn't want to bite anymore. I mean, it's high enough. We've already reached a fair bit of height just from going up the tree. That one doesn't want to snap properly, the same as the others. Yeah, I don't know. I feel much less agitated when I don't run out of materials. Having an infinite supply of things to build with definitely makes this a lot less frustrating to try and figure out. Because I can just try something. I can put hundreds and hundreds of materials into just trying with no punishment. That's probably the thing I dislike about the normal game. I don't dislike it, right? But it is definitely something where I'm just like, is you can't try things unless you have the resources, or you can't do things unless you have the resources. Getting rid of that resource limitation definitely makes it a little bit easier. I mean, easier, yeah, duh, right? But less frustrating for sure. And I don't mind trying to finagle out some of the finer details like this. Can't do that one. So the theory I was thinking just before was we don't need every pole. We would go 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's a much nicer view, but we still need the shelter buff. So lower the roof, and what was it we decided? Sorry? I think we were going every 2. Ah! Oh, have I actually done that? Still no shelter? Probably because we don't even have a floor. Maybe I should finish the floor first. Ooh, get to test out one of my own theories I was giving Warlock the other day, actually, now. That's wrong. So... you have and the pylon. Isn't gonna work, is it? Alright, that's fine. We just need it not to destroy. Bang. Oh, that's 100% dying, isn't it? Alright, well, get the plan done. Get the plan done. What do you mean invalid placement? Can you not place it on the bottom of a beam? Why is that invalid? For what reason? Has to be on a roof? It has to be on a roof. Is that the reason? Okay, that's infuriating. That's infuriating. It's fine. We can just do this. Shit. There goes my support beams. Okay. Lighting, not important. Let's get the floor done. Now, how do we get the floor done? How do we get the floor? I either massively overlap, or I figure I have to use something else here. What if I do that? That requires, I think, I build from left to right. Just one problem with this. There is like one spot where there's a gap. not the worst. We're not sheltered. Do I need walls? I don't know if walls are gonna work. Not really, are they? Kind of? Like a gazebo feel, almost, at this point. Right, we got rid of that roof, didn't we? Right. Now, if I am theorizing correctly, replace that, rotate twice, there, rotate twice, there, twice, there. It holds! We have victory. Half of the gazebo is built. The other half is yet to be even started. I am almost out of coffee. I don't know why, but apparently first coffee of the day disappears within half an hour. I said that and almost breathed in the last bit of coffee. Okay. I'm alive. Don't breathe coffee. It's not good for your health. Oh, thank you, Sansu. I am very happy with how a lot of stuff has turned out today, honestly. I'm really happy with how stuff has turned out today. I was expecting this to be like a whole adventure, but we've actually pretty well smashed out a lot of the tricky stuff, and now we're just trying to make it actually work. Alright, I will do so. I have some pizza left over after all. You died while getting smoked? No. Wait. Were you just AFK in the smoke or? What type of pizza? It is just supermarket pizza, but I normally add stuff to them. Supermarket pizza you can get for like $3. Dirt cheap. And then all you have to do is buy all your favorite vegetables and throw them on top. I absolutely love tomato. Oven cooked tomato on top of pizza is one of my favorite toppings you can get for a pizza. And I do the usual: extra cheese, extra bacon, chicken if I have it actually. Chicken thigh on pizza is another favorite. Olives and anchovies to taste if you're making something a bit more seafoody. And spinach is another one I love as well. Baby spinach or regular spinach, doesn't matter because it goes super crispy crunchy in the oven. Absolutely love it. This time, however, I was running a bit low on supplies, so I ended up only getting the bacon and a bit of hollandaise sauce on top. Cooking in game and chatting, I got smoked and died. I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, I don't think I have a way to refund that. I hope you didn't lose too many levels. What level was your veggie-only pizza? I mean, I'm not opposed to it. You could do a veggie-only pizza. Mushrooms, tomatoes, spinach, olives. What else would I put on it? I'd probably add the hollandaise sauce, so it would not be vegan, but it would be veggie. Perfect pixel where you need to place it. There is just one pixel where it goes. I don't know how I can do it. Well, that's fine. What we can do... we can play pretend that it's actually there. And I think we should be able to get the rest of the pizza... Pizza? It's a circle. But it's not an edible circle. We should be able to get the rest of the building done, even without that final piece. That's the full circle. Now the trick is going to be not to fall through and get stuck. We need the floor. And this is the thing that's going to be a little interesting as well. Technically these would be removed. We're going to need them for the floor though, which is going to be a little interesting. We'll have to place the floor and then knock out a couple and see if we can't just get it to work. Oh my god. Cup of coffee really hasn't helped whatsoever keeping me awake today. I feel like warm food and warm milk is a recipe for disaster. Okay. Although having said that, the pizza's been cold for like 2 hours. What am I missing here? Go around this way. Well, technically the floor's not even going to start till like here, isn't it? We need to physically walk up. Okay. If the floor is done like this, that's fine. I can live with that. We might put like 2 here. That's fine. There we go. You're barely surviving, but we're gonna need them back, aren't we? Right. Structural supports are happy. Everything is green. We are good to go. Back in the chirping. Welcome back. Well balanced. The next part... We're using these to balance. We were using those to balance the outside of the roof on. That's not so easy. I mean, it is when you've got one there you can reference. You can just place it back. I guess we have to see how we do. Like that. It's not gonna work. I really don't think we can do it that way. We would have to have, and to be fair, right, the only thing I'm missing is just more of these support beams, then we can place them. Laziness should not be the reason that we don't finish a build properly. Come on. Oh, interesting. Oh no, that's fine. It just needs to snap. That's fine. You actually might be onto something there, Tone. From the top and then below it. Well, kind of. We got one. This one apparently didn't want to work out still. Get out of the way. I'm just gonna pick them up and throw them out. Oh, don't be like this. Everything so far has been fine. Why would this not work? Why? Why? Okay. Below and then above. Yeah, honestly, that could not be more an accurate emote for how I feel right now. Everything up until this point snapped perfectly. Now it's just like, nope. I don't wanna. Okay, below works fine. And every second one works fine. Like that. Okay. We are still missing one here. Bingo. We now have reverse engineered. Is that actually what it looks like? That is what it looks like. Oh. There we go. Grab this one. Is that what we're doing? Okay. I think that's what we're doing. I'm gonna have to click one down and find out if it looks the same. No. No? There's floor. We'll go with yes. Ah, the tar wood I don't think does, no. If you have tar, I think that stuff is fine in the rain. A lovely cup of tea. Even my cup of tea is now lukewarm. Time's getting away from you again, isn't it? We spent the first 2 hours basically non-stop being interrupted. The last two have just disappeared. So far, I'm actually thinking this is the plan. But building this is one thing. We still need to have a fermenter say that it is fine to be fermenting. If the fermenter doesn't work, then we need a new building. Or at least better walls. Yeah, if that was about, like, possibly using it for the build Sansu, I can't. We are limited by Bronze Age equipment in the server at the moment. I'm in Creative now, so technically, yeah, I could build it out of everything I wanted to. The downside to that, of course, being that when I go back into the server, I'm not going to have any... Technically, even the chandelier is beyond my abilities at the moment. Even decorative stuff like that, I can't build. Just because we don't have iron or silver yet. So, if we did have iron, like if I could just build with anything here, I would 100% be using dark wood and iron beams, I think, for structural support. Because, well, I mean, in a certain way, An iron pole actually solves my square build problem too. Iron poles can stack super high. So if we were running... can I snap there? There we go. If we were running... well, there we go. That makes this blue. Like, that is such a strong support beam. And then I could have my old design, which was stupid and dumb, of just making a square around the tree. But it was so bad because you'd get to like this point out here and not even core wood logs could keep the thing stable. Like even core wood stacked like 4 or 5 high was struggling to keep the tree going, and you would have had to have had beams the stairs about this high. The square design would not have worked. With the iron beams, maybe. Definitely glad we're going for an approach that gives us a lot of blue support from the tree itself though. But we are running with what tools we have available at the moment. That is the short version. There do these... so we were... was it like that? Shelter! The audio changed. We have shelter. Now the curiosity is going to be whether or not we can get this to work. I think that it must be that one. And then that one. We have a star. I think we've done it. I think we've got that symmetrical. So the next step is going to be there's knocking the floor out. But this is where it gets scary, right? Is that the least structurally integral part of the thing? Because if that hanging there is the worst part, got red. It's mostly okay. The roof is unhappy there. Green and back to green here. Okay. Right. Can we make it down? Quite easily. We can make it down through that. So we can have over a semicircle's worth of people. I don't know if I would go one more, but we might be able to. Oh, easy. There we go. Make the floor. I've done this the wrong way. At the very least, I've done it in the wrong order. There's like that. Oh my lord. Okay, get out, get out, get out, get out. Need to clear my head. It is... right. This side has 1, 2, 3. This side has 1, 2. 1, 2. This side has when it snaps. Come on. 1. Come on. I need to have an order to this, or it's never gonna work. 1, 2, 3. That one doesn't even look lined up. It is, but it doesn't look good. And then this one should be... See, this is where it's a problem. How did I do it? Am I doing it wrong? Is it just that? Where did I put that one? That looks the same. 1, 2, 3, 1. 3, 1. That is the same, right. So I was overkilling it. On the left-hand side. That's why that one looks weird, because I did do it the wrong way. Last resort is to pull down the cordwood pole from the side right to the ground. If we need to, I think we might be fine. So many places to snap and it never picks the one I want. Done. Done. We do not have her rested anymore. Please do not tell me that we need to enclose this part here for it to be rested. No? Okay, there was a small rested bar. It's so icky. I think the floor might be getting in the way, but... Ooh. Oversight 101, finishing a build when it doesn't work from the ground up. The roof isn't high enough. Way too close to have them in here like that. Like from the center doesn't work. We have, well, like that was my plan. Have them on the outside about here. Let's try something. backward seems to work. Yeah, I'm missing this pole though. Okay, that is the most ass backwards way of getting this result, but we have done it. I feel like you should put something there in the center, or else you might as well just make that flush with the ground. Having the pole just sort of feels in the way. And I do think if I am going to do this, it would be too high with the log beams, but I don't know how that's going to go over here. Oh no, it's holding up. Not a single red roof in sight. Just the red chandelier. We'll go too high with the outside beams though. I think having the higher roof, because that is one of the points you want to be up here for. You don't want to be up here and staring at the roof. You want to see out. The only thing that I have to try and bear in mind is we do need to keep fermenters covered enough that they actually work. So, if that was the meth height, that is so high though. Like, that's such a difference in height. It's double. He's okay. I don't know. Can we get away with... Where is it? Same height. Can we get away with that? I don't like it. It's either going to be double height or not. I don't like mixing and matching. If we go double height... The new roof is all the way up here. What am I doing wrong? It'd be a circle. I think that is a lot higher, even if we put the walls back. so bad. It's very spacious. Oh, and I suppose we do have to bear in mind those two won't be there either. Very spacious. And it's gonna be about this height. So it'll be up about here. I think I'll keep it. I don't know. Come Friday, I might be dropping back and forth from this server just to remember how I did things. But we have a working fermenter, although the extra roof height and the extra window size might make that not work anymore. The structure is not wide enough for the roof alone to carry the shelter buff. And I don't know... That was a lot of effort just for the test run of this building. Although now we know how to do it, maybe we can get away with and throw it over on the oak tree. I can't believe it's been 4.5 hours. Actually can't believe that we spent 4.5 hours and we've actually got a fairly decent idea of what we want to do. I'm going to have to. I'm going to be thorough. The chandelier! That's fine, we'd have to move it anyway. Although from that height, maybe we won't need to gimmick it into position. Wait a minute. Okay. I was about to say... That shouldn't work. Right. Hmm. Now I understand why people jump those. Doesn't even have to be a scary noise. Oh, my heart. Okay, thank you. Yes, I didn't... Okay, so I wanted to have some everyone could use. So the 3 we've got down there that are 0 bits are all reaction stuff. So mission failed, mission success, and fanfare are all free for anyone to use, new or not to the channel. I don't know, because of the nature of the settings with the bits ones, you can't set delays. So I don't know if you could just, and I'm sort of half suggesting test, but also I would rather not know for certain if it's possible. I don't know if people can just spam click them and send like 15 fanfares through at the same time or something, because they are free, right? Yeah. Hi Joe, how are you? Thank you for the fanfare. I don't have any way to know who sends them through. Oh lord, we've actually raised 10,000 for Make Bird Go Drink Driving, haven't we? Almost. I shouldn't have said anything. Now someone's gonna donate the last bit. Yes. They are free. I don't know if someone could come in and just start spamming them and derail the stream, but I'll live with that risk because I think the payoff for having the free ones there is way worth it. Okay. How are you, Joe? It's so loud. Like, you hear people say, oh, it's loud, but you don't realize it is so loud. Especially when you're, like, super focused in. You're trying to do, like, finagling with building, you know, trying to get all this sorted. And you're, like, trying to pixel squeeze something into the right spot. When you have Final Fantasy VII in your ears at 3 times the volume of the game, it's very much a startle. Definitely a bit of a startle. Now, I need this. This is where I'm gonna be a little... Okay, hang on. That. I refuse to make more... The spiral outward stuff, I refuse. We're not doing it. That is the same height as everything else. That is the technique. I'm gonna go 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Nailed it. And you go 1 up. Then before it collapses, you match them and bam. That doesn't have structural support, does it? Well, do that. Easier than making this damn circle outwards again. Oh. Oh no. I'm bad. That's better. I'm gonna give a try on the 2645 degree chord. This stuff. I don't know what we would try it. There's no... Okay, that's a terrible idea. For this... Okay, but my brain just hit brainwave. We had a Jimmy Neutron Bane Blast. No, I didn't say that wrong. That, and then that. Then we're going to go down here, because that's already red, and we're going to get rid of this and this. Could we widen the roof out like that? Or do one more? This stuff on the floor everywhere is bugging me. That doesn't seem like it's in the right spot. The downsides of this guesswork system seems that we might have got some of it wrong. It seems fine. This one is wrong. It's slightly out of place. Either way, let's try out this thing I'm testing. Is that terrible? Is that bad design? Does that look abysmally ugly? It might. We need one of these. That might just be terrible, terrible design. Roof. It could work. What's the verdict on that? This is definitely proof of concept. We are just testing. I don't want to have to build another one of these all over again just to test the new roof. The gimmick is we need to build up to the top of an oak tree. So we've done the test for the stairs. Once you're at the top of the stairs, you then need to build the actual house. What we're theory crafting now is the house. So instead of having the oak tree, we have the center pole, and we're trying to sort of pretend we have an oak tree right here, and that this is the top of the tree, and we're in the top of the trees right now. Top of the leaves. So technically, in theory, we would be about here. I think this is the height I would be aiming for. The floor would be on par with this here. So that's what we're aiming to get. We have just sort of built it on the ground so we can actually see what we're doing without the leaves and everything. I see what you mean. The star pattern might be better. And if we want to actually get proper measurements, we could use that a 45-degree angle? No. I was going to say we could use the 45-degree angle roof, but that is not 45 degrees exactly, is it? It is. And I see what went wrong. These don't actually connect. These do. And that one is off. But problem is they don't connect. You'd have to pick one. You can't match both logs. There's like such a minute difference there. That would be the alternative. Then you have to fill the gaps on the inside. I mean, kind of. I don't know if that would functionally, mechanically, that might not work as a shelter. Hole in the roof like that, I don't know how the game finagles that stuff. I think the most sound design for functionality of getting... Where are we? As far as getting a building that has working fermenters, I think this is a pretty decent idea. But it is so high up. That is so high up. We can also do this one. Which would be slightly lower than these, actually, too. Let's try. A little lower. Compared to this, I think it is more visually appealing, but I don't think it adds a whole lot. The only thing that would give me is a bit more confidence, because starting the roof further out from this... Answered my own question. Did I? That is way too low, isn't it, visually? Yeah. It's not so bad. Same answer to the problem, I suppose, as this is. Just puts the roof further out to guarantee the shelter. Personally, I feel like I'm leaning towards this one. It does create a lot more space in the ceiling as well. But we still have to find a way to make it all meet in the center. I think I'm gonna try it. I think we're gonna go for the angled wood stuff. I have no idea. I do apologize, Tony. You said, have you tried the angled wood? And I kind of jumped through like 17 hoops in my own logic to what to do with them. I have no idea if you had anything in mind when you said to try the angled wood out. I also really want to try and figure out how Octo does her stuff. I don't know if I've said that earlier in the night. Knowing stuff can hang that long, like this is just core wood and regular roof thatch. This hangs there long enough. Do I dare guess that Octo has simply put all of her structures on a timer, and that eventually, like 17,000 hours into the game, they all start collapsing? That would be curious. I'm actually, like, has she perpetual gravitied her way out of... into... perpetually... I don't know if she's defied gravity or if she has simply got the building floating on a timer that only she knows about. I really want to figure out how Octo's done it. And it would be amazing if she has figured out a way to stop the degradation like that. Every time a piece smashed, it reset. So, in a way, if she's got the house floating on an hour or a 5-hour or a 20-hour timer before it starts collapsing, all she has to do is go around and place one block, one pole, or one roof, or anything down, and it will reset the color of everything around it. Sorry, I'm theory crafting something else entirely now. Seeing just regular core wood and thatch roof hover for that long, I do wonder if it's on a timer and she just goes back once a day and places something down to reset it. That would probably be my ghetto solution, is figuring a way to make it float in just a specific, such a specific manner rather, that it only requires minor maintenance like that. Because if she has defied gravity, I feel like that's another whole thing entirely to try to figure out. I don't mind that. Oh, you were saying the roof. Roof preference has always been the 26-degree 45 isn't really appealing. I don't mind the dome roof here. I think it's going to be really neat. Having a bit of a dome around the tower. We could try out the 45-degree though. I feel if we were going to go back to the 45, I would probably go with the higher angled stuff as well. Although I don't really know how we're going to fix this. The center of the build at the moment is, or at least the center of the roof at the moment is where I'm struggling to figure out what to do. Come on. Okay, there we go. Right. That looks neat. I like that. Then we would go, we're going low, aren't we? I don't know. Okay, we're going to do a test and compare them side by side. Not the same. Oh. Oh. They've all sunk in. Is that the height? Right. Still, I mean, it was neat seeing it. I don't hate it like this. We will give it a go. There, that's the comparison. Specifically making the roof octagonal. How high we want to go up on that tree. So current theory, it's very hard to be pinpoint accurate with the movement while flying. Current theory is this high. To put that into functionality. And I'll even drag this back down. Where's the end of the log? Can you snap, please? Appreciate a snap. Why'd you snap? It's not... What is going on? Why is nothing snapping? Alright, you know what? Who cares? It's touching the tree, that's all that matters. All I'm trying to do is showcase off where the ground will be functionally. Oh, so bright. The wood here looks pale. Oopsie daisy. So this would be the ideal spot where we would be, and we would have fermenters all around. Well, it'll be circular. I want to use that design. But this is how far up we're going to be. I do want the leaves still to come through, but I definitely think this will be the shelf we use for the building. It's not that high up above this place here. I do wonder... It is almost actually an entire beam up above. Can we find the snap point here? No. So we will likely be using a beam like that. So. That's the idea. Do I have an apron? I did have an apron. We would get the building up to this height, the log, if I can get the center beam to snap into the hole on the way up, then it should be exactly that high. It should be 4 double log poles high. And then we'll be at the exact height I'm thinking of using for the shelf. And then all it'll be is building that circular building on the top here. We do have... This would be the ground floor, effectively, and that's kind of why the basis for this test is you've got, let's say that is right there where the oak tree stops. Then you've got the beam coming out of the oak tree at the top. And this would be that shelf. This would be that same point up in the trees. So as far as how high I'm going, that is the idea, is to build on top of the tree. And yeah, the final step is going to be to get that the fake center pole that we've used through the whole time to make the ladder will become a real center pole at the top to base the circular building around. I'm hoping it works out, but our current bill for Corewood right now is maybe 2 stacks minimum, and that's not including the building we're testing over there now. 2 stacks is just to get up to this height and put a floor down. I don't know why I'm dreading... I really felt a bit underwhelmed that that 10,000 was blasted through so quickly. I'll be sure to make them like phenomenally larger in the future. I'm actually really keen for it. It's either going to be an absolute disaster and entertaining for it, or we're just going to have some fun drinking and driving. Why, you know, why not? Is that against terms of service? Am I allowed to? Okay, I've seen other people do it, but they don't advertise it. I've never seen someone go onto Twitch and type in, I am going drinking and driving. But I have seen a whiskey bottle pop out on a racing sim stream before. So you just... It's water. That's all you have to say, and I think Twitch doesn't care, but that's probably the only hang-up I have is whether or not I'm going to get in trouble for it. And the other thing too... Oh, Lord. Gradguard mentioned about putting the money towards a charity for that day. I have looked a little bit into that yesterday as well. Yeah, exactly. It's not vodka, it's water made from potatoes and spiced with other things. Spicy potato water? No one knows any difference. I also think my plan is to do it on the Shield Maidens night. It just gets smashed, or at least partly smashed, and wasted during the Shield Maidens event. That goes on for a while though. But I have a couple of ideas, and it's basically going to boil down to drinking games. I don't have a shot glass, so I'm going to be completely guessing what a shot is into a regular glass, but I've got a couple of ideas already. Take a shot every time Casper dies. Take a shot every time anyone dies is probably the more general word. Would take a shot every time anyone dies. Double shots if I die. Triple shots if I die on a corpse run. And that's as far as I've got. That's as far as I've got, is just tying it all to death. We could do good things as well. Shots if we take out a troll. Shots if we survive an event. I don't want to go too crazy, but the point is we're going drunk driving, so I gotta make sure we at least fulfill the first part of the first of the 2 adjectives. Nouns? No, nouns are... Adjectives are doing word. Why is drunk not an adjective as drinking is? Drunk is like past tense, but it's something you did. Or is it something you are? You are drunk. You go drinking. God, why is English like this? Never mind. Not for today. But yeah, I'm gonna tie it all to the Shield Maidens Day. And we're gonna turn Shield Maidens into a drinking game that Friday. I'll let Red know. I don't want to just sit there and have my own little drinking game. Like, if anyone else wants to join in, they're welcome to. Suki's already threatened to join in. I think that would be great fun. And then afterwards, we can go hoon around and find out how terribly we drive. Not in real life. I would just be loading up a game. So let's just say you are eager to take a shot every minute. Yeah, well, a shot per death alone, I might be a little more pickled than I'm ready to be before the end of the night, let's say. But I'm also thinking, just for the sake of things, I'm probably going to have someone friend listening in and making sure that I'm not going overboard. Because I am very well aware if things go south, I live alone. If things go terribly south, I might need someone else to take over the stream and shut it down. If I just end up being in the bathroom stuck throwing up, for example, it's not a very entertaining stream. So I'm trying to think of ways, if things go terribly wrong, what to actually have as a backup. There will be lots of turning left. People are very much welcome to backseat drive and come whatever Friday we pick. Right. We need this thing. And that's another thing too. I genuinely suck at driving while streaming. Oh, I mean in general, right? Even when I'm not streaming, going back like a couple of months ago when I bought Assetto Corsa, what I would do in Assetto Corsa was just use my phone while driving. It's like, oh, you're actually playing a ranked race and you're actually gaining or losing rank, and it's kind of important. You don't just sit on your phone texting. It's like, there I am, beep boop, texting on my phone while in a semi-ranked professional race. I say professional, but because you're meant to do good, right? But it's amateur hour, and no one else is doing good. So I'm just there on my phone, tweet, tweet, tweet. I'm in the grass, like, oh, shit. Turn left. Gradgar's still gaming. No worries. Thank you for popping in. I do appreciate even people lurking. I've had so many people wait till the end of stream to tell me they're even here. And I feel bad, because it's like, if I go through thanking people for hanging out, I don't want to miss out people lurking, because genuinely the biggest compliment is knowing people will have me as background audio. Or not. Apparently lurking is also sometimes muted, so... Good morning, Jonathan. How are you? Heard your shout out while I was downstairs getting coffee and snacks. Turn left, yes. There's way to summon Gradgar. Now to turn left. It's reversed. We flipped it. You cursed me, but now you are cursed too. Aha. See, all the lovers of quality content are here. Why? If they love quality content, they're in the wrong spot. I mean, sincerely, I do hope this isn't the worst stream you've ever been to. I've taken a bit of pride, actually, in getting some of this stuff set up in a nice, pleasant manner. Although a lot of my skill set starts and stops at the technical side. So audio quality, I had Joe helping with audio quality, and that was amazing. And a lot of the technical stuff in OBS, I do take pride in, but did you genuinely hope it's not a nightmare to watch, but What were we up to? We have the roof ready to go and we're going to test 2 different heights out. I don't know if I'm sold on the 2 high. I think the 1.5 high is perfectly fine. But we'll follow through and compare them, shall we? How are you, Jonathan? How are you this fine morning? I suppose. I don't actually know. Was that UK time or are you nearby the UK? This is the alert if you want Bird to read chat. Unironically, board alert, Bird, board alert. And I snap my eyes over. I'm just like, oh, board alert. Dancing Bird. Chat's very important right now. I am so sad that the bird dancing thing, I don't know if I could upload it, but I definitely do not own it. It's posted everywhere. So I don't imagine I'm gonna get in trouble. But I definitely do not own it, and I don't know how much I can fudge my way up into just using it in the Twitch, in my channel, because I don't know. Stuff like that, I'd rather have my own stuff, even if that one to me is like peak animated GIF to post. What do we have? Let's test. We got TOS 0.6. 0.4. Why am I not seeing a difference? Is it actually capitalized? Have I been doing all of... Okay, never mind. Never mind. Right. I love the amount of space you get to see out here. Okay, I said I think that's too high, but having that whole visual range is amazing. And bear in mind, it will be that. So that's the actual visual range you're gonna get at the top of the tree. I really like the extra height, even though there's nothing wrong with this. And you're already gonna be super high up. It's not like you need to worry about the roof being in the way, because there's nothing to really block out except for this lovely sky. I don't know, I think we're gonna go with the sharper angle. I know Tone is suggesting not to do it with the roof, but we're gonna double up. We're gonna go sharp angle and then sharp angle back. Working from home in the Netherlands. So you would be slightly behind Netherlands? Netherlands is slightly behind UK, isn't it? It's close by. 1 hour ahead, opposite direction. There you go. I don't know why. I'd always thought the Netherlands and Norway were on the same or similar time zone. So it is. 1 hour ahead. Oh, what have we done now? Oh, right, it points to the center. Working from home, is that an everyday job or is that just for today? Every day for the last 2 years. COVID made you stream. Hey, silver linings out of everything. You gotta find them sometimes. Silver linings don't always show themselves. But always nice to make good of a bad thing like that. I don't know how we're gonna get this to meet in the middle. And personally, I actually love the way Warlock phrased it. Warlock was talking the other day about how he used to work from home. The way he described it was that he loves that he doesn't have to get ready for work. He can literally roll out of bed onto the floor and then crawl into his office. And then he's done. He's there. He's working. You don't have to get prim and proper, dressed up or fancy, depending on where you work. However fancy it requires, you know. No uniform. In my case, wouldn't have to make my hair look nice. I could have... We will not go into that. Drop that one. I love that phrasing though. Just go to work. Roll out of bed and go to work without having to get ready for work is such a fancy way to me of describing it. I understand it's not for everyone. Cabin fever is definitely a thing. But the most interesting thing to me that I ever found out from quarantine was that apparently for the last 6 years I've been living a lifestyle known as quarantine. Basically, ever since I left high school, I've been just super introverted. Most of my social life is online, and that is more than fulfilling enough for me. So, when COVID came along, everyone was like, you got a lockdown, you got to stay home for X amount of time. And I was like, I already do that. Oh no. Oh no. My lifestyle is known as lockdown to everyone else. But I love it. Like, being a massive introvert, to me, it's a benefit. It's not that I don't like going out and meeting people in person. You know, Christmas to me is the highlight of the year because I get to meet all the family from across the state. But it is a once-a-year thing, and it is very tiring. It's no secret on this stream that I sometimes struggle to find the words around normal conversation, let alone figuring out how to finagle your way through a family conversation. If someone doesn't like what I'm talking about here, they can just leave. If I say something wrong to a family member, it's like every Christmas they're gonna look at me and go, you're that one. You said that last year, didn't you? It's like, oh. Now I have to force myself to have a shower and get dressed because it's too easy. I do think habits are very important. It is worth perhaps counterpoint to me saying, much as I love the idea of just rolling out of bed and being ready to start work, having habitual healthy thoughts, having healthy habits as a part of your day is definitely something worth. It's definitely worth having. You're putting the effort in if you can. I don't know how we're gonna do this. Am I just gonna have to concede and get this spiral back? I think I'm just gonna have to concede and get this spiral back, aren't I? And there it goes. I wonder actually, I never checked if I could have just donated all 10,000 at the same time. Make Vertigo drink driving has ended. Alright, well I'm off. I'll catch you later. I've got my keys over here. We're gonna go and have a bottle of whiskey. I'm not actually drink driving for anyone who hasn't been paying attention to that. That was only put up 2 days ago, by the way. The event is actually going to just be racing games, but I am going to be spending, my plan is to do a Friday, and I am going to spending the whole Shield Maidens stream playing drinking games. And anyone's welcome to join from Shield Maidens or otherwise. But that's the goal so far, so... Oh, is it Tuesday today? Pardon me. Well, it was. It's now Wednesday. Okay. So, 2 days? No. Red's... Okay, so the Shield Maiden stream is tomorrow. I don't know if we're gonna do it that soon. Because I do need to still get a bit of work done. I need to make sure I have a backup in case I end up passed out or something stupid. I do need to have a backup. I can't just leave the stream running like that. So, probably won't be tomorrow during the Shield Maiden stream, but we'll see what we can do for next week, perhaps. a while to talk through all that stuff though later. And I'll have to figure who's going to babysit the channel, because if I do have to bail, we're going to need someone else. And I don't know much of that stuff either. We're going to need someone else to maybe have access to the channel, I suppose, just to click the stop button if that's possible. Because if I mean, what happened? Sorry, I should remute. But we can go through the details later on as well. I would absolutely love that, Jonathan. I do apologize. I sort of just started a tirade with my partner about what we're gonna do for next Thursday as far as keeping me under some kind of limit. I don't want to go so overboard that I can't even manage. You know, like I wanna have fun with it, but I don't want to have so much fun that I get myself hurt or something stupid or end up passing out. And that's basically all it's just talking with my partner about what we can do to sort of prevent that, because I do live alone by myself. So if I end up physically passed out, we need to figure out contingency plans and how to work around that sort of stuff. Worst case, you're gonna hate me. I'm gonna hate me for suggesting this. Worst case, we might have my phone set to the loudest volume possible, and we'll just tuck it somewhere in my bed. So if I do sort of shuffle over to bed and pass out, from the top, there has been a challenge on the channel called Make Bird Go Drink Driving that just a couple of minutes ago was completed, because apparently I set the challenge so low that it was smashed out in about 2.5 days. So unfortunately, I now have to go drink driving. Not in real life. Don't get worried. I'm not that irresponsible. We're going to load up a bunch of driving games, and I have my racing wheel set here, and basically just going to drink some whiskey, take some shots, and see what happens. I think it'll be fun. I think I might get in trouble if I write drink driving in the title of the stream, but I think it'll be a load of fun. I just need to make sure if it does go overboard that we have a backup plan, and that's all it should be fine, right? Backup plans are there for the worst case scenario, but ideally you never need them. So I just sort of ended up going into a bit of a tirade. I will be back in a second. Give me like 3 more minutes. That's a really pretty gate. Okay, sorry. Ah. Immediately hair in my back of my mouth. Great way to start. Okay. What a lovely way to return. Jonathan. I'm sorry, I don't know what you prefer. I'll go with Jonathan since that's the name in the text. Sorry, you want me to tell you what I was thinking of music-wise? Absolutely. Oh. Oh. Okay, ignore my typos. Plonk. There it goes. What an honestly gorgeous map. And also, it is really fascinating to see the map in its entirety. What a gorgeous map though. You've got all the way up to plains. It looks like a little swamp. Nope, that's just plains with a bit of rivers through it. You do have swamp here though, with black forest. Is that meadows? Is that meadows attached to swamp? That is such a rare find. Oh my lord, this is gorgeous. This whole map here. So many mountains and two big mountains as well. And you almost connect down to like the southern leg with another mountain. It is gorgeous. I kind of want to take that command into a couple of other servers. We've got all of the old rogue servers that I'd love to just sort of zap that into. And just find out. Now that the world has been preserved as is, to just see it in its entirety would be amazing. Especially that one that had no swamps. Sorry, I've gone a complete derailing here. Trying to clear the weather. Die? Okay. Environment. ENV. Oh yeah. Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day. This is gonna be awkward if it still rains. Okay, there we go. Right. Too much on my mind. I've got a plan for next Thursday. We've got a build I'm trying to finish too on stream. Jonathan, I do apologize. John is long enough. There we go. I don't mind either. Jonathan, without the H, is actually the name of my partner, but everyone calls him Jon. So, if you prefer Jonathan, it would help me not fudge sentences and look. Okay, I don't need to embarrass myself more than I already do. If you don't mind, Jonathan, I'll probably stick with that because I'm very separate then in my brain. Apparently, Sparkles came in here the other night too and said that her partner's name was John as well, so apparently a very common name these days, or at least coming back into popularity, I should say. Because you had like 3 generations where almost no one was called John. My grandfather's generation, you had so many Johns. Then there was like 3 generations where that just didn't exist as a name. Okay, where were we? What have I missed? I probably shouldn't have gone completely AFK. I do apologize. You could help. I could ask for a little bit of feedback if I'm going overboard with the drinking. If I'm straight up slurring and like smashing glasses on my desk, then perhaps it might be worth just mentioning. If I have a big red button, maybe that's what I'll add. We could add a big red button to Better Twitch TV. There we go. Drinking in Valheim is fun. Trolls come and find you. Actually, that is the inciting incident. So I've decided to make it all smooth together. What we're going to do is we picked Shield Maiden's Night. So come Shield Maiden's Night, we're actually going to be playing drinking games. Whenever anyone dies, whenever we kill a boss, whenever so single shot when anyone dies, double shot when I die, triple shot if I die doing a corpse run. And basically we're going to play all of Shield Maiden's Valheim with the drinking game. Then after Shield Maidens is when we'll switch over to the racing game, and we'll see how well it actually goes, if at all. I am a little overwhelmed today. I put too many things in my mind in that last few minutes, so we're gonna get back to building. I would love to hear the stuff you had in mind for the music though, Jonathan. Oh, okay. Brain? Okay, never mind. We'll go with John. I know John. I know several Johns. My grandfather's name is also John. No need to distinguish between them. But yes, unfortunately, the nature of the Shield Maiden stream is that it usually goes. You'll notice Petra, not your grandfather, by the way, I promise. I don't think I need to take your word for it. He barely knows how to use a landline phone, let alone a mobile, let alone a computer to stream. I think you're very safe not being my grandfather. That whole side of the family is very technologically illiterate. If not just Amish, basically, for lack of a better word. Yeah, Shield Maidens, you'll notice Petra normally jumps off of Shield Maidens reasonably early, about halfway through, because it's like midnight Eastern, she'll be like 2 a.m. On her Eastern Standard Time. Pacific Standard Time, it's usually about midnight. So I might need to find someone from a different part of the country, whether or not I call in a couple of friends I have made in Australia to basically come babysit me or not. But we'll figure all that out. I've got a week to get it sorted, and I've got a ton of people I can try and rope into it. Righty-o. I really think this is going to be the way to go. Then we have to knock out every second one. I really think this is the way to go. It's so open. The only thing we have to figure out is how to close the circle in the middle. I know. Cage wall. That's such a lovely sound. Cage floor. There's no way this counts as a roof, does it? There's also no way this is structurally sound. And to be fair, at this point I'm going purely decorative because we don't have iron. We should go back. What on earth is this? This is so adorable. Chests count as a roof. Oh. Well, what is wrong with that? What happened here? Have we done this wonky? Although, I have noticed, Red explained to me the other day that floors do not count as a roof, but floors do not count as a roof unless you have like 3 floors stacked on top of each other. At which point, yes, they do count as a roof. What have we done here? What have we done there? Something is not lined up. Whatever the case. I don't know why I'm physically trying this out. I suppose the question is, how will the chests hold up over empty space? Well, that one didn't even hold up. If they're not holding up as is, we don't have a hope in the world. Right. Well, chest roof is a no-go. Probably the most expensive way to spend regular wood to get a ceiling. Suppose I could just try. No harm in just trying a regular roof, is there? How would I do it? Would I go too wide and just across? Like that? And then rotate it? So it'd be very awkward to do. It would be like that. And then again. Got a few points there. That's the one that's wonky then. If we've got that many points of contact, I think that's the one that's wonky. So... somewhere there. The ugliest roof ever made, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, it's not even close to lined up. Still too open to count as sheltered. Although, again, this is assuming the roof actually counts as sheltered, because we know it doesn't. Just on its own. It seems like it is a combination of wood layers will do it, though. We could try something unconventional. Because this hole in the middle to me is a mystery. We could just finish it up with normal thatch like this, but it's going to go over halfway. That to me I mean, is that even a problem? Do we care if it goes over halfway? Am I trying to solve a problem I don't need to? I feel like I'm trying to solve a problem I don't need to. This is fine. Threw myself out the window. Even if it is teetering on the brink of destruction. I actually wonder if something silly like this makes it all collapse. So far, so good. Right. So far, so good. Nice little nest on top if you completed a round. Well, you say that, but yeah, actually it kind of does. It really kind of makes one as it is, halfway around. That's so... oh, I totally want to steal an egg. If we get through the mountains in the Shield Maiden server, an egg is going right here. It is never going to fit. It is going to collapse the whole roof or just never be placed. Put an egg up here on top of the building. I love that idea, actually. As far as the building itself goes, I don't think it's terrible. But I do think we still have a problem where we need to physically get fermenters to work in this thing. And that is the crux of the problem currently. If I place this down, they are not going to work. Plan B would be to use a regular wool. I don't suppose there's too much we risk for doing that. Okay. It's fine. This one was like that. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. We'll just put it all back. I almost got rid of something I should have thought before I just clicked. Okay. Problem solved. But do we still have broken fermenters? Yes. Apparently this roof is not enough. And, well, no, there is shelter haphazardously the closer you are to the wall. Is that it? No, because there's shelter here. Shelter? Not shelter. What about this spot? Specifically does not have shelter. Unfortunately, fermenters will just say too exposed, I think, regardless of if they have a roof. I should test this out. Let's find out for certain. Workbenches are saying needs a roof. I don't know. Let's find out. What's that? Okay. This game surprises me in so many obscure ways. Was that actually audio deformation based on my movement speed? Let's smash one normally. This is completely random. Let's smash one normally. Come on. Is that audio deformation based on me moving? Why is this what I'm like? Why is this what I'm like? Okay, we need to do control here. We're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. I'm gonna do 10 without moving. Why am I like this? Why is this what entertains me? Sound go wobbly when you move. That is so cool though. Why does this game have so many tiny little minute details like that? When are you ever going to be going fast enough, other than in debug mode, have that ever be noticeable? The Doppler effect, thank you so much for the name. Why is that in Valheim, when the max speed of the vanilla game so far is like 20 knots in a boat? What on earth? And the physics of the cart. I like, another thing that surprised me, the cart seems to run on actual physics. Instead of, you know, like games sometimes will just say, okay, here's an object, make object roll, and they basically put it on sliders functionally and have the wheel just coded to move. No, this thing straight up just has wheels, and just straight up those wheels seem to determine its actual movement. Like, tiny little things like that. Why does this game have so many cool little minute details? If you get a wheel stuck, it won't move. Like, there, okay. I'm getting distracted. Why is there so much cool stuff in this game that doesn't need to be there? Drops? There we go. It's cool, but I love programs that do that. You have no reason to put it in except you know someone else has like a passion for that or really loves that. They put it in just for their own little, I don't know. That's what I imagine. It's like someone... What? Okay. So, there's an interesting fact. If you don't have a workbench, you still get events. Did the deer attack me? Hang on. What's the command? Free fly. Remove fish? Kill all. No, I want to know if the deer's going to attack me. If I go up to the deer, I want to know if I actually get attacked by a deer. But I have to do the command before... We still have this page up? God, tame, ghost. Deer, are you gonna kill me? Creatures of the forest? What a baby. Your god, like literally your god, sent everyone over here to fight me and you still run away? Where did that neck go? That's the neck. There's even a little sound for tame. Did it work? I command you. Oh. Currently impossible to get a pet neck. Did I tame the pig? I tamed the pig? Or is he just fighting? Wait, which one did I tame? Oh yeah. Just the letter K. I find that interesting though, you don't need a workbench to get an event. If you are doing a purely nomadic playthrough, without, well, I mean purely nomadic, like you just remove the bench after you need it, right? Nomad is already tricky enough just having a single base, but no workbench does not save you from having events. It's just the event seems tied to your, like, hang on, I am the workbench. Do you think that's why it occurred? Because I am the workbench. No, I'm still curious now. I just thought about that. I'm still curious if having no workbench placed in the world makes you immune to events. It means you basically have to carry your workbenches with you all the time. Oh, does shelter count as well because I placed down objects? You might be right, because apparently not just someone was talking the other day. Apparently it's not just workbenches that stop enemies spawning, it's also player objects in that area. So if you have the workbench placed and you build in that area, apparently your buildings also count towards that 20-meter radius. Which is nice, if true. How do we see this? We're gonna have to go through the full circle. I need to get this done. I've been rambling for almost an hour and a half now. We need to get this scene through. Oh, wait, we broke the wrong one. There, and then up. Somehow we messed that up. How did we mess that up? Done. Get rid of that. Now we go short, like. I really want to try and get the half wall working though. I just don't think it... We'll leave everything as it is, because these are already too exposed anyway. I think you might be right, Jonathan. I think you might be right. We need to just have something like this, and maybe that's the final straw that makes it work. Okay. Hopeful thinking, wishful thinking, but we'll follow through. We'll at least get the whole dome, and then we'll try and make this a finished building, and we'll see what actually works. And what doesn't. Right, and now we need this one. Before we got the event, I ran over there to test whether or not we could actually get Fermenter running without a roof, didn't I? And we did none of that. Literally none of that actually occurred. We'll see what we can do with the building first, because if we finish the building and the roof is enough, then we don't need to test anything, do we? even hate the roof either. My boring ass design of not doing anything fancy. What do you call that? Design philosophy of not doing anything fancy kind of works out. I don't hate it here. Where are we? That. Am I missing some? No, that's it, right? That looks about right. Why does this one look out of whack, though? Is it? Everything goes in that pattern until this one here. How am I able to get everything lined up except for one or two? Is it because that's not lined up? Is it because one of those aren't lined up? I think it's that one. That's better. Right. Everything except one or two, perfect. Now we have rotate. Ooh. Let's clear out what's not meant to be here. Although now we watch the roof all collapse. No? Do we actually have a working roof? Well, let's get rid of the working roof too, shall we? What? Does that go? Do we lose the roof? I think we are so close, teetering on the edge of actually working. All of this is red, and yet it holds together. Won't complain if we have a working build, because that's the reason we tried this out. We wanted to know what the limitations would be. And it works. And it's shelter. Still exposed still. That one isn't. Okay. Let's try moving them a little bit further in then, shall we? If that one was fine. Too exposed. What is the furthest out we can place it? Too exposed. Is there like a middle ground somewhere? Oh, no. Hey, we're back. We're back. Did they just take a while to click? That one doesn't work. That was as far back as possible. We'll go again. If we know that this building is safe, do the fermenters themselves Wow, that is such a fine line. The fermenters themselves could be the reason that these are not exposed. I think it might be to do with this open space here. That one's fine. These are not. Do we have to make it like a diminishing return circle or something? This is still very small. How is that one fine? Right next to the cavern, but this one isn't. Well, they are now. Closer together? Is that the answer? Do we place 2 per? Let's get 2 per going. Ooh, this is going to be a bit of a small space we're working with, but let's try. Really trying to finagle my way through this. Very much in a more thorough manner than I normally would. So, not a bad design, I don't suppose. That chest is terribly out though. Right. Tuck them into the wall like that, and I think you're actually set to go. The fermenters squash together are all happy. 4 fermenters is plenty. That's 20 copper. Bronze? 20 bronze, 40 copper. We're probably only going to have 2 to start with, and we're not going to have this pole in the middle. I decided we're going to make that flush with the height. We have a design. I can actually, although I say we have a design, technically I still want to test if half walls will work as well. We can get away with... I mean, there's no loss. The fermenters block a lot of this space anyway. So if we can't, we'll live with it, but... Shit. I forgot structural integrity is a thing that occurs. Structural integrity. Here's me just clicking away with a hammer again. Another thing I wonder too, just real quick, is about the idea that if you place a wall down, you can more or less squeeze that chest into the wall. But what I want to know is when you have a chest down, how far into the chest can you squeeze the wall? Is that the whole way? Does the wall doesn't care? The wall doesn't care. Double-sided chest buried into a wall. There you go. Hey, are we inventing several methods of wasting your time building? Builds that are like minorly useful, but also maybe not, but also maybe they are? Who knows? Double-sided chest in a wall. I'm gonna remember that if no one else does. How far did we go? Because we need to get these fermenters tested. I do love having that open space. It feels so nice. It worked! The wall size has nothing to do with it, and apparently this sunroof doesn't either. They work! I'm so happy. We can sign off on the build. Okay. This is ridiculous. Snap. That's not where you snap. Is that where you snap? There is so much excess material needed just to get the stability to place items. But we have it. We have officially made the Shield Maiden's alehouse conceptually. Wait, why did that break? That was fine last time. Why did that break this time? Uh-oh. Seen floors of chests with just the top sticking through the floorboards. That's an interesting concept too. I do wonder if they're doing that, that's the method you kind of use when you want to place chests on top of each other, and I'm kind of wondering if they're doing that. Why is that breaking now? That was fine before, and then we broke the wall and it wasn't fine anymore. Is that the reason? Do I need something else to keep this one wall happy? Why is that breaking? We were fine. We were so close to done. And then it goes. I don't know how to fix that one. Why is that the one part of the roof that's a bit dodgy though? They should all be extremely red. You've got some here that are orange, green, Green. Green. Not green. I know why. It's because of this. Okay, so what if we use that to our advantage? Go like that. What does that look like when you're climbing up though? And I don't know, like, functionally what that attaches to, I'm not sure. Get rid of that. I think ideally what we'd need to do is put it on one of the other support beams, perhaps. Because this one doesn't stay, and that's, I think, what's causing, well, the reason this part is collapsing is because this bit doesn't stay. Although technically we don't need to do this bit anymore anyway. That's the build. Can we... Right. I think it's gotta go there or there though. If we get rid of that immediately, right? And then we would want... These are staying. So if we put... I don't know how this is going to work in the tree though. We're gonna need one that's exactly half a length, and I feel like exactly half a length is that one. Maybe that one works? That one pole saves it. That's a shame, because it was staying there before, and then we put the half walls in and it doesn't anymore. Oh well. One workaround out of this wishful thinking dream of mine has been amazing, honestly. We have all the way up to the top, everything is just red and angry. But it works out. So long as you don't look at it the wrong way, it'll stay, hopefully. And that will be the top of an oak tree. I don't know we're ever gonna get a non... This might not be possible, especially when you've got the oak tree coming up to here. I think it might just be for the oak tree build. But how is that? Not a bad bit of effort, honestly. Even if we have that one pole that annoys me. I'll live with it. If we need it, we need it, but we'll see what happens with the tree. Because it's very likely some of these walls will just have branches perhaps touching them. We may not actually need that extra support pole. Speaking of support poles. Oh, the fermenters are going too. Storage in the ground is actually something I used to do a lot in Minecraft. You use you can actually bury a lot of storage by using half floorboards to raise your whole house up by like half a cube. And you get so much more space above ground because your furnaces, your crafting table, and your chests are all half buried, so to say. But it gives you all that much more space. It also gives you floor beds. One of my favorite things to do in Minecraft is put a bed in the floor by just covering slabs around it. This is surviving a fair while. And every time something breaks, it all refreshes. Really does make me wonder if Octo's gamed the system or if she has just found a glitch by combining certain things together. It's a very tall treehouse, yes! In fact, I think, were you to fall off of the treehouse, you would take all 100 full damage that is the max available. Okay, let's try something here. Yeah, that just refreshes. So, you can keep stuff perpetually floating by just placing and destroying. Or when it gets destroyed, right? How far does that continue, though? I mean, in some sense, I suppose you could, technically, eventually you would get to a point where it probably just instantly destroys, right? But... Stamina. I'm back. I need you. No! We ran out of time. But there is a world. There is a world where I can hypothesize Octo has just built her base on a timer and has to log in once a day to make sure nothing collapses by placing an object down. There is a world where that's the case, right? Place this, goes green. Oh, that one died. Okay, there it goes. Buildings on a timer would be a fascinating concept. I think she might have genuinely just broken gravity. But it is to say, maybe she's just hiding a secret and it's on a timer and she logs in once a day to make sure all of the buildings don't collapse. How, like that... There are ways, it seems, to get buildings to survive way longer than normal by floating. I have not built between two trees, no. I mean, the reason I'm in creative right now is because I'd never built in a tree before. In fact, I've even showcased... This square ladder here was my original attempt in Red Server. My original attempt at making a ladder up a tree was this, where you just walked around, la-di-da-di-da, and you would go up, and then you go up, and you go up. And by the time you got to this point... In fact, if we just go... Yes, kick it, that'll make sense. If we just go logs, real quick. By the time you get to this point, which is where you'd want the top of the shelf to be, the log is at red, let alone anything you're building off of it. So, let's say we had... Is it me or is this a tiny mountain? What? Is it the lighting or is this a tiny mountain? Why is that frosty? But like, I can't even place the floor. Like, I'm getting to the point where it just won't work. Spam it to keep it alive. Apparently, I can't even snap it properly either. There we go. So that's Frosty. That explains why it's all so pale. By the time you get here, the beam can't even support itself, let alone. So, plan B was to make structural supports based off of the tree. And of course, that didn't work either. I love the frosty wood, actually. That is so cool. Why is it frosty up here? Do the mountains just occur at a certain height? Frost. Does it just have... Lovely mountain. I have loved seeing the silhouette of the landscape in the distance. That was a complete sidetrack. But I love seeing the silhouette of a mountain off in the distance and just looks so imposing. What's that? Oh, that's one of those tiny little mountain house. It's a mostly intact mountain house. There's so much stuff here. Oh, hello. I like the fist fight. You know, I've never actually... Oh. Never actually dinked one of these with a pickaxe. I've been terrified to fight them. Let's see if blacks... We can parry. Okay. We don't have a lot of health. Let's find out what is hitting them. $60, $50, $62. Oh my lord, let me move. The dragon... Oh, that range. Alright, I need to parry it. And then it goes... This is all sort of a bit like me just testing the game a little bit here. I got so sidetracked when I saw the mountain. Oh! Dragon is not making this fun. I'm over it. I just wanted to see 60 with a black metal axe. I wanted to see what the pickaxe did because I heard the pickaxe is the best weapon against them. Probably because it does piercing, right? 48 pierce. I wonder then, do spears really... Spears are they busted with those guys? More testing must occur. Unfortunately. I don't like testing. God, it's so weird to actually see the ocean from up here. Another mountain. That one's even higher. Alright, we gotta go back home. What were we doing? Find the biggest Fuelings village. Yeah, if you turn God mode on, you still get the numbers. You can actually test how well you can block. And all sorts of nonsense like that. I didn't wave. There we go. I'm at the wrong oak tree. But how do you lose? How do you lose that? How do you lose that? There we go. We found Icathia. Oh, look at that. If you want to spawn Icathia a friend, he's got one right over there. Two right next to each other. Where is our tree? We can't even use the map fog to tell where the tree was, and we haven't marked it. Okay, it's either here, it's here, it's there. Okay, we know where it is. Apparently I can get lost even with the mini-map tone. Not here? Uh-oh. I thought it was there because of the... Hang on. We have 3 possible locations. South. Oh, we're in a black forest. There's a gold offering to the skeleton. That's kind of cute. Alright, to the north. Found it. This is the one. Minecraft all over again. What happened in Minecraft? I actually haven't played Minecraft yet on the channel. Thinking about it, I actually asked a couple of people if they wouldn't mind doing the Caves and Cliffs update when it comes out. I've not played Caves and Cliffs at all. I know they've got 2 out of the 3 updates released, and the final update is meant to come out end of year or something. Not touched it yet at all. Right. I'm pretty happy with how that's turned out. We have 4 working fermenters. We have enough space here, I think, to really finagle our way around without getting too cramped. 6 chests, and you could go... I don't know, you could fit more than 6. You don't really want to block the staircase. An extra 3 high. If you got lost in Minecraft, you might not find your way back ever. I've definitely had that happen before. Because the maps are manual in Minecraft, so you have to know where you are. But at the very least, geography is also very distinct in Minecraft as well. I'm actually pretty happy with this. The only other thing we're really going to test was just me, curiosity, finding out whether we could get one of these going without the center spiral. Might sound like a bit of a dumb question. Structural integrity doesn't actually have an effect on whether or not a beam can support something, can it? Like a half health beam is not going to be less color than a full health beam, is it? I never thought to test, but I suppose we might know here in a second. This is all connecting to the center beam, but each one of these having supports is where I'm thinking we might need to do something like this. Yeah, I know they stay half health, but I've never tested like the colors, the actual structural stability. So if this, all of these are half health, that beam there is half health. My curiosity is whether that affects how much it can hold. This one here being, I suppose not, right? Or else some of this would have collapsed. Or maybe half health is the most you can get before it starts collapsing. No, because if that's how it worked, then castles would just all collapse when they spawned in. Because they already spawn in basically completely red. Alright. Test is whether or not this thing falls apart when we get rid of the center beam. We have one more corner to make. It's that one. Click. 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 I'm so easily entertained. I'm so sorry. Alright. I sat down and it entertained me. But let's get back to what we were doing. Alright. If I go down reverse order, we'll start from the top, right? Technically, these are all blue. Do they have okay. Simple mechanics of the game. Can you get so much structural integrity for an item that it becomes blue? I thought blue meant it was like the most... Oh. Well, now they're red. Why were they blue? Yeah, well, whatever the case. This should be fine because it's connected to that, I believe. We do not need the beam here, but we'll leave the topmost beam perhaps. No, we won't. We have liftoff. Holy shit, does that work? Have we got a staircase with no central spire? I mean, that'll be fine, right? I mean, this is effectively just replicating a circular wall around the outside. Pulling it off, though, like, I'm really happy with that. Just a circular spire. Lord knows that's I think the furthest you're ever going to get with the log supports, though. That's orange, but that's red. Is that what you were suggesting, to go around the oak tree, like a walled spire? Because that would honestly, I never even thought of that. Walls on the outside to go around. Although this one's kind of in the way, isn't it? Kind of directly in the way, unless you rotate around another bit. Well, that would be the part that messes it up, won't it? There it goes. What is the limit with a 3-spire building? 3 building supports? What's the limit for the spire? Although, I did it... Okay, I've split them into quarters. If you did it in thirds, maybe you could hold it up better. Because I'm basically running quarter, 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 and then nothing for a full half. That only dropped 2 though. We only dropped the final 2 ladders. 2, maybe 3. And the central spire all the way down. And then, okay, thinking of ways you could actually turn this into something really cool. Warlock found a way, and I think it is just water. We'll go test. We have 83 health. Let's go test. He jumps off his tower and lands in a tiny little puddle. And apparently that's enough to keep him alive. Although he missed, he landed in water but missed, and it didn't keep him alive. I feel like that would kill you. We need to find slightly deeper than that. Not so deep that you are just swimming. Is that gonna work? Let's find out. The waves are very variable here, but... Go? God. If the water physics trick works, we only have 80 health here, so... Water physics tricks works. Right. Game plan is... Spiral tower. And then down the center, you dig a little hole and put water in the center of the spire. You can jump down. No matter how high you build up, whether you use iron beams or otherwise, you can always jump down the center and land in the water. It is medieval elevator technology. Oh yeah. The Z button is not how you descend. The Z button is how you turn off flying. Board broken. Whoops. Alright, well that was a good permadeath creative run. We killed ourselves in permadeath. Well, in creative. So, imagine that. Imagine actually dying in a creative mode. Tree is so windy. Look how windy it is. Where were we? North of spawn, isn't it? I wonder then. Nope, with fly mode like that, you're fine. The oak tree definitely would have more support in the middle. That originally was just me getting the spiral built, I suppose. Test it out. The only thing left really we could do in this world is just take that structure over there and try and actually place it on top of this tree. Even I think we've done enough testing to actually just assume it might work. Oh yeah, my stuff. Give it back. Oh, you die and everything is disabled? God, well we still have debug mode. Oh, this button. Auto pickup. No placement cost. There we go. I think 4 will be plenty. If we really need a 5th one, we can run with the 4 with this 2 wide, 3 high chest system, I think. actually super happy this has worked out at all, honestly. How's that for my first actual build? My first non-cube building. Thank you very much, Tone. Again, I actually don't get a notification, so I genuinely have no idea who pushes the button. I don't know if there is a way I can get the chat. It does for channel points, but I don't know if there's a way I can make a redeem command work to use bits. Rightio. I'm super happy with that, really. The roof, like, again, I feel like it's a little bland. I do not think there is ever going to be a world where we get lighting to hang down from this place, but we are kind of in Copper Age. On the support beams, can we get... They're gonna burn out, aren't they? Yeah, I thought so. Do I listen to any rap or hip-hop? It depends entirely on what the artist is. For example, rap or hip-hop is such a wide variety of music that you could include if you wished or so desired to twist the genres in such a way. I believe crunk would also fall under that, even though it is its own genre. But you have people that I really like that... I think there are people that are lyricists in rap and hip-hop, and there are people that are not lyricists. I don't mind, just to list them, I don't mind Childish Gambino. Some of Eminem's old stuff wasn't terrible either. When you get into crunk, then again, that being like to me it's a very different mood, but I still kind of think it's that same area if I were going to map them out. But then you have basically everything. Just Jack. I do not know. Is that a group? Let me look them up. Because I feel like if Just Jack, the song Just Jack the group stars in their eyes, Jack performs Just Jack. I feel like I'm getting mixed results here. Just Jack is a musician, right? Available on YouTube and Spotify. Not per se rap, but stars in their eyes. Pretty sure you guys don't hear my Steam browser, so... Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad there's an ad. I am so glad it's an ad. Okay. Steam browser does not support signing into Google account services because for some reason Steve's using the 2011 version of Chromium. As their base at least, but hey. Not bad. And I find, like, if I was going to say what artist do I enjoy, it is purely up to mood. Sometimes I will listen to absolute garbage. I will listen to absolute garbage some days. But it's like, it's brainworms to me. If I listen, there's certain songs I'll listen to and it's like, it rewires my brain. I go from like the worst mood in the world and I listen to absolute trash audio. I won't even call it music. In fact, here's a little side note. There is a group I listen to that I will never say it is music. I will say it is noise featuring percussion. And I mean that legitimately because it is noise featuring percussion. That is the best description I have for it. But I listen to that sort of stuff and it's like a mood flip. Like I go, it's so stupid. I don't know how to explain it properly, but it is like I can go from having the worst day in the world. I listen to that and it's like a mental reset. It just takes me out of whatever day I'm having and just resets me. I also don't know if anyone who tell us. Okay. Look, fair warning. I am going to recommend you do not click this link. I'm going to recommend you do not click play. Genuinely, if you take pride in things you hear, and if you have a standard of audio, don't click this link. I love that. Sorry, to get back to you, Jonathan. Just Jack? Honestly, I really like that, actually. The stars in their eyes is a really good vibe. Alright, we are gonna go get this link. And I'm gonna say, do not click play. If you do click play, you are welcome to press stop immediately. Oh, they released the deluxe album. Never. The first song is called Parallel Desserts. And you turn your volume up to 200% and you melt your brain. You do not click play if you treasure your ears. Please, for the love of... This is an opt-in pain. This is pain. You will experience pain. This is not pleasant listening. Noise featuring percussion. But it's there. I may or may not own the album. I don't mind crunk rap either. Look, even if I keep rambling, no one is going to hear me. If anyone has actually pressed play, they won't be able to hear me now. There is no volume on Bandcamp. It plays at max volume. People just can't hear me anymore if they click play. I could say whatever I want. Chat can't hear me. No one in chat can hear me. Lol and Order is just deaf right now. We could say whatever we wanted. Lol and Order could not have heard us for that period of time. Genuinely no. I do not recommend that as music, but I do have a lot of albums like that. My range for listening to audio is all the way down from like ambient and weird stuff, all the way up to like actual songs, bands, musicians, and you know, groups that you would normally see on a top 100 list somewhere. Oh Lord, Law and Order, you love it. What have I done? I've introduced you to pain. Let me give you something good. Can I at least send you something good? You have a SoundCloud. Ooh. Okay, it's gonna delete it. I do apologize. If you want to send it to me, Jonathan, I can post it. Or if you just send it to me and want to share it, whatever the case may be. SoundCloud is not whitelisted. I'll send it in a message. Sure. If it's a whisper, let me get my phone out. But if you want to post it in chat, I can post it in chat. Let me find out where it's being sent. But I would absolutely love if you've got a SoundCloud, even just going through other people's favorites in SoundCloud to me is fascinating. Alright. Lol and Order, I'm gonna send you something actually pleasant to listen to. I am not gonna leave you on that as the last thing you know me by today. We are going to go and find the most beautiful piece of constructed ambience in music form that I've ever listened to. What's sad is it's a once-off. The artist never did anything like this before or after. It's absolutely amazing. That is a 53-minute ambient music piece by the same person who brought you Rainbow Tylenol and Penis music, if you wish to know. Same artist. So if you're familiar with Rainbow Tylenol and Penis music, that's the person who made both of those. But Foie, however you want to pronounce it, is absolutely my perfect peak audio sound. If you want to test headphones, this is the thing I play. Foie is where I go to immediately to test new headphones out, because it is 100% my favorite ambient music track I think I've ever heard. Actually, but now I think about it, Halley Labs has a lot of... What's the use rights? Please reference the Halley Resource license located here. We establish that work, creative pieces of some kind, music, film, streaming, etc., video games included, the reader and or user, HLRC, the content creator owner of Halley Labs Resource Center. Everybody is permitted to access and use the works provided in their own creation. It should go without saying. If you're creating work being published by another individual, this license applies to them as well. Non-negotiable, may only be used in small works, defined as less than 100,000 per year. Licensing payment options are available. Right, I'm reading all this out in stream, but this is interesting. Having this stuff to me is amazing. Telling me I'm allowed to use your stuff without me having to send you an email that you may or may not ever read solves the problem. I would absolutely love to have some of Halley Labs stuff on the stream, I think. Just as background music, because they do have a lot of ambient stuff. They have a lot of creepy ambient stuff, actually. If you go back through, you've got Silence 1 and Silence 2. I forget, it's written in Japanese, but it's a word that means something like star. It's got some awesome stuff. You have the same thing? You can stream all your stuff, John? That would be... I'll look into it. I will look into it. Let me have a look, actually. I don't know if I got the message. Whispers. Okay, I'm looking in the wrong spot on my phone, that's why. Did you want the SoundCloud link posted in chat? I'm happy to share it. I know SoundCloud is not currently whitelisted, but I should be able to whitelist that for future reference. Go ahead, no worries. Let me grab this. Copy. Where are we? Back to the stream. I was about to paste and send it back to you in a whisper. I'll add SoundCloud to the list of things we whitelist, actually. Big trusted websites I'm basically keeping whitelisted, but by blocking everything except the big three, Twitch, SoundCloud... Oh, actually, are there any others we want whitelisted? Bandcamp's difficult because if you list Bandcamp, it's got the artistname.com sometimes. So you can't whitelist Bandcamp, which is the music service I use a lot. It's been a bit of a derailment, actually. What were we doing in the world again? Standing on a spiral staircase, apparently. I'm going to skim through this rights, because if I can steal some of this music for the rest of the stream today, I'm probably going to do it. Notable amounts of works, melodies and vocals may not be used in anything published to Spotify or submitted to ID Claim. Interesting. May not be sold, redistributed. May not be used by orgs or political groups. Credit is only required in certain cases, while credit and a link back to Halley Labs or here is always appreciated is only ever required when you personally feel as though you used a significant or identifiable amount of the work. I'll absolutely be crediting them. How could I not, using the music from the artist who made Penis Music and Rainbow Tylenol? Two of the biggest memes to ever grace the internet. Well, Penis Music wasn't big, I suppose. It was a splash in the pond. Penis Music was the last meme. This is a bit of a tidbit. Penis Music was the last meme before COVID hit. It was the final meme of 2019, I think, or it's the final meme of 2018. And it was the last big meme to catch traction before COVID hit and everyone into lockdown. I adore Bandcamp, honestly. Order. Bandcamp to me is the missing link for finding DRM-free services and paying musicians. Because I get to just send the musician money, and I think the way it works, I don't think Bandcamp takes a cut. I think they just charge them like a fee. It's like, oh, you use the service, you know, we charge you $25 a month, blah, blah, blah. So it's no cut, but it is just a flat rate, I think is how it works on the artist side. So when you buy the music, they get the money, and all they have to do, I think, is just pay for the hosting on Bandcamp. But because it's a flat rate, I think that, to me, is the missing link. There's no percentage of every song goes to the service, even though I wouldn't mind that. If that is how it turns out to work, so be it, because I really do appreciate being able to buy, purchase, and download, quote-unquote, physical copies of songs. As physical as you can get these days. But it still comes with all the signatures and everything in the file, so that it's licensed. It really is the missing link to me, to supporting artists directly and being able to get music yourself. And there are so many people on there that are, they fill every niche. They really do. They fill every niche. You've got Clipping is an artist I found Clipping on Bandcamp. I found Too Many Zoos on Bandcamp, and these probably don't mean a lot to people, but what I could do, Too Many Zoos, I don't think we're going to load up in the goggle. But, oh, Clipping too. Clipping's licensed now, isn't he? We probably can't show Clipping, can we? Too Many Zoos and Clipping are like people I found on Bandcamp and bought their stuff. Oh, pardon me. Who else used to be on Bandcamp? There's a couple of people that turned around and switched off of Bandcamp, I think as part of a licensing deal, which is kind of sad. But they've updated the Halley Labs rights and users licensing agreement. They've updated it since I last read it about a year ago, because now it says you may not use HLRC works in any cryptocurrency or blockchain related media, including NFTs. That's definitely new. We ask that you consider creating similar licenses for your own work. Not necessary by any means. Right. Retaining rights while allowing other independents to learn from your output is a great call in an otherwise overprotected world. I like that. We are going to get rid of Google, perhaps. Where is my YouTube music link? I'll paste into the stream, perhaps, for a little while. Put it down to 7 decibels. I don't think it's loading. Well, it does take a while, so Alright, let's actually have a look. Let's actually open the Bandcamp up. Bandcamp? The SoundCloud. Ooh. I'm sorry, Jonathan. The name of the first song on your spotlight is Two Hobos Jammin'. Clearing the Nest 1 year ago. Look, I will admit it. Weak spot on mine is anything bird related. You have to know. Rap mechanic? Jonathan, do you do this professionally? Is the Grab Mechanic Brave New World? Boating with woks, farming, mining? Farmbot? Is this made for you, for Scrap Mechanic, or are you actually part of... Oh my lord, okay. Craftopia. The Invincible Potato. Okay, you've got a playlist, Tunes for Scrap Mechanic Survival. Ooh, is that stuttering? Okay, decent question to ask. I don't actually know if the music stutters on the stream or just in OBS. We're gonna lower that to 10 decibels. You have a YouTube full of vids, play the game, make a cinematic vid, and write music to it. Right. I did see actually one of the more recent posts, or the featured posts when I looked at your channel this morning, had a cinematic, it said something and then it said cinematic vid, and I really pinned that in my mind actually to have a look at that a bit later on. Because immediately after seeing that, I will admit I passed right back out for like 6 more hours. My morning was a bit slow today, so I don't have anything so accomplished in my collection. Wow. Plains, swamps, mountains, black forest. I can't help but notice. Playlist Duaria. I have to know what you've got for swamps. Starters on stream to a bit. Okay, so basically... Yeah, I always thought if it stutters on my end, it's probably what you hear as well. But I did read recently... Uh-oh, what have I done? Why has it gone to SoundCloud Discover? No, I wanted to close the tab. I've got it saved for later. I'm definitely having a look through those. I read somewhere that it was stutter in OBS, but it's fine on stream. I seem to have it stutter on both. Ah, what have I done? Like that. I don't know. The browser plugin stuff doesn't seem to be that amazing because I've got it shrunk. It's 400 by 600 pixels. I've told it to load in like 240p. Oh, it is auto at the moment. I think 240 is the lowest resolution you can get without it affecting the audio. 144 sometimes muddles the audio a bit. Alright, well let's actually set it to 244. It's still tearing though, like... Which isn't fair, because the reason I love this piece of music is that that is part of the song. It intentionally tears at other points and you won't be able to tell. Oh well. But we actually got this set up. I mean, we don't need all of it, do we? If you were really going to be skimpy, actually, you could do this with like a 2-log system or a 3-log system. Why is that gone? Why is that too high again? No, we've been through this before. Why is that still too high? Oh, no, I actually just broke one without meaning to. I do, look, I'm gonna turn it off. I do genuinely recommend you listen to 4. I think I posted the link up ahead. Yes, I did. It's a great listen. It's 53 minutes long. Unfortunately, it seems as though I'm not going to be able to get it to work in OBS tonight. Oh, and for those morbidly curious, Penis Music is actually a song called Rubber Band from, you can find it in Best of Jackal Queenston, Killer's Notebook, I think is the album. It's a song called Rubber Band, and it is literally just Looney Tunes sounds is the whole thing. That is what Penis Music is Looney Tunes sounds. It even has Marvin the Martian sampled in the song. Rainbow Tylenol might be in his older stuff. You'll have to go all the way back through the old archive at the top links, and you'll find a album called, not Star Road, it's Square Dance, I think is the one you're looking for. I think Square Dance is the one that has Rainbow Tylenol in it. I suppose at this point we could probably go find out how Octo has defied gravity. Because the only thing we're doing past here... Is it Rubber Band? Is that... Yeah. That is the song that literally is Penis Music, perhaps. Yeah. I've just realized... We've been talking about... Okay. What is the command? Go away. Have we done it? Is that the height? Like we're gonna look, we've done the both parts separately. We should go find out how Octo defies gravity. We have all the tools we require. The build she showed hovering over the water was just grating and iron bars. It was this stuff and iron bars in a crisscross pattern. So with the inciting pole, I don't know if there's any tricks to set up the build like this, but we're just going to have a crack. I don't know if Octo does stream. I don't know if she's ever streamed her builds. So if I do reveal her secrets, I'm going to have to probably apologize. And then this is the part where I don't know. Because you need 2. You need that and that to make it across. But that was the floor I saw her post on the floating river build. Hey Freights, how are you going? We've sort of finished conceptually what we're trying to do here. Conceptually, we booted up today to try and test building around an oak tree. The problem we were having with the oak tree build was that it's really hard to get a center pole in the tree. So the technique you normally use, we destroyed it now, haven't we? Technique you normally use is flatten this out here. That was the old one, but we'll just showcase it really quickly. If you haven't seen it before, technique is log in the middle, and then you go rotate around the log, and you just go up by one step each time. And that gives you a circular staircase. So the only missing part after that, you just snap staircase to the top, and you rotate by one each time. That gives you the circular staircase. Continue ad infinitum if you have the materials for it. That is the build I wanted to use. The problem is getting this centerpiece inside of an oak tree. That was the part that I was not figuring out, was how to get the centerpiece buried in an oak tree where you physically can't attach it. What we ended up doing instead, let's see if we can find, this rock will do fine. This is our oak tree for demonstration purposes. What we ended up doing was a bit of a 1 + 1 = 5 moment. Normally you need the centerpiece to rotate around, but I figured that we can kind of match two together if we just do what is equivalently that. They still snap, and all you have to do is get them snapping in the middle. So if we bury that in the rock like so, come around the other side, it should eventually snap, and you have no center pole. And then the beautiful part of this is, if you aim around in the circle, you can actually still get your perfectly circular pattern. The one thing that changes is you can't raise. So before over there, we were going up by one step each time. That can't be done, unfortunately. Where is it? In this method, there's nothing to snap to when you're off the ground. You're only able to create the circle by snapping. So then the next step was, of course, making the stairs go higher, because the stairs that don't go higher aren't really stairs anywhere. What we ended up doing was the logic behind the log cabin wall. Log cabin wall just snaps on top of each other like that. So as long as I create the ground floor, I can make the same outcome. It does require a bit more core wood to get running. But once you put the legwork in, you end up with exactly the same result, and you only need to keep the top shelf. So if we put these in, like so, we'll drop back to repair tool, and you can smash all the bottom ones out. And what you're left with is me hitting macro keys, apparently. What you're left with is the same circular staircase. Thank you very much. And yeah, you don't have the center pole. It does require you stack the walls up, like you did over there, to whatever height you need. The maximum I found to go around in a circle is 12 + 1 for the next step. So you need 13 high, which is 26 core wood to make, as far as I can tell, a full rotation around in a circle. So technically 26 high is the ease of access, I think, plus whatever you need to make the steps themselves. 2 per core wood. And that has been the project for most of today's stream, actually. We followed that up by actually trying to design and test whether or not a circular fermenter house worked. I really wanted to keep it open, and I'm so glad that we found out it actually works. Apparently, the weird thing was fermenters give each other shelter as walls. So the closer they are together, the more likely they are to work. We were putting them super far apart, like we had one there, we had one there, there, and there. The last two weren't actually usable for some reason. Pushing them all together and we're fine. So this will probably be the build. We're testing this, by the way, for a Friday build. I'm going back on a private server on Friday. And we're going to be trying to reenact this build as best we can in survival mode. Currently, I think the order for core wood is going to be 200 or close to by this point. Especially if we're going to be keeping all of these on the way down. I think we are too, aren't we? Yeah. That's the current build, is we're keeping them all there. We would have to clip... Yeah, we would have to, because otherwise we'd have to clip the staircases into the tree. That's fine. It just means 2 wood per, which, if we've priced it out, we need 26 to build up a ledge. And I think we figured out... What did we say? 12 plus 1 for a full beam? No, it's 12 plus 1 for a full rotation, and it's half a rotation per beam. Is that too high? Are we higher up? Oh no, that's about right. There we go. So... we're going to build about this high to the top of the tree canopy. Which, 6 per beam, I think, if we figured it out right. Should be 24 total, and that's 48 core wood. So the steps here will be 48, and you need another 26 to get to the last bit here at the top. Just to make the log wall in order to get that high. So, in theory, maximum build cost of 150 or less, but that isn't taking into account the building at the top. Once you get to the top, you then have all of these logs for support, followed by the outside logs for the roof. And that, I think, is the last of it. That's the last of the core wood. The rest is regular wood. So what's that? Like 4, 8... 12, 16. It's another 26 or so. And then you've got the ones underneath as well. So you could very quickly get another stack just from that building. I think 200 is going to be what the goal is. But again, being on survival, this is going to be a bit of a tall ask, I think, just getting all the wood. I might have to go around asking for favors. But that has been the build. What were we doing over here? Oh, we were just showcasing off the old-fashioned way. Old-fashioned. This is the proper way to do it. Center pole, go around like so. Proper way to make a circular staircase. Currently, you can also make the walls on the outside. So we've used the poles just to test structural integrity, and you can get as far up as almost twice around. Just using core wood. If you use late game stuff, like if you use the iron beams and things like that, you could probably go way higher than this, actually. So it's been an interesting day of testing things out. I wouldn't mind switching over to something a bit more serious, though, because as much fun as it has been flying around, I do kind of want to just build something properly, I think. But the sad part is, I know if I go back to my rogue, that's in the copper grind at the moment, so sad days ahead for the copper grind. But no, it's a neat little trick. Just matching the first two together, and they snap in line, and you can rotate your way around, and you can then make the stairs out of that. Sort of a 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of method, because that is so much quicker and easier to do with the center pylon. But if you are stuck for getting center pylons, like we were with originally with the tree, And you don't have to just you don't have to rework the wheel. You can use what's sort of already been established. I'm actually not sure. Should we switch off and go somewhere else, perhaps? I do have my rogue. Practice on the real thing. Should we do that instead of the copper grind? Or do you just mean practice on the tree over here and see if it actually works? I'm fine for either, honestly. I would like to see the finished product. I think the finished product would be really cool to see. We could kind of cheat and skip the staircase part and just start the building part. We could totally cheat and just do the floor here. Who needs the staircase up to the building? We can fly. Staircases are for nerds. Why build a staircase when you can just start the rest of the building? I'm really keen. Another good reason not to go drinking on Red's stream this Friday with Shield Maidens is because I have to do this for most of the stream. We're going to be getting the first 4 hours just farming Corewood tomorrow. And then the last 4 hours is all going to be spent building this in practice. In practice is such a weird term because you're not practicing. In practice, practical. Ugh, and we're gonna have to. I do think that idea, going one down. So sad that it has to be that way. I can't see. This is gonna be interesting how this works out. Alright, let's go down. I need to look up. That's what I need to do. And I'm not looking up. There's like a tree in the way. There we go. That would be the floor. I suppose technically we'd have to know where the staircase meets up. But as a base for the floor, really not a bad view. Honestly, really not a bad view. Job is to natter in my ear during the daytime. You get to choose what you want to do. Half-half. Jonathan, half-half. I may get to choose what I do. But this is definitely up for suggestions. There have been times before where I just genuinely haven't known what to do, where a game has buggered out, not worked. I tried streaming Red Dead the other day. Absolutely no chance I got that working. Turned out it was because OBS was using 11 gigabytes of memory. Not anything to do with Red Dead, weirdly enough. So I had to go with a plan B, and I do ask. It's like, what do you want to see? What would you like to have as your background noise? So cooperative streaming, I don't know. Up for suggestion is what I'll go with. Because I know for a fact, like, I can sit in Minecraft for 12 hours a day. I can sit in Valheim for 12 hours a day. But I do understand sometimes people need a breather and to switch to something else. You're gonna finish the Nomad run today, tomorrow, then start on the... You're finishing? As in minor hiatus, or are you actually getting... Pardon me, are you actually doing Yagluth? I thought you were up to Moda. Yeah, I've never thought snowing up here, but it does. Kinda cool. I suppose if I was gonna try and refine the build, it would probably be the large squares as opposed to the small squares, but I don't think that's gonna work. You have to find Yag, but you're ready for it. I'm honestly really keen to see that, actually. You know, morbid curiosity, I suppose. It's either going to go extremely well and you beat it first try, and then it's like, yay, beat the game. Or it goes horribly wrong and you have to re-prep and go back tomorrow. Definitely keen to see how that plays out, because It's solo, isn't it? From 7 p.m. my time. That's a good day away almost. That's 16 hours? Hang on, are you running from Australian Eastern? Let me double check. What is Australian Eastern? Oh, that's even further away. That's 9 p.m. Australian Eastern. I'm 3 a.m. Never mind. Excuse me. I'm a person who sleeps at regular hours in the day. Thank you very much. Just finished a giant stone building in survival that uses a pine tree to go way up into the... That's massive. We don't have... Do we have Black Forest nearby? I saw one, I think, to the north. It was a crop of pine trees. There they are. I think that's pine trees. Yeah, they're pine. Oh, that's a mighty fair height. What do they do at the top? Okay, they have see-through bit. They just have a mystical, magical collision box. Is that it there? Oh, that's so hard to sit on top of. God, how did you actually manage that? Oh my lord, do they actually go to the point? Oh, I'm never gonna get that with flying mode. I say as I nail it with flying mode. Wow, that hitbox is strange. What a peculiar... I mean, they... You know, they move in the wind, understandably, but... The hitbox is taller than the leaves. Interesting. Uses a pine tree to go up, way up to the sky above treetops. Oh, so you... Am I understanding that correctly? That you built up and then planted a pine tree and then went up higher? Ugly grey pillar, but it was nice to build. Top room has max comfort and a great view. Yeah, even from here, even if it is ground floor pine tree, this is a really awesome view. No Hollad. I'm not following, unfortunately, sorry. From 7 p.m. your time. No Hollad. You're tired of building? Let's go copper mining, Tone. You didn't have to say anything else to continue, convince me to continue building. Use the pine treetop as a base and build the big pool on top of it. So I suppose... Can you actually do that? Oh my lord, you can. It's just blue. It's just blue. It doesn't care. Tree is blue. Okay, that one cared a little. That one cares a little. Okay, you get 4 white. Wow. Do we have anything bigger? We got the stone pillar. You don't get a lot of room with that. But I suppose as a base, and then you would go out to log beams perhaps. Let's see if they stay. They seem happy. Now you have a wider base, and then you would need floor. Can you get a perfect square, or do you need other supports? I feel like this would be fine. This would just be red here in the corner. That's not a bad little startup. 4 wide with stone, and you get... Like, all you have to do is get up here, and you just place it. That's kind of... a bit weird how the pine tree hitbox works. I suppose maybe that's the same with every other tree, though. I've only been building around the oak, so I wouldn't really know. 2 wide, and you've got... How many wide is this total? 3? It's a nice little base. Like, that's a large area to work with. Even just the one extra, I think, would be plenty of space. Biggest stone blocks at base, as in these ones. And build up in a brick pattern to get max width. You can go much wider. A portal up there and you are raid free. Imagine building this. You don't get pine trees in the plains, but well, take a pine tree seed to the plains, see if it grows. And plant this up here and you're set. Even mosquitoes wouldn't really have any ability to fly up here, I don't think. It'd be out of their range, actually, from this height. It'd be so cool. Question I want to know. I'm not going to be replicating it super epically. We are going to find out how far up we can go. We'll use the inner circle. Just so I have a safety net if I fall off. Click. Click. How high up can I go just without supports? That's it. Seems about right. That's probably as far as I got with the oak tree on my original attempt. Well, if you're actually trying and building supports and everything, I think there is massive room. How high up does it go? If you've got iron beams and everything else as well, I'm sure you could get probably up to like here somewhere. I mean, the tower we've got in the QR code is already about here, but that's the ground, right? So technically the QR code tower is gonna crash land somewhere. QR code tower in the crazy server is about here at the moment, maybe a little higher. Still not high enough to see the QR code, weirdly enough, so don't know how I think that's the current project at the moment though, is they're working on how to get the QR code far away enough that you can get a proper photo of it, but still close enough that it doesn't despawn the bricks. Right. And I suppose let's get the roof made and that will be most of this job done. That. I never knew building this high gave you frost. Even with all of the builds that I've done, even all the times I have built high, apparently it's just not been high enough to get any frost on any of the material. I imagine so. You're building that high, right? So you're probably getting a lot of snow. I just didn't know. I don't know if that's something they added in recently, perhaps. Height gives snow, because... I mean, I took a big hiatus, actually, at the end of when they released Hearth and Home. They released Hearth and Home around the same time that DeCrazy and Red Fairy and everyone else on the WLC server, which is just the name of that server. That private server is just called WLC server. But Hearth and Home released at exactly the same time. We were prepping for and fighting our final mission, which was 28 or 26 Yagluth all at the same time. So once we beat Yagluth 28, 26 times, we basically... Oh, hang on. Is this angry because we don't have walls? We keep going. Yeah, we beat Yagluth the 26 times or so we spawned him. And even though Hearth and Home was out, we all just kind of mentally checked out of Valheim after that. We'd sort of not only beat the game, but beat the game twice over in our own weird way. And I stopped playing for a good 3 to 6 months, I think. Up until very recently when I came back. I heard a big rumor too that Iron Gate was meant to be announcing something today, and it is currently no longer today and actually tomorrow, so I don't know if I missed the announcement or if they've done it secretly somewhere. What did we do for the roof? The final step. Did we just go again? I think we did. Right. It would be... We need to pick... We actually don't know what is the on or off version. Well, we'll decide here. Place. Come on, place. Place. Come on. Ah, we have the right shape underneath. Let's see if we have the right shape above. Looks about right. A little nest on top. I don't even see it. I literally cannot see the item stand.
Hello there.
Hello there. Tidbits! Hi! Thank you so much for the raid. You've joined us as we've finished theory crafting the end of the circular build. I really... Is that so tiny? That is so tiny. You can't see it. Oh my lord. Okay, we just have to guess. The egg goes somewhere there. Can we spawn dragon egg? We need to know how this works. Ib. Ib. Oh no! Doesn't work. Item stand is the final point we would need on top of here, and it doesn't work. What if we just... Look. One of them will live. Put enough item stands around, and it works out. Anytime IRL calls. Oh, you've got to head off and do some stuff, do you, Tidbits? How'd the stream go? We actually... Did we accidentally find out Octo's secret? None of those broke. Okay, we placed 1 and it broke. We placed 15 and none of them broke. Is that Octo's secret? I mean, hey, I really like this build actually. I really like this build. I think we might have discovered Octo's secret. That's red. I sup- Okay, no. Maybe that is still the secret though. That took forever. That took so long. Am I right? Does Octo build on a timer? Does she just have to pop into each one of her builds every day and place something down to reset all of this collision mesh? Oh my lord. If that's what she's done, girl is insane. One popped. Out of all of that, one popped. And it's still waiting, and that resets it. It's like buildings on a timer was something I was sort of like half thinking maybe. There is no way that's actually what she's done, buildings on a timer. They float. But technically that's not possible in the game mode, right? But we have just made building that should be breaking. Oh, where did my egg go? Oh, hello, egg. Only one of them are broke, and that's still holding together. We have to try this. We have to try this. How do you do... Because we just spam clicked. How do you do a building that is just overabundant? What would you do with it? Okay, so... Regularly, you just go... like that. And eventually they go red. In fact, let's find out. Go this way. How many until it goes red? Because when you place them, they're blue. That's what I think the gimmick is. When they break, or when they're placed, it resets the collision data for everything next to it. Let's make, like, 7 more, and we'll watch them break. And we'll see the colors. Because this is my theory. When they break, that one should break first. This one will change color. Do we have to go further? Did I not build far enough? We're gonna go further. But also when you place them, the collision data resets as well. We are building further out than what should be possible, purely because we are placing more objects. So I'm gonna look here. I'm gonna hope none of the others pop. Okay, there it goes. It didn't correct. Okay. That is the farthest it goes. Place it and it doesn't... It did go green. Right. So placing it resets the collision data. That one on the end should pop. They're both green. One on the end should pop. We need to figure out exactly what causes this bar here to reset color. Is that fine? Ugh, don't. It's fine. Something here is going to pop, and I want to see this change color. Hopefully they don't pop at the same time above and below, because then we won't know if it's above or below that does it. They might pop at the same time. No, they won't. They're structurally intact. Well, this is actually... This is weird. Thought we had this solved, actually. And to be fair... Ah, goes green. That one went green. Stuff on top resets stuff below. Right. Interesting. Stuff on top exploding resets anything below it. That one didn't go green. Can you have some consistency while I'm testing? To be fair though, this is a massive, massive amount of iron beams just floating, technically speaking. So if I were to just go like this again, and we were just going to do... Let's even go back here. Let's go back here. Let's grab this. And we'll put all of these down. Let's do some really bizarre testing. That reset again. They all went green. Now something will break. Forward save. Broke on the end. Went green. Okay, that's the consistency I'm looking for. If Octo has buildings on a timer, she needs to make this process take infinitely longer. The point where she can take maybe 20 or 30 hours out of a day not playing Valheim or playing on a specific server. Alongside each other doesn't seem to work. That one did. Consistency! Can I get some consistency, please? Testing with what is the point of testing if you get different answers every time something happens? Because this right now, for all intents and purposes, this has defied gravity. And it seems like every time... Well, these are green. These aren't even ready to collapse. The beams on the outside would have to collapse before these are structurally ready to go. And the thing is, if my theory is of any value, we'll effectively have made maybe a half-hour platform's worth of stability here with these little tiny things. No, hers doesn't break. My theory is she would have to slow the process down. Because every time something breaks, the color resets, right? But the other thing is, it's not just when they break. If you slow the process down enough, placing something resets the color. So all she would have to do is slow down the process enough to log in once a day and place an object to reset the timer. That's my theory. Or maybe interacting with an object. Maybe she has like a furnace or something she can put coal in that... I don't know. There are other weird mechanics to the game we could definitely test, but for all intents and purposes, if I could slow down these beams collapsing from whatever means possible, I mean, let us try that, right? Let's try the same theory, but on the beams, shall we? I don't know how well this will go, but, you know. This is my harebrained scheme version of what Octo's done. I don't think this is actually what she's done, but I have no idea. Okay. Harebrained scheme says that the item stands or break first. Although I reset everything when I did that, didn't I? Long, heavy table. There we go. Maybe furniture doesn't work in the same way. Okay, they went green. Blue. Blue. Green. That was just slow. But that's what I mean. Has to be a way to slow this process down by just shoving stuff together a lot, right? If you shove so much stuff together that only one block ticks at a time down in color and the rest sort of have to refigure out the math, that's my current harebrained scheme. That's my current literally no idea what I'm doing scheme here. But every time something breaks, it does reset. The only thing she'd have to do is slow down the process. And then she just has to come back and place down torch. Like, oh, a torch, wow, put some fuel in it and all of a sudden these two things are happy here. Break the torch and it's like these two things are happy again. Wait till something goes orange. There we go. Place the torch. But maybe that's not a good idea. Where's something else we can place? Like a pole. Now it's green. Now it's green. Yellow going green. So we'll place another pole. If we slow down that requirement to like hours, Lord knows how she's solved it down to hours, but oh my lord, what are these guys doing? There go the tables. Ooh, because there goes one of the beams, the supports. Right. I don't think... Well, okay. I don't think she has it on a timer. Functionally, the timer would be a nuisance because it means you have to have maintenance, right? But it is true. Every time something breaks, it resets. Every time you place something, it resets. My current following theory from right now is that maybe all of these item stands will break first. Maybe. If the floor breaks first, then my theory might be a little bunk. And it could just be a bit of RNG, right? Could be between the... There we go! Resets. So, the long form of this theory was actually that she's found a way to basically make the things collide into each other. Basically, it's the same thing, but taken to such an extreme that she has just slowed the timer down to be non-existent. Either way, my theory was this mechanic. Slowing down the collapse of items or using minor collapse of certain items to lengthen the time span something floats. These are all going down pretty quickly, but I do wonder if you have... And look at that. Like, we are technically... This is literally not how she's done it. If she's done it, it's way more efficient than this. But this is a floating block. This has been maybe 6 minutes now. We've been standing on these, previously 4, now 3. The biome was in meadows. It was at one of those lakes in the meadows with those rocks in the water. There we go. Resets back to green. The theory does work. I just need to figure out how she's got it so delayed that nothing breaks. She's either found unique physics to support itself or something else is happening. I think, yeah, wow. We accidentally might have discovered like the stupidest method of discovering. We just slammed a bunch of these little things down on top of the house over here. And it took 4 times as long for the egg to smash. We have... Still, none of them are broken. And that could be the answer. Apparently, nothing else broke here while we were away. So, we have generated structural stability by spamming down the item stand. In an area that shouldn't have it. What did we take? Oh, I put my hammer down! Can I have my hammer back? Can I get my hammer back, please? Hello? Is my hammer in there? There's like 14 item stands and I can't see my hammer. Fine. I didn't need that hammer anyway. There's secretly a hammer in the mix too. That's the secret to structural integrity. Throw a hammer down. We'll head back. We'll see how well the floating island over here is doing. It still has the whole the 3 things we're trying to keep floating covered in the little tiny things we're using as ammo effectively. Still exist. So, it ain't as bird-brained as I thought originally. This is blue. This is blue. This is blue. Green. Okay. That's super slow though. If there is a technique to getting that to slow down Intentionally, that's what we need to find out. This is super slow though, and then it sort of catches... Looks like it catches up and eventually figures out. But then you have things on top will break first, right? The logic being that this has more structural stability. Oh, there it goes. The logic is meant to be that whatever the support is below has more structural stability than what is on top. So what is on top should break first, and if that resets the structural stability of all below it, we are just using tiny little item stands. Oh, alright. It's not perfect, but that is definitely a place to start from. We just need to figure out how to go from minutes to hours. Or minutes to indefinitely. If there is a way just to keep some of this stuff blue permanently. I feel like items clipping aggressively into each other and refreshing each other's status is the method we need to aim for. Yeah, if any of the Valheim devs ever see this, this will be the reason that this mechanic is removed from the game. Structural stability will just be way more aggressively disappearing in the future. I'm gonna have to apologize to someone for that. But as a first guess, I don't think we are too terribly off. I don't think we're too terribly off. I mean, you saw how far the beams got too. There's also genuinely a chance that she is just pushing the limits of how far the beams can go. Has anyone been to her place and actually pulled out a hammer to see what color they are? Has anyone actually been to Octo's place and seen what color the beams are? Because that is something else to keep in mind as well. If they're red or blue, changes a whole lot of our theory. Or any color in between. Octobird physics abuse patch soon. That was the announcement. That's what they're announcing tomorrow. We've noticed some people doing dumb stuff with the mechanics of physics, so we're taking physics out of the game and everything just collapses now. You remember varied colors? I'm assuming you didn't stick around with a hammer long enough to see a color change in front of you, though. Gang top secret. This little guy here has been going on for quite a while, though. And I do wonder, there is a part of me that... Where are we? Can we place down a workbench here? One that takes fuel. Probably not on this. We are gonna go... Can we get a different floor? Is that the only floor we can grab? Alright. That was it, wasn't it? No! Just a bunch of them at the same time exploded. One. Nope. 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 Okay. Probably the first person actually tried to understand Octo's build. It's definitely one of those builds that you look at and you just don't really want to think about how it works. I mean, a bit of magic too, when you find out how it gets rid of the mysticism and the wonder behind it. What have we got here? Apparently stone is not allowed here. This is all green. The only blue stuff are these two down here. So how would we go about... How would we go about... Is there a picture perfect snap there? Can we rotate that to be identical? Almost. Almost identical. Oh, it's not actually snapping. That isn't gonna snap. I only get one. Okay, that's fine. Go with this. You have a wild, unconfirmed theory of all of this, but I'm not going to like it. Is it simply that it is magic? That has been everyone else's theory so far, but I am curious if you genuinely have a method to the madness. But I'm not going to like it, apparently. It's actually a theory. All right. I'll be interested to hear then. I'm actually curious to know what other people have thought about. That is her floor pattern. That is 100% her floating floor pattern. Took me a while to realize. I thought they were just regular beams, but they are iron beams. Makes more sense that way. And are we dead? Oh no! They're the only things left. They will support themselves to the end. We saw how far we could get with the iron beams too. I mean, if we take this back out. Oopsie daisy. How far can we get? Some of those will collapse and we'll know the max distance then. Octo just jammed all sorts of things in weird ways again and again until it works. And Octo doesn't know how it works. That was basically my original theory. That's the method behind the madness of this contraption here. Jamming all things in different ways until it just works. Except it doesn't yet. We're refining the process. Originally, I thought if you could manage to actually get two beams in the exact same spot, as in the exact same spot, I thought that maybe you could double the strength of the beam, right? It sounds silly, but both beams would be applying physics to the beam in front of it, wouldn't they? So when you have two beams here, both of them would both of them not be supporting this, but then they'd have to rely on this. But then that just means, you know, the theory is basically how far has Octo gone squishing things together in weird ways. There was a bit of core wood used as well, Tone. I do remember seeing that. I just don't remember where. For the most part, all I saw was the floor pattern and the buildings on top of the floor pattern. But it still is worth mentioning there might be no trick at all. It could just be pure sleight of hand and misdirection. Because you don't need to physically touch something for it to give you blue. I mean, you saw with the pine tree earlier, touching the pine tree didn't look like we were even close by miles, and yet we could place stone blocks down. There may be a trick where she's next to one of those rocks in the water. Maybe she passes by close enough that it's not touching and she can go, look, it's not touching, but maybe it actually is kind of touching. I would have to poke around the building to see. That's the other theory, is that there's no magic and it's all just sleight of hand and misdirection. And she just has... the support beam is just very well hidden. Because look how far you can build just with these reinforced beams. Now bear in mind you can't build on top of this. I would probably think you could only build up to about there somewhere before you'd start having the building collapse. But that's a fair amount of distance from the only two support beams down here. That is a very long distance. The raw distance, if you were just building the bridge, I'm actually curious. Let's do the floor pattern all the way. We'll see what actually collapses first out of the floor or the beams. I just just want there to be a slow fly mode. It's so fast. Oh, I forgot they were there. So... the timer idea might still have something to it. I need to test whether or not we can get like a smelter or something placed down. And whether or not putting things in the smelter affects any of the colors around it. Or something silly like that. Because if there are silly ways to reset the timer that don't look obvious... I mean, that's just obscuring the trick to a point of, honestly, impressiveness and professionalism, really. If you figured out how to place a workbench that resets the timer... oh my lord, okay. The legwork. Can I be done already? There we go, nice rhythm to it. Right. I still can't believe there is Doppler effect in Valheim. Why on earth did anyone put that in? I love whoever did it. Whoever coded in the Doppler effect into the audio. There's like so much weird love taken to this game. Stuff I never would have expected. Although, something else to bear in mind too, we just built a straight line pole out there. I wonder if we actually get more structural integrity by the end of it by doing this effect. Let's have a look. She might have put wooden planks above this. That's the thing. If you use this as the baseline, it doesn't mean you can't cover up this with wooden planks. It would just be a bit jank. But you could raise it too. If you've got infinite stability, you could just raise the floor by a tiny little bit and call it a day. Now the annoying part, we're gonna have to go back through, aren't we? How much iron would she have had to go through to make this build? Her walkways were about 3 or 4 thick from memory. But doing this all in survival? I am happy to skip that. Making a half-hour build in Creative is massive, let alone having to mine all the iron for this. I also don't know, like, I'm running off a visual reference. I don't know if I've replicated the build perfectly or not. No, she hasn't brought in iron in the Shield Maidens game. I think we all made new characters for Shield Maidens. Oh, that was behind me. That's okay. I was like, no, it's already collapsing. Okay, is anyone else noticing that this is now all green? Is it just a miracle pattern? Is there no magic at all, just a miracle pattern? Honestly impressive if so. The amounts of iron this would have taken. Let's follow through. I want to actually see this out. It's been a very interesting day for my first time in creative mode. Very interesting. I'm lagging a little bit. What's going on? What's going on? Why am I lagging? Uh-oh. Okay, we are placing objects, right? Saying it's all green doesn't mean anything because we are placing objects down and that resets the physics. There is no point. We'd have to wait. Have we done it? Almost. Well, I suppose, Gradgar, if even Octo doesn't know how it works, then maybe this will be insightful on how to do it manually, intentionally. Let's have a look. What colors do we have all the way out here? Wait. Are we degrading colors? How is this working? This is green. This is 100% more structurally intact, unless this is very slowly degrading over time and we just haven't seen it yet. Maybe it is. Yeah, okay. Very slow, not slow enough. Not slow enough, but very slow. I think I'm lagging because of all of this garbage. That's... oopsie days. Let's get rid of that. But on servers where the structural integrity was changed to be more tolerant, I don't know. It seems like Octo was on a server other people can reach. I feel like they would know if it was tweaked or modded. Unfortunately, getting close to the rock didn't give us any stability here, so that theory is currently inconclusive. We'll just cut this one, shall we? To be fair, there's such a long distance to go before you even start seeing orange. No, red? Is all of this red? That is a massive distance. All she would have to do is hide one contact point on either end and she could make super massive buildings. To think we've gone this far, and this is iron structures, I actually think we should test. If we were to this, that, this, and this. What colors do these go? Because the beams might be red, but I'm pretty sure if we just had a house built on them, maybe the house would have it in it to stay afloat. That looks like it's pretty happy staying green. So even though this is all completely red, maybe that's it. Maybe it's all misdirection. Maybe there is a single point of contact somewhere in the build, and that's all she needs with this floor pattern. That's the only thing she needs in the floor pattern, and the rest is just happy living on top of it. Because this is as far as it goes. Past this point, it was breaking. We can even double check that. We get more of these. Maybe it's all misdirection. Oopsie daisy. Still off-colored. This should break. We are at the ends of the limits of our building logic, I think. And yet, because we're building normal wood on top of this, I'm pretty sure the regular wood structures are blue and green. It could just be pure misdirection. Let's find out. Can we get some log stuff done? Log, 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 log. Let's find out. Maybe we're gonna do something dumb. It ain't dumb because I'm doing it. Wait. Ooh, gloss over that. Right, and then this is the same rate of climbing as that. So, as far as faking a hovering building, I think Octo might have found the magic juice. Although, to be fair, none of these things are collapsing anymore. Does this actually give us more structural integrity? We must continue. That's orange now. It might just be because we were building, so maybe we'll wait it out. None of that's touching the ground. Is it? What's going on? It's just so slow. I think it's just so slow. Some of this should break, right? We've not gained that much structural stability just from doing the flooring, have we? We definitely gained enough structural stability to support the core wood and the regular flooring. And to that, I wonder actually, how far can we take that logic? If we've got support there, we should be able to build 1, 2, 3 before we go red, right? This should be the extent of the building, and even that, like, this only has 2 points of contact. We have given ourselves the starting point just to build to find out what the limits are, but even so, we still managed all of this. We finally have a collapse. So that is the limit of our build distance at the moment. Yeah, it really is. I might actually, after this test, I might be calling Octo's bluff. I think she might just have a point of contact somewhere that's super well hidden. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe there is nothing, and she has found a magic way to generate that point of... Because that's the thing. All she has to do is find a magic way to mysteriously place a blue iron beam somewhere in this building. If she placed a blue iron beam here and somehow got it to work, somehow, however she did it, if she magically got one of these beams to be blue, that's all she needs for the rest of this. I mean, if this were the center of a building and it was blue here, for whatever reason, that's the only blue part she needs to glitch, and the rest is just fine, physics-wise. She doesn't have to glitch the whole building, just one part of it, and if she can get that structural support anywhere with this floor pattern, she can build phenomenal distances out over the ocean. Are the tiny trees blue? Yes. Yes, the tiny trees are blue. And I'm assuming if you're asking how far up can we go with stone, we'll just place down like this. Find out. And for the sake of testing, well, we found that one out pretty easy. And for the sake of more testing, can you stop? Oh, well, that one found that out pretty quick too. Seems like floors might be the way to go. Oh, no, we have lost. That is as high as you can build with stone floor. In fact, each of them can build that height, and I suppose to be just a bit more thorough, we'll take the regular height stone up as well. A little inaccurate, but there you go. As it all smashes down, we'll find out the actual heights for everything. King Ruzu, welcome back. We are breaking the game to try and figure out how Octo has hovering buildings. Current theory is that it's all a big bluff and that she has just one point of contact, because with those two there, we've built all of this and it hasn't touched the ground. We got close here. We are still clean. This is just simply the build limits. We can get this far, which I think is slightly further than before. I think we have gained a very minor amount of structural stability from the floor alone. So I think I'm going to call the bluff. I think somewhere in Octo's build is going to be a super secret, well-hidden blue something somewhere. Because if she can get... Well, I mean, it would have to be the iron beam, right? What is stronger support-wise than the iron beam? Is there anything stronger support-wise than an iron beam? I mean, the iron beam is carrying up the stone floor. What's the regular stone floor height here? If we try and match that... No! 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 I need to match the height. Give me the height. Give me the height. Okay. What do you mean? No. Come here. It's clipping into that? Is that... Okay. This is getting frustrating. Gimme. Oh. It's fine. We're just gonna do that. That. There we go. That is the same height. We are starting at the same height, so we can measure properly. Apparently we fly too high too quick. Oh, touches the ground for sure. I think that might be the answer, Gradgar. But it is still impressive. Just the structure alone is impressive to see. We have a crumble. What are the height differences? Is that one less than terrain itself? Iron beams are one less than terrain itself. So So that has got to be the second strongest zone into the stone slabs then. That has to be the theory. Unless... I'm thinking now. We don't have one of those rocks to test. We have one here, though. Let's go back to theory that we were testing earlier today. Yeah. Oh. Core wood. Oh yeah, if you're going for heights, then yeah, absolutely using the terrain gen is a way to do it. We need... okay, so... I'm trying to figure out exactly what I'm trying to get here. Snap? Okay. It is worth mentioning that if we snap this...
Don't drink and say drink only water and milk, or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water is health is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
I think it might just be my CPU that makes the audio stutter. I think I might not be able to help. It is the coolest hydrate. I couldn't help myself, okay? I really couldn't. That album came out 2018, 2017. Really couldn't help myself. It was so perfect. I told myself I was never gonna have a hydrate redemption. I was gonna be like, no, it's too basic. Everyone has hydrate. I want to be cool. And then it suddenly clicked. It's like, why not? Why not, right? I have drink water bitch that can just play on the alerts. Absolute banger of a song, by the way. Most of the albums by the guy are. The links, if you want them, are hydrate song. That is all of the guy's links. He has so many other albums. Saint by Saint Jude is also another banger. Calorate as well. I still have this pizza, but I'm gonna hold off. I need the pizza to be warm. I think we're gonna save it for later. I'm gonna take some raisins. You can reduce the volume, yes. You can... What have I got it at? Oh. Hold up. What do I have the volume at? Sound alerts, show and mixer. It's at -2 decibels. If it's terribly loud, we'll go down to 5 decibels, shall we? Thank you for the color rate, Jonathan. We'll leave it at 5 decibels. I did want it pretty loud. I mean, I can adjust the volume in the app as well, too, so... Clear the ground around that small stone thingy with bones underneath them. You have a floating support point. They don't collapse, do they? I'm a big boy, can hold my own water glass. If the song specifically is too loud, I could turn down the song, yeah. Ooh. Perhaps leave it at -4. But I definitely understand. After hearing everyone scream and shout at how loud it is, I can definitely understand why now. I might turn the song down a little bit. I think maybe 70 or 60% volume would be plenty fine, because it is only a hydrate song. It's not meant to be a scare the shit out of everyone in chat song. It kept me awake with a shock sensation. Amazing song, can't scare the S out of me. Why not both dot give? True. I mean, hey, I think it's a banger. I think
Go drink and Pepsi. Drink water and milk, else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water's health is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch.
Maybe I need a longer cooldown than 5 minutes. Welcome, Suki, by the way. I apologize because that's probably a bit alarming to hear max volume. If you're lurking, just full blast young scrolls coming through the speakers out of nowhere. If anyone was lurking, welcome. Wait, good morning, good afternoon. Wakey, wakey, I suppose. Oops. Maybe I'll drop the volume of the song just a little bit, perhaps. I don't think I have... Oh, no. I don't have sound alerts up on my phone. Though, to be fair, they are all pretty loud. We could probably turn them down a little bit. Ooh. Sorry, I'll do one more tweak. We'll leave it maybe at 5 or 6 decibels below. And we'll see how that goes. Where are we? There we go. I've tweaked it in OBS, so it should be a little quieter. Just in general, it's still fairly loud, very clearly audible above the game, at least, so... How is our egg going, by the way? This was the inciting incident that made us run over and try Octo's build. And it seems like we have magically found a way to teeter-tot an egg on top of 17 item stands, where placing one single one alone wasn't enough. This does lead me to conclude it is possible to get infinite stability from something. Wait. Wait. It's green? Has something broke? Where did that come from? There's nothing stuck in the geometry. The only clue I have is that log that randomly fell down. Why is this all blue? Is it because we broke the stone? Okay, there we go. It all refreshed. I'm not sure there's really anything else to test. I'm really not sure there's anything else to test here, actually. Feel like we've done the best we can. We got, both my tree concept done. I suppose we can finish that off officially, can't we? Why is this not collapsing? That's why. See if placing some more stuff here breaks the egg. And then I suppose we'll have to continue the ladder back up and find out where it meets. Oh no, that's it, isn't it? The next step is the floor. Oh, where are we up to with that? We are missing one here. Oh. Something broke. Hammer broke too. What are we doing wrong here? We didn't just guess the center pillar. Something is terribly out of line. Oh, that's just not physically there. Okay, why? Okay. That's what's breaking? Right. Suppose it makes sense. We didn't actually generate accidental infinity physics with those ones.
Don't drink and that's say drink only water and milk, or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water's health is fucking bitch. You better drink water, drink
That's
water,
still too
drink
loud.
water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water,
you
drink
sound too.
water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink
No
water,
worries,
bitch.
Frades. Is that still too loud? I've turned it down to -7. If it's startled me still, but I think I'm okay with it being startling. I just don't want it to be super loud. I don't have any alerts that are meant to be startling. We'll go with -8. I think that's where I'll leave it. Right. So now... Yek will not stay. That is a sad day. We need this. I think we're going to go like that. That. We're gonna have to get rid of these ones here. Up. We'll see how we go with that. Should be more than enough height. Well, we'll deal with that later. We'll deal with that later, shall we? Octo! Hello. Fancy seeing you here. After we definitely weren't trying to replicate Octo build. We need to get these. Okay, that's not... we have to do it from the ground up, but that's just annoying. We should have known the structural integrity wouldn't hold out. My fault for clicking the go button on demolishing stuff before it actually finished setting up. How are you, Octo? Can we get away with one? I think we can. Well, I mean, hey, I'm learning all this building stuff. That's why we're in creative at the moment. I am a complete newbie to building. You want to actually know what I used to do religiously with every server and every world I've ever played? I would rebuild this house, and I would live in this house. And that would be it. This would be my home. I would simply get rid of the trees. That's not a tree cutting tool, that is a hammer. The one thing that always annoys me, the doors are not lined up. They are out by one. Where are the doors? So you do have to demolish those and place them back properly where they line up in the middle. But when I say we were testing Octo builds, I do kind of mean we were just straight up testing Octo builds. So I took what I could see from the pictures. I tried to replicate the floor plan, but I have no idea past that. All I know is that for some reason this is green. This is meant to be red. We haven't interacted with this. Okay, it's going bad. There we go. This is the limits. So the limits of building are this far. You could probably get further if you were in a straight line from the source, but this is the limit of what I could build by cheating and placing down a pole at the start. So the two things I did notice is the phenomenal distance you can go with a single point of contact. The second thing I noticed is that despite this being literally destroyed and one tiny bit away from being dead, your regular wooden buildings and core wood stuff is perfectly happy with the way out here. It gets way more than enough support from this floor base to just be fine. So we were really just sort of testing how the limits of the game worked using the patterns I could recognize from a couple of screenshots you'd sent. Because the fact that this is a really unhappy floor, a super unhappy floor, but you can build on top of it and it's green. That fact alone means there's very little restrictions as far as what you build here. You could build a normal house, like a giant big normal ass house, using regular building methods all the way out here, even though I cheated and I do have these two poles giving me collision. So, as a means of building, the floor pattern alone is way more than sturdy enough to support almost anything you want to put on top of it. We actually tested. We did test close to the base, but we found out that using stone cubes, let's turn flying back on, stone cubes all the way up, you can go almost as high as just going off of the ground. Ugh. So, I don't know, we didn't actually count. We just know we basically took the same height and we built out until we touched ground over here somewhere and we built up from the same level. We lined it up. The ground tower was one taller. This is so strong you could build stone castles on it. I think we actually might be near the limit here. There we go. That's the limit for building stone, but that is close to the base. I don't know actually. We should test. Well, why not test how far we can go here? Because if you can do it all the way out here, that's insanely impressive. Okay, not as high. Definitely not as high. There are limits. Higher definitely works better at the source. Oh, okay, that's shrinking a bit further than I thought, but... It's a really neat little trick, actually. Oh, was they all gonna crash? Oh, they don't work at all over there. What's the limit to stone then? Thank you, Sansu. Got my raisins. I need to get out of the bag. I'm almost out of raisins at the moment. Oh! I dropped one! That's no way to preserve raisins. Now we're one closer to needing a new bag of raisins. Where did that go? No! Am I out of stamina? I was. Sure. We'll try again. A campfire pre-selected this time.
Oh, drink. Oh, and Pepsi. Oh, drink.
sorry.
Water and milk. Or else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim. Oh, water's health is fucking bitch. You better drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water,
No.
drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch.
I've been lied to.
Drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch. Oh, drink. Water, drink. Water, drink. Water, bitch.
Unless you meant bonfire. Hold up. They're balancing on each other. There they go, they reset. That was the other thing too. I wanted to actually figure out if there was a proper way to genuinely get a floating castle. We had four, what are these? Wooden floor? We had 4 wooden floors floating here for a period of about 15 minutes. My original theory was if you wanted to make a floating castle or a floating structure of any kind, you would basically have to do something really dumb. Like this. If I can get it to work. It would be like that. You would have the hidden floor there. Or the second theory was just the really cheap... Oh, I forgot. Structural integrity. Alright, you know what? To get it working, we'll get the core wood out. Oh, I think... Hang on. Let me grab a drink before I forget about that. Snap. Snap. There we go. So, original theory is if you manage to hide duplicate objects beneath each other and just layer a stupid amount of infinity objects into each other, then that's how you would slow the process down for the collapse. I feel like I've figured that much out as it is. Problem is actually doing it, right? Because once you snap into that spot, you can never snap into that spot again. So going through like this with stupid amounts of minute changes in elevation is probably the way I was thinking the hover mechanic works. Because the more jank you can make the clipping, then the more likely you are to just generate infinite clipping in that plane. So, test my theory shortly. The only reason it's not going to work like this is because the things on top will collapse first. And this one's a bit obvious, actually. You would need to hide it slightly better. But the current problem with this theory is that the things on top are what collapse first. So, the second theory was that if the things on top collapse first, we would need to add jank gibberish on top that also gave the same timer elevation. My original test was just with infinity item stands, but I don't think we would be placing infinity item stands. Are they all in the same spot? No, they are towering. Look at that. Nice tower of item stands. But if we place all of this jank here, payoff is that we have a piece of plank that takes a very long time to collapse. We got 15 or so minutes last time. I won't overdo it. But let's pull the plug, shall we? That is now 0 connection to the ground. And the gimmick is, every time something in a certain area collapses, be it one of these floorboards underneath, I'm hoping, or one of these things on top. The trick is that, even with the stone, it's the stuff on top that collapses first, usually. Although, weirdly, that collapsed bottom up. Alright, we'll get rid of the weak stuff, but the thing to notice is that every time that happens, these will all reset. The next thing that breaks resets the color. My theory for completely floating building would be delaying the timer so much between these things resetting color. All of this is green again, right? But because there's so much stuff here, it takes so long to start degrading. The theory is if you can figure out a way to slow that down to hours instead of seconds and minutes, you would effectively have a building that can be replenished every time you spawn in. You just go, okay, I'm home. And then, oops, hang on. Let me place it on the right spot here. Every time you come home, all you'd have to do is place one of these down and it goes green. If you could slow that process down to hours, you could genuinely have a floating building purely by just coming home to the building and placing down one piece of equipment and taking it away again. I haven't tested whether or not certain smelters or workbenches actually have the effect of being interacted with like that. There is a small chance that there is like a smelter or a kiln that when you put coal in might reset the physics. Those are my two working theories. I also have a hunch it could just be misdirection. Because this test here is so massive. We got so far out before anything started collapsing. I think it might be misdirection and you do just have one point of contact hidden very well. That makes it look like a floating building. But that's all, like, you can make this float infinitely. You can have this spot here float forever if you can slow down the colors long enough that you can be gone for hours at a time. And then every time you come home, new building, bam, there you go, resets. It is possible to do, but I don't know how to work my way around the jank physics enough. For now, I'm just going to let this collapse and we'll see how long it takes because we got a good 15 minutes out of the last one. And I am curious how the scuff floor underneath actually affects things too. There go all the item stands. But each one of those collapsing. 100%
and
those
Pepsi.
collapsing.
Drink only water and milk.
Well.
Else your bones will be weak. Like in Skyrim, water's health is fucking bitch. Better drink water, drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water, drink water, drink water, bitch. Drink water,
I need it to last a little longer than just being played off. If it's going to be played off a cooldown, I'm going to set the time it takes to be played. So, where have we got it? Twatch.tv? Oh, that's a typo. Oh, I have it in Steam browser. Can I just bring up Steam browser? Thank you for the hydrate, King Ruzu. Where are we? I think I owe Octo one as well. Also, the thing, place a stone, then a campfire on top of it, a floating campfire. I'll have you know, that didn't work out. Thank you very much. Twitch, new Twitch, they're rebranding. Oh, bloody well, I named the stream that I was doing the Rogue today, didn't I? The stream title says Rogue and all that sort of stuff. It's fine. Where is the hydrate? I could actually up the price. Why not? Seems very popular. Artificially slows down the time it's played too, doesn't it? Yeah, it's a bit of a oopsie, I think, to completely forget why I booted up Valheim. and just go into a creative world and mess around. But we did get a lot done outside of messing around with trying to replicate some of your stuff. I mean, you've seen how long this is floating already. That has no supports, and it still just chugs along. The only thing is yours doesn't collapse. So either you figured a way to slow down the process so much that you get hours. And it is true, like, even if we do this, right? We'll place down a log. That refresh? A little? No. Why didn't that refresh? Interesting. Maybe there's limits to it. That one did. But this process is already pretty much twice as long as that one, I think. Place down one beam. This process here is already super slow compared to that one over there. 5,000 for hydrate. Yeah. 200 for now. Just to slow it down a little bit. I think I literally set the amount of points you gain, or the amount of points it costs is equivalent to the cooldown timer, so everyone can just play it off a cooldown. They are secrets. Next challenge for me. Uh-oh. I do love those emotes, actually. I think they're really cool. But my two methods I was running with, see if you can make a hot tub float in a tree build. Do I win? Oh, look! There's the old one over there we were testing with. Apparently pine trees have the most busted top clipping. You can get 4 stone slabs on top of the pine tree. It just has the most massive hitbox up here. There we go. By technicality, I made a hot tub float in a tree slash I built it. I don't know. Okay, if there is any way to actually do it, I don't think you can clip it onto the tree. So legitimately, how to make it float would be to have... Okay, all you have to do is just the same thing as the chest, right? Let's go back up here. Let's plant some of these down. It's the same thing as the chest, isn't it? Where so long as... Oops, it is here. Oh, that's the tree. That's physically the tree stopping me from building there, isn't it? That's the thing that's going to be interesting is... Oh, weird. There's like a... Oh, that's the hot tub. That's the hot tub doing that. I just noticed. Okay, we can kind of jangle it together. There is a spot right on the edge where you can get it to work. There you go. We have closed off the top of the tree. All we theoretically have to do is the same thing you do with chests. Place it down. And theoretically, if I'm right, it's close enough to the tree that you can just start hacking away at all of the supports. Because the tree now handles the physics. Interesting, wood floats in that. It's kind of cool. That is my submission, that you just have to place it somewhere where it clips into the tree, and then you remove the flooring. Same as the chest stacking technique, but using a tree instead of the walls behind the chests. That's my current theory. I don't know how you've actually done it, but a lot of my methods are pretty jank, I'll be real. We placed a bathtub. We placed the hot tub on top of the pine tree. And this one is clipping into it because you can't... Same thing with the chest. You can't place it. You need the flooring. Okay, now cut the tree down. Okay, you've not done that part. There's no way you've got tree build with no tree. Oh. They're already gone. They didn't last very long. Oh, you just wanted to see if it floated. No, no. Okay, that's the gimmick, is that the tree is the thing holding it up. When the tree is removed, that should have got rid of it. So. They want to fight you so bad, but they can't. I've done no damage to it. Is there ever a point where your unarmed is good enough to take on anything more than Grey Dwarfs and Greylings? I did no damage to him that whole time. 1 damage. Okay, the unarmed... Can we give skill? I need to know. Where is he? Raise skill. Unarmed. 100. We have 100. Can we do that for all? Raise skill. All? No. That's fine. Alright, where is he? Where is he gone? Sir, I magically am better at punching now. We did 2 damage. 2.4 on the left hook. Look at that. Look at us go. 2, 4, 2, 4. He doesn't stand a chance. By this time next Monday, he's gone. That's at level 100. In what world would you ever fist fight as your... Okay, that's... Because that's the thing. It's like, we're fist fighting as a skill. Unarmed as a skill. Should be viable at some point, right? You cannot swim underwater. You can swim underwater. Camera does not go with you. Would fall out of the world. There's gotta be like scary stuff down there. I don't want to go. I don't want to find out. There's scary stuff down there. I know they've done it. Hang on. Wave? Oh, that's just waving. Opt terrain, genlock debug mode, no cost, tutorial reset, random event. Info, I want to know if there's a way to turn the ocean off and just see the world. I want to know what's down there, but at the same time, I really don't. It's either got nothing down there or there's like nightmare fuel. One of the devs is hidden down at the bottom of the ocean. Where are we? Thank you for the leg, Octo. I don't actually know. Did I have dinner tonight? Questions you probably shouldn't need to ask yourself. Yes, I had dinner. I've got a plate of bloody pizza right here. How do you get halfway through a pizza and forget? I mean, I know exactly how. You name yourself Board Brain and it just comes naturally. Right. So now we need the wool. Turning off the... Ah. Now we need a floor. Are we starting the floor here, are we? What was the pattern I used? It was very peculiar, very particular. I think we used one here and then two here. This is probably going to be a bit random of a side tangent, but you want to know what the most intimidating thing is? I actually don't remember. I'm having deja vu mentioning this earlier in the stream, but one of the most intimidating things about joining the Red Dead Redemption roleplay server is that I can't voice act for the life of me. I hate my normal voice, but me voice acting is pain. It's nails down a blackboard. Me trying to put on an accent is going to be nightmarish, but I really don't know what else to do. I mean, the character, you know, we kind of have... In Fallout, I lean a lot more into internal narration, just narrating Jane's thoughts more than anything. When it comes to online interactions, like being with other people, talking with other people, having to reply and think about characters and what they would say and do, that's not something I have to do in Fallout. In Fallout, the most complicated it gets is Piper says something really dumb, and I go, okay, Piper, you're really dumb, and then we go about our day. Playing a character as I have known it is completely differently to having reactive people that are actually sentient, and I'm not entirely sure how to do it. But, I mean, I think to that argument, the accent might be the least of my worries then, but... This tree really... Is that branch really here? Have we done this wrong? thing is, I want to play a convincing character, I just don't know how to do that. To me, it's like, oh, you'll do the accent and everything, right? But that probably would lean more towards being less convincing, I would feel. Calm down, we'll get to you in a second. Oh, we're gonna have to go from the bottom up, aren't we? I'll wing it like I can play it by ear. It's not like I have to do an accent day one. I feel like if I were going to try and focus on anything, reframing my dialect would probably be better spent than a bad accent. This is pain, this branch. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought we were basically going to be blocked by the branch there for a minute. Well, we certainly are running into problems further up. Right. Give me the click. Give me the click. Thank you. The click. Mash. And then... you can't really see. A safety railing might be necessary, perhaps. But you end up here with almost a complete building. This is the part that needed the support beam, isn't it? That's the part that was collapsing even on the other. My egg! Where's my egg? Egg! Rip poor egg. There's not even an item stand to put it on anymore. Oof. That's fine. Hi, egg. I think this is nice though. If we were going to... we were going to use lighting. We don't have iron for the chandelier, and there's no other method of hanging lights. Oh, debug mode lets you build the maypole. It'd be nice if the sconce had variants as well. So, theory was if we place it there, actually. We'll go every fourth. There's like a point where it's in the tree and it doesn't go out. Every fourth, 3. 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3. Every fourth works out. Not bad. Makes it very bright up here. I haven't put them in the wrong... No, we put them in the right ones. So... that's the one that the pillar has to go down on. That actually works out. With that branch there, I think that stays blue. It is very bright. You could actually probably cut back 2 torches, I think. If we have those 2, that'll be fine. A moment of truth. Do we open? We'll finish the floor, then we'll open up and find out if it stays. Alright. Well. That's what I want. Smash. We are officially complete. Not a bad build, not a bad time too if you have all the resources for it on hand. I don't know if there is a way to tweak the height a little more. This branch definitely could be with not being here. But I don't know, we'd have to be lower, but any lower and this one gets in the way. If we go much higher, then we run into a problem with this branch down here. One higher and this one's a problem as well. Maybe one higher might solve things. No, that just makes that more in the way. We'd have to go one lower. This one could be the problem. This might be the only and best we can do. Although to be fair, bear in mind, you can't zoom out because there's a building there. Bear in mind, we aren't even centered. We are off center with this pillar. And that's even with... Oopsie daisy. What is no wind? Wind... 0. 0.0. What are you... Wait. It's variable integer is what everything else has been. Let's try west. No change. Don't know. Wind. Wind's angle intensity doesn't help. What is angle intensity? Wind west 100. Space 1. Is it 2? Wait. is it 2 integers? On a scale of 0 to 100 going clockwise, that would be 75, 0. I do not understand this command. It says angle intensity, but it doesn't give any variables. Oh, hang on. 75, 0. Is it actually 360? 360 should be direct north. Okay, we figured it out. It's actual degrees of a circle, not 1 to 100. Direct north, 0 wind. Oh, that, just to say, we could definitely make this a bit more centered. If it was more centered, maybe we wouldn't have to worry about this branch for one, but also that branch, because we'd be further out here. Though we would be wary of that one as well. But hey! Complete! The only thing left to do is to just put in the fine details. Oh my lord. Maybe we have... Because we need to place the object there. Move everything over by 1. That should be the other side of all the furnaces should be there as well. Right. The final moment. Let's see if we can't get these furnaces to actually function. Place 4 down. Bingo! We have liftoff. Look at that! And it even fits. Sconce and sconce, and you have 4 furnaces right there. I think that'll be plenty. Let's test it out. 4 in-game days. Don't really know. Can we speed them up? Tasty. Ooh, skip time. 40. Skipping 40 seconds? Okay, that's easy. Let's go up to 10 hours. Day 22. Tasty meat done. Do they fall out of the tree? This is the question. Seems solid. You have plenty of room here to go the extra one around as well. And that gives you so much more space here. You could actually have a wall of chests. Right, how's that? For my first build day, my first build project seen actually through to the end. I'm really happy with how that's turned out. From being clueless all the way to actually having something to show. I love the staircase. The staircase looks amazing all on the way up too. It would definitely take a bit of working to make sure we get the right distance to the center. We started here, but we were too far. That's the thing. Like that looks centered. We'd have to just make sure the tree isn't on an angle. How did we do here? Because this one seems a lot more centered. Maybe we just need to pick a different point of reference to start from. Maybe referencing here and then going... I don't know. It does go on a lean though. Oak trees do lean. What the hell is that? There's like rotten gunk in the middle of that tree. Oh my lord, they all have rotten gunk. There it is. All of them have a rotten gunk hole. That is so grotty looking. Alright. For this to line up, what were we testing? We have to test... Oh my lord, I got all that tasty meat. I got that. What way? We're lining up under this branch, aren't we? But it has to be a little bit further there. And then as far as halfway points go, it needs to be super further in than that. That's not terrible to line up though. Snap. Does feel a little off center, but it probably will because the top of the tree is so much more off center than the bottom. Or compared to the bottom, they are definitely not aligned. Alright. Snap, snap, snap. And then that, in theory, would be... Oh, we can go one lower. How have we done that? Is that still lined up? Looks like. How? Okay, no. How have we done that? That's straight up bypassing. Oh, it's doing it because... Okay, the method of clipping is using the terrain. So the moment... Yeah, the moment we get back here, it's going to start clipping lower again. Still, that's not so bad. It's definitely further poking up this side than it is the other, but... Just make sure we have done that right. That's the last thing I don't want to get wrong, because once you've built the tower, you do not want us to go all the way back and reposition. You want to make sure you can actually get the stuff sort of done semi-accurately from eyeball. So we'll go all the way up. Because this is the width all the way, the top of the tower will be the same as what's here at the bottom. If we... all of this down. Ah, the tree is in my eyes. Right. I think Tone mentioned a little earlier too that he was talking about using outer perimeters. I vaguely, memories have caught up with me. I vaguely think I do recall that now. Because I believe the hang-up we found was that even with the external wall method, you still need a central point of reference unless you're going purely off of guesswork. But, highlight of the day, we found a way to pretend there's a central point of reference. I think I remember that conversation now. It was when I popped into your stream a couple of days ago. Alright, how have we done? As far as centering... It's still not very centered. I feel like that's a bit more centered than the other one though. Maybe that's the way we can test. How off-center is the center pole? Uh-oh. There seem to be varying heights. It's fine, so long as we just get the center pole locked in, right? I mean, it is worth mentioning that is way less frustrating than finicking around with that bit in the middle. Maybe that is a way to streamline the build. Definitely would be something we'd have to test. Not today. We've done more than enough testing today, I think. Center? I feel like that's center. Nothing else is snapping, right? That is better. We will have to be very careful with that. The top of the tree is super out of line. I do fly build because, well, I'm expecting 4 hours. I mean, think about we did this in less than an hour. At tower, from start to finish, that's assuming we have that's assuming we have a chest somewhere with like 200 core wood in it or 300 core wood down the bottom. This took us an hour to build the structure and the support for the actual tower itself. That's if we have all the materials. I'm putting 4 hours down to go get the materials. I'm hoping I can do it in 2 or 3. I just need a cart and dragging it there and back, maybe. If I get lucky and I find enough to get 300, 200 core wood, I'm set. But I also have to account that if we don't, then we have to travel and find more pine trees, and the travel is going to take time as well. This staircase in manual mode is going to be the hardest to do, because even just this version, this is pretty quick in this version, but that's because we skip the whole... this bit. We skip this bit where you have to go from the bottom up, and again, I immediately fly build. To do that though, you would have to piecemeal, and I'm even doing it ahead, so I wouldn't be able to do it up here. It would have to be almost jump build. No, you wouldn't. Okay, so if we built that high, let's say that's where we're up to and the rest is there magically, pretend. And we smash all of that and we go for the next one. We can't do that because there's no log in the middle. Okay, so we smash all of that and we go for the next one, the proper way we're going to be doing it tomorrow. But we have this height we can build from. And that's basically how it's going to come down to, is doing this one step at a time, quite literally. That's going to take a while to go around thrice. Especially because we do have to drop back down every time to recollect all of our fine wood to keep building. That's the most time-consuming part of the build. I do think 3 out of the 4 hours are going to be that alone, going up in the spiral. Although, I am curious now, because we get the groundwork done. Let's try something out. This could be the test. We definitely... It's a slow method building up like that, right? But this structure can exist up to that point. We can place this structure, or if we have elevation like this, we might be able to finagle an extra one in. No, that's going to be super tricky. Oh. No. Okay. Hey, what am I doing? Okay, old build methods. The old fly mode is just called ladders. If you need a ladder, or if you need a fly in the old version, you just build a ladder. Easy. Solve the problem. That would be... I don't know how high. We can't get that high, but we can get a fair distance up using ladders. So... Let's turn the free cost stuff off. Are we actually full? Copper. 2 copper? Oh, that's from the... Never mind. That's from the sconce. I am overweight, though. We don't need them yet. Repair. Oh, I have no recipes. Alright. I forgot workbenches are a thing that need to happen, aren't they? Right. The workbench has occurred. Look at all of those recipes. Look at us go. We are apparently at limit. If we can get this structure even too high is massive. Definitely need a lot of wood, as you may need to build the construction support stand where you're... Yeah, so this is probably the faster way of doing it, because the... As great as it was to troubleshoot using the wall method... Did we get rid of the wall method? No. As great as that was to figure it out, it's very slow and very expensive. This is infinitely cheaper, because we only technically... We need to do one level at a time and then go around. A full circle would be too high. You'd have to go around and you'd get up to about there. That's 26 core wood worth of height. Let's give this a go. The idea is... We have 34 core wood. The idea would be... You still need the base floor, but then we can just go like that, right? That saves us so much time. I have not started at the right place, actually. Let me make sure we don't run into any branches. Because this will be the actual... I think this method here is what we'll actually use. The support beam system. I think this is way more efficient. We need to start here. So... Go like that. Up by 1, up by 1. This is way quicker than doing it the other way, actually, so really happy we tried. The outside method is definitely... Glad you mentioned it. And then we are up to there. There. Doesn't seem right. Why are we... Oh, hang on. This is the branch you start under, not the other one. Is that lined up? That doesn't even look lined up. It is. I know it is. It's the tree being at an angle. Right. This is where we start. I started on the wrong half. Then up, up, up. You could be done super quickly, actually, with this. Maybe it isn't going to be that big a build. Seeing it through with this system, actually, we're out of core wood. Do we have any regular wood? Let's get these stairs done. Because then you do just the only thing left after that is clearing the ground floor and starting out. So... that one, that one, that one. As long as these are okay. Because we do still need them for structural support. What does these cost? 2? Too high? Too high. Uh-oh. That really did collapse, didn't it? No way we're finagling that in there. Well. Alright, one more, one high. Get rid of that now. We've got more going, don't we? All of those ones that weren't touching the floor. Alright. In pallet placement. What do you mean? Troubleshooting the stuff even before as well. Worst case, we should be prepped completely for this. That's not the worst. Being one higher there isn't so bad. Most people might not even notice that. Right. One. Up. yeah. I gotta also remember doing that in the server is just gonna get me killed. Running and jumping off to my death. Not recommended. That's nice. Okay, you can go one higher. Let's find out how the rest of that build goes then. So this is now properly in the way, isn't it? So we might have to go one lower. Didn't work out after all. But that's fine, that just means the other tree has figured out math. We can't do it, we need to jump over that. Gimme up. Tree branches in the way. Alright. Well, we know the limits now. Lower is better. What does lower do? I think lower gave us a clip into the branch here though, didn't it? This thing slightly poked through, but we'll have to live with that because it means we can't get through here at all. Not unless we have some super unpleasant jank ladder thing like this. That just goes up into the tree. It's not very nice. Although again, this isn't even centered anyway. If it were properly centered, maybe there'd be room to go through all of this without error. That does go... It does sort of flatten out. I think you'd have to be one lower anyway. It has to be differently centered. This is more centered than the last one. But already, that's a restart there. So knowing these sorts of things, even that, like we built that, what, in half-hour tops? Structure, support, and going up, and then all of this finagling here too. Let's say that's maybe half hour to an hour. Having to redo that is not fun. I don't think, however you... However much you enjoy building, starting from scratch, not the best part. We have... Not the lot. Where is it? There it is. How is this structurally intact? Because some of these are blue, aren't they? There we go. That's still a lot of core wood. That's a lot of core wood, actually. Oh, this stuff's touching the ground. There we go. Okay. Okay, they weigh 2 each, so it should be 2 inventories full of core wood. Need me hammer. I saw you in there. Which is a linen cape way for? Is that the last of it? I hear bees. $100, $200, $280. We didn't build the tower on top though. That's more than I thought. And that's not using the method building the wall up. That's 280 before we need to make the tower at the top. I don't know. This is gonna be more core wood than I thought. I'll start with the basics we need and line it up. Oh, hang on, we have another one. You hiding anything else up here? The lineup is basically there. I feel like that is the lineup. Then we have to figure out from this angle. That might be fine from this angle. A little too we'll see. That might be fine. Curiosity is going to be whether or not we can even reach that far. I don't know if we can. We'll try a little further in then. Oh, workbench has a height. There you go. Hold it together. A workbench on the ground floor reaches this high and not much else. Is that fine? That lined up? Seems to be. Where does that leave us? Why did that not work? What caused that to die? Oh, probably because it was piled on too high. Right. And still, we are this side of that oak tree at the top. Maybe there is no winning. Give me the hammer. It really does have to be super far. And I mean, if it's basically lining up here, what other ways do we have? Try and guarantee the circle stays. Because that's it. I sort of run out of boundary there. And I feel like we are gonna I feel like maybe we'll have to find a middle ground that isn't perfect. I mean, this much can't be built up. That's just not able to be built. But we might have to find a middle ground that isn't perfect, purely because we still have to wrap ourselves around the tree. And at this distance, I mean, how do we even manage this? There's no snapping point there. There's nothing we can do like this, is there? Is there a way to jank it? Can we do this? Yes, we can. That's a little busted, but it works. I won't complain. Is that in a circle too? So long as it makes it around. And then the only other pickup is gonna... Well, we only need the ground floor, right? So in theory, one more and we have the perimeter. Perimeter is all we need, we build up. I don't think we're missing one. And I suppose the question really is, how well does the perfectly centered ladder go up? We start at the same place we always do. Alright, yeah. Number 2. Number 3. I suppose the idea here being 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Why do we have 10? Stick with it. Don't question it. And we would need... Oh, where am I? We are fine. We are below that branch. Efficiency goes up to 200%. I don't know so much about that, but... Is that a branch? Okay, no, that's not physically a branch. This one is. It looks like we might have... Oh, no damage. Looks like we might have almost found a way to get over some of the more tricky branches too. Hey. Snap. 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 Continue the thought though, because we do need to actually know how the collision stuff works. Let's properly set down some... stairs, shall we? Not a bad little effort. We've definitely streamlined the process down from 4 hours to a few less than that, thankfully. This tree branch still sucks. You can get under it though. Yeah, I'm really glad. I still feel a little bad for leaving the title as Rogue Run. I'll obligatorily log into the Rogue Run and just do one thing in it. Justify it. I should have changed that, even when I noticed I didn't change it. It's fine. Not the end of the world. Right. And what's that, actually? What are we have a lot left over, don't we? Forward and regular. And I suppose this would be the final... Well, this is it, right? This is as high as we go? No, we would have to go slightly higher. The idea would be to have that center pole in the middle. Actually, in the middle, look at us go. Okay. We do need to make it one step lower though. As it... How high is that? Oh, that's plenty high. One more is fine. Is that lower? Ooh, it is. maybe 1 or 2 lower here. There's nothing else that gets in the way. That's the only thing that's in the way left at this point. No, because then we run into this one, don't we? 1 lower and even this is a problem. We can't win. There is no way to win. There is always going to be a branch in the way. It may just be that the build we've got over there is the perfect height. We just need to figure out... Although, there's nothing wrong with it, technically. No branches in the way. Nothing else is in the way. All of this testing. Ah, yeah, there's one here. Where is it? Some of these are going to be really tricky to get. Because, yeah, I'm kind of just building the external tower with fly mode again. That's it. That's the last thing in the way. I don't think we can win. Is that still off center? After all of that, is that still off center? That is less off center slightly. Really? That's... Hey, Papa Willie, how are you going? That's actually a good point. Opposite direction would have the branches that appear at different heights. My brain always seemed to default to counterclockwise, but for all of that effort, it's still not even centered in the oak tree. I think the game is just set. No matter what you end up building, no matter where you place the blocks at the bottom, you are destined to just be off center. No, it isn't. So, we are so far here on the left that I could actually place a center pole there. Almost. That's how far on the left we are. If I turn flying mode on and just go up, this is on the right of the stump. So the leftmost part of the trunk of the tree is on the right part of the top. I don't think there's any way to beat it. We might have just done fine over here. There's a center beam here. Oop. Up we go. Center beam here is stupidly far off. Like, you can see it there. That's how far off we were on this attempt. So this one is better, but I don't think there's anything we gain from it. Especially not when you're starting out so off-center down here that you can see the center of Spire. We might just concede. I think the best attempt we've had so far for functionality, as well as just having nothing in our way, was this one. What is that? No, it's just the letter B, isn't it? What are all of these? And yeah, the only thing in the way is this branch here, but that's way less annoying than the other one completely blocking the path. And at the cost of the center beam here for the tower, having to come down an extra one. I think this is the best attempt so far, and that basically just used dead center of the trunk. We really gain nothing from having to try and finagle our way around. This is clean all the way up to this branch here. You can get under it, but that branch just blocks the path entirely. I don't think we're gonna win. That one's the least annoying to walk up because you don't have to move out of the way, you can just skim underneath. Yeah, sort of, because if we have, like, yes, that's the main objective, but you do have to remember that if there is anything wrong with the structure at the bottom, well, no, I suppose once you're up here, right? So long as you're happy with how it's centered, then all you have to do is build that ring, and then you've got the tree for balance. The only problem is going to be getting up and down, but... No, because if you had to restart the build down here, it doesn't matter if you finish building up there, because you would have to realign that with the bottom anyway. I think, at the risk of burying another hour into Valheim tonight, I think we could pardon me, I think we could try the clockwise method and see if that makes the branches any more or less obnoxious. My food! Hang on. Something I've always wanted to test is whether or not it's portals or just objects spawning in. Where are you, all you objects? Do I pick you all back up? Yes, portals not needed. Am I missing stuff? We are. Hey, my old hammer. Do we still have an obliterator up here? Did we get rid of the obliterator? Does God keep pressing wrong buttons? Does God mode protect you from the obliterator? Wait, I didn't actually see. Oh, frowns upon me? Wrong way, dummy. Trophy deer. 400. Frown upon me now, dick. Frown upon this. I'm gonna have to take this off. Drop all of this again. You have no idea how often that quote plays in my mind, and I have to refuse from saying the sentence out loud, Gradgar. Every time I say let's find out, it is just there in my mind screaming. I love it, but also it's every time. Every time I say let's find out. Right. There we go. Frown on this, dick. How much damage? I took 10. I took 10 damage? Wait. Set power. Goat strength, campfire, cold. Power. Oh, bells. Do I have the power now? Hey, Roasted! How are you doing? What? Okay, so rain. Rain? OP to rain. What's the weather command? Weather? Nope. That. Env space rain. Alright, we took 10 damage. That's not right, is it? Wow. What happens if we obliterate coal? $13 damage? Thought stows a gift. We've collapsed the coal down. Okay, there we go. 6,000. So you can stand right here and you're fine. That was 10 damage. It's 15 when you're wet, so you get an extra 50% electrical damage when it's raining. Well, maybe Thor shouldn't frown upon me. And maybe Thor should just give me more things to test in the little obliterator. So, where's my hammer? We are not doing this again. Where is my hammer? Can you sit on it? No, not really. Well, let's just find the number. That seemed to hit me a few times for 400-ish. More testing. That looks like it hit you twice. It's gotta be like over 1,000 damage, surely. Zero. The fireplace is only taking 10. There's a number behind that 400, but even if it is 400, that's twice the max health you can get currently in the game. This little guy is only half health though. You can stand really close so long as you're not actually on the thing. That's kind of cool. Let's respawn in the objects. That would be the obliterator. That is one of the more late game items. Do I have to leave the chunk and come back? No, I still see them all the way down there. How high do you have to go? Hello, tree. Bye, tree. We could totally go see the trunk of the tree. Okay, no, this is BS. We just have to leave the chunk. The one thing Odin didn't prepare for? Bird's curiosity. It is true. If you give me unfettered access to all of these tools, I'm gonna figure them out. Slurp. 3, 7, 6. Do I not have a 1 and a 2? It's not. Right. Oh, frowns at me, my arse. Just do the thing for. Do we get any more damage for wearing metal? Okay, yeah, if you wear metal, you absolutely double the amount of damage you get from electrical. Wow, wearing metal armor makes you take more damage. You're actually safer naked on that thing than you are with armor. That is so cool. I never knew there was interactions like that. Hey, Judge, and Roasted. I don't know if I said hello, but welcome. Yes, creative mode. I do know the title is wrong. I've been too lazy to change it. That's blatantly the truth today. We were going to switch back to the rogue, but I've spent 9 hours, 10 and a half hours, sorry. Currently buried into creative mode today. The idea was, and this is the demo here, we were testing out this build, because I've been tasked with creating a treehouse that holds fermenters. So this was the prototype. We managed to get a really nice open treetop cabin, and all 4 fermenters work. So the next best thing was, or the next thing to do, was to actually get a functioning test from the ground up. And we have. This is probably the best result so far because the height and all the branches aren't too in the way. This is the worst one here, but you can get around it. And same result. Got some sconces up here. And all 4 fermenters work. And this is the actual thing. This is the real version of what you'll see on Friday in the Maiden server. Because this is what Red Fairy tasked me to build in the Shield Maiden server. And I think I've done a fair enough job, honestly. As far as theory crafting how to get it all to work, and then seeing it through to a functioning build, considering yesterday I had no idea how to build circles. This is all new to me. I never knew how to do any of this. That's why we're in creative. Look, I had to, Red. I think I've destroyed it, but you've seen what I tried doing the first time. I think I destroyed it, but the first time I literally just had a square that would come out to like here, and then it would just rotate 90 degrees and it would climb up. That was my original attempt. No way was I... And the other thing we were testing too was price, because I wasn't sure how much we were going to need either. Get out of the tree. Welcome to... It's been a very long creative stream today. I wasn't expecting to spend this time, but that is what I'm aiming to have as the finished product. It was just going to be, originally, it was less domey. It was going to just be straight up and then more pinpointy at the top, but I do like the more open feel. having the roof go out like that also helped, I think, helped a lot. These are hollow. When they're empty, they're hollow. I'll fall in them. I like the open feel. I really think this is going to be good. And they all work. So functionally, it's great. And visually, I think it's nice as well. We are refining the technique though, because the original attempt was to use sort of a method, because normally, why is that disabled? There we go. Okay. Normally the method was this, where you would place a center beam and you'd go around in a circle. But you can't do that when there's a giant oak tree there.
Nice.
Roasted. I've added some sound alerts. Pay your tithe to the bird empire. Thank you, Red Berry. That's the original plan, but with the oak tree in the way, what we're thinking of doing is juggling it all up.
By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for
Criminal scum.
just asking?
I really wish that wasn't so stuttery. There's nothing else I can close on my computer except Steam. That's it. It's OBS, the game, Steam, and my sound stuff as well, I suppose, but it's really sad that it stutters. I will have to work on getting a... Oh, okay. Does it stutter less on the stream then? Because it stutters a bit on my end. But no, to get back to this real quick. So the beam in the center was what the method was meant to be. What I ended up trying to get running was basically no beam, but working like there is a beam. The original method was a bit tedious though, because after you got your full circle of supports down, the next step originally was to just build a log cabin wall. Log cabin wall is just this. The height from the lowest to the highest, or like from one tier to the next, is 13. It's 12 high plus 1 for the step. So the max you would need is 26 core wood for that method to work. Very expensive and very time consuming. The method we're going for now is just placing beams on the outside, like so. Oops, daisy. Because we found out if we reverse, so long as we have that center point, so long as we get this baseline construction done, all we have to do then is rotate by 1 and climb up using the outside beams. Then we get the exact same effect without having to rely on building them up from the ground physically. And past that point, you have probably the most competent thing I have ever built. You have the spiral staircase that is meant to be an oak tree in the middle, so that has been all of today's work summarized. I don't know, that probably doesn't seem like a lot, honestly. Probably doesn't seem like a lot. Thank you very much. I need to find out if there's a way to see who does those, because I have no idea who does those. Where's my Twitch? Can I get... No, the channel points are the only thing that's shown in the activity feed. I don't know who does the sound alert. Sad day. No, we have the tree. Technically, that might have been an option to build first and then plant a tree in the center. Thank you, Tone. I'll figure out how to get it to display to me, even if it shows in chat. But it probably would have been smarter to build first then plant the tree. Part of the problem with the logic we've come to now is we're so far into the crafting, the theory crafting. To get this build to work, I don't think we tested. We can get this high without a tree in the middle. So this was the height test we did to see how far it collapsed. We built super high up and then just collapsed all of the center support beam and everything. And this was as far up as it went. Which we are a little bit below, actually, aren't we there? Maybe that would be fine. Maybe you could actually use this as a build and then plant the tree and see what happens. I'd be curious to know whether or not the tree actually sprouts, though. But the other thing we found was that that method would be taking pure guesswork into where the branches are. And there are 3 branches that get in your way. You can't be too high or this one bumps your head. This one is the theory so far I've got is this is where you start. Directly underneath this tall branch here is where you start building, because then if you have just that right angle, then you're clean enough to walk onto here. You're high enough that you go over the branch you started at, and the only one that's a pain is this one, but you can still squeeze under it where the dip is without falling off. This is the best result we've had so far, was this one here. Taking random chance into the branch's position could completely destroy the build. Were we starting this one again? I don't remember. Counterclockwise. Where were we doing counterclockwise? This one. No, clockwise. We've done counterclockwise. We're doing counter. So, we'll find out. Okay, so that's where the branch goes. We'll sit about there. Excellent, Smithers, excellent. What have I missed? Chat has actually driven off without me tonight. Holy cow, I missed a lot, wow. Where's the Hidden Bird Easter egg meme though? That fell off the top because we had a lovely little nest up here. It's all lovely. It looks like a nest. It's perfect. We wanted to put a dragon egg in, but it's already pushing the limits. If we go inside, the snow stops the color. You go inside here. This whole roof is basically ready to topple over. If anything is changed about this build, this whole roof is just ready to collapse on us. There's a couple of supports like here that apparently are pretty happy. I don't know why. Oh, that's where we put that down. Right. I gotta remember that part of the build. But right up the top, it is super, super unhappy. We put down a couple of these. Then we gave ourselves one of those. Placed it down on top. That was gonna be our nest. Give it, you know, a little while for us to beat the mountains, I suppose, before we can get an egg spare, but unfortunately it's on a timer because that place is so red that all of those item stands will eventually break. And the one with the egg on it is just random chance and how long it takes. We quickly skim through chat. With the item destroyer thing, we found any secret recipes that got anything better than coal? No, all I was doing with the item destroyer was purely testing damage. Apparently, it's 400 with no armor. It's 400... Oh, it's an extra 50%. So what's that? 600 if you're raining, if it's wet. Rain does an extra 50% damage. And if you wear metal armor, it's double. Metal is the worst armor for anything that deals with electricity. That was all we found. I have not found anything other than coal looking in here, honestly. Not that I was really thorough checking, mind you. We only really put in deer heads. Haven't even checked out Tuna running well behind. He would be streaming now, wouldn't he? How do you get the beam centered in the oak tree? You don't. I don't know if that missed out. Hey. So the build is literally this. You don't actually have a center beam. You simply line stuff up like so. The actual functional method, like I showed, is this. Before we figured out the outside wall. I might be a bit behind chat, so if I'm repeating myself, I apologize. The method was going to be you place down two at opposite angles, and then you go around in the circle. That creates the fake center beam. You now have a point where everything meets in the middle. And the idea is that to start the staircase, you just simply place down a stair. To get one higher, you then have to go through and quite literally build up to the height you needed. That was the original plan. Since we've been going with the outside wall, this is no longer the method. A little quicker now, but this was the original plan of how to get a fake center beam. You don't need a center beam at all. All you need to do is just sort of waste your time a little bit, but it does have the same effect. So that is without a center beam, and of course when you're done, you don't need to keep any of these other ones. You only need the bare minimum. And there you have center beam less spiral staircase. Blame Tone. I insist on taking the blame. I am Tone Dust. Gonna go check on Tuna. Loving that treehouse. Thank you very much. You can build railing at the side of the staircase so that people don't die falling. That is probably the next thing, is figuring out how to. This stuff doesn't snap, but it does go down. There is this, as far as I know, this doesn't snap to anything. Even if we do something like this. Even something like that, just a little bump that gets in your way, right? You kind of have to... Is it like a small window where you can, but... Actually, does that work? Okay, it does. You can just walk straight off if you get the angle right. But as far as getting this thing, then, you know, you could just be normal and probably use this, right? This would probably be the to go with. That's functionally impossible to walk off when the angle is right. So, oh, iron would fix that? Look at what we did with iron. And hey, look what still hasn't collapsed. That's been 3 hours. 2.5, 3 hours since we built that. When was Octo in? Octo, when did you join? When did we show you this? It's still going. We have created an almost infinite floating house. And none of these have gone either. The colors are still degrading. So it is still falling apart. This has lasted so long. We built this. I think we showed this off almost 3 hours ago. It would have been 8 hours into the stream we were showing Octo this, I think. But we were testing all of this stuff with the iron bars using a floor pattern I saw in one of Octo's builds where she had a floating fortress built. And it turns out, no matter how terrible the iron bars go, this is build limits. As far as the iron bars go, if we build one more, where is it? One more iron bar should collapse. And we can do the same over here. It takes a while too. That's the other thing to bear in mind. This takes so long, but eventually that will smash. Eventually. Look, if we just overkill. Let's overkill again. Something smashes. If you overkill, something smashes. That's what we gotta do. Because we did. We built out super far both directions and waited till they collapsed back and stopped destroying themselves. That is the build limit. But that is so far. And I think I have a couple of theories on how Octo does it. I've said a few of them before tonight. I think there are a couple of ways she could have done it, and I think some of them are way more likely than others. But I am still curious as far as... There it goes. We smashed. Okay, that last one should go as well. That's the build limit. That is the outermost reaches of how far the build can go. I'm even certain if we do this, I don't know how much of this will live. My original harebrained theory, and this thing here, oh lord, we lost the back, but we lost the support. Alright. This theory here is basically testing how long something can stay in the air before it collapses if you just pile stuff. Because, like you said, the integrity reset delay trick, if you just have stuff here that breaks, then all of this goes back to green. Octo definitely doesn't have things breaking. My original thought was that she might have stuff degrading so slowly that she can just run into the server once a day and she can go, wait, my buildings are turning yellow or orange, and then she can just place down a lovely little plop and it goes back to green. If she's got the delay set like that, like if that is the answer, genuinely props to her. But I think that is so impossible to be able to do. Okay, we have stuff breaking here. Oh no! That broke further back than before. Yes, the collapse reset delay was my original theory on how Octo did it, because all she'd have to do is interact some way with the build and it resets the timer. But that is a maintenance requirement, right? Technically, you wouldn't want to have any maintenance on something that could collapse at any moment, because if you don't maintain it, then the building falls over. Of course, if she has got it to be delayed by that much, there's a fair chance it could just be delayed indefinitely, or it is self-supplying an awesome amount of blue support somewhere. And again, well, it doesn't even have to be an awesome amount, right? We have 2 points of contact and we're still building over here. It doesn't have to be a lot holding it up. With the system she's got, with this flooring and these tools and this equipment, she can genuinely build out this far. And this part is all hovering. She only has all the way, and one of the more, I'll say perhaps likely theories, is that there is just a single hidden, well-obscured point of contact somewhere. Because all she needs is one. Just one of these, and you build all of that off the back of it. The only two blue things in this entire structure are these two poles. Well, the only two things touching the ground, because you do have blue structures over here as well. This stuff is all blue because you get more than enough supports over the back of the iron beams. And that is also something else to bear in mind. She could build, like, this is blue. This is blue, this is blue. She could build a proper whole house right here, this far away from the point of contact. And she can go, look at this house hovering above the ground. I don't know what she's done. I do have my own theories, and I am not sure which one is actually the right one. She didn't let any secrets out tonight, unfortunately, but... Oh my lord, what is gonna happen with that? No, it wasn't in the plains. It was in... the meadows? It's in the meadows, but it's like... somewhere like this where you have stones. Let's go for a wander. One of these. It is next to one of these, and it has not been damaged in any way as far as I can tell. It's closer to the ground. Yeah, so it'd be like this. There's like a land, and then the rocks off the side of the land, and the rest of the build is all entirely out over water like this. But, just to sort of double down on the point, you wouldn't need... I can't see that far up. With one point of contact, if she's hidden it well... Oh, the stamina. Why does creative mode have stamina? So sad. Okay, well, let's take this out though. We're only at orange yet. I will red. I will figure out the octo magic. I will figure out her tricks. I mean, just what you're given so far. Like this. We're gonna go out. How far are we gonna go out? Let's find out. Is that far enough? Are we gonna start collapsing soon? We have collapse. Right. So that is the length of just a single pole beam from one point of contact. Want to go back any further? I think we're fine. That is the limit. And with her floor structure, to be fair, this structure here does give you further distance. This actually improves the stability of the structure. There. Words are hard. You can go faster than the pickup. But that is kind of what she's done. She's got this sprawling, lovely place with staircases, and it goes up and raises and it goes down. But it is worth mentioning, all she'd have to do is hide one spot and she can build the whole thing, I think. It's a large structure, but I think all she has to do is hide one spot and she's got it. I don't know, actually. You mentioned about the stones in planes. You have these stones here, right? Where you can kind of stand on them. They're not exactly close enough to stand on, but they are there. I do wonder if that might have come into the build. This one here. I haven't checked what's actually in the water. I have checked what's above the water. Where is my hammer? I can't swim with it. Like this one, for example. We'll use this one. If she has done the planes trick... Whoopsie daisy. Movement speed way too fast. If she has done the planes trick, it would be this. Only thing is... No. Okay, that already has killed it. We also found out that these little trees give blue. So if you ever just want to look like you're hovering, you can run across one of these trees and reset all of your gravity. We found out pine trees have a massive massive collision box at the top of the pine tree as well. There's the random tidbits a little bit. As far as how Octo's done it, I'm not actually sure. I think it could just be a mix, perhaps, of super jank physics collision resetting on itself and finding that inciting... I mean, if she has the physics resetting on itself, then she doesn't need the point of contact. That's the only variable left, is figuring out whether or not she's hiding a point of contact or if she's actually got physics resetting itself somehow. Because again, we were testing the physics reset thing as well. Where is it? All the way back here. This thing finally collapsed, but you can still see... I mean, as far as physics resetting, that's probably going to last another hour at this rate. All of them are blue? No way. Wait. One of them has to go green. Okay, there's no way item frames generate... There's no way item frames generate infinite physics, right? Oh, it went green. It went green. It just took a while. But that's what I'm saying, right? If you can slow this process down to hours, days, I couldn't spot it in her build, right? I couldn't spot it in her build. But she, again, iron beams are strong enough. She'd only have to have jank physics in one corner and she can support like the rest of the structure. And all she has to do is go to that one corner where the jank physics occurs and reset. If it has diminishing returns, she just has to reset it. That's the only puzzle left. Because all of this is just 20 item frames, and this is already taking minutes instead of seconds. We're barely even at red already. There are many ways. The problem I'm having is there are so many ways she could have done it. I have no idea which one she's using. We're finally at red. That's reset it all to green. Couple's still red. That the delay works both ways, it seems. They stay red a lot longer as well. That's just one. One of them collapsed and the rest are all fine. We're all back to green again. They were blue when we got there. think we've done a fair bit of research into how she's done it, but it is just going to be lack of the answer itself that's going to drive me insane. Because even if this is my curse, even if I figure out how to do it, I want to know how it was actually done. Even if I get a way to make a hovering building, if it's different, it's still going to bug me. If it's not how Octo's managed it. Because it's not the result isn't what I'm aiming for. I want to find out the method. Even if I invent my own way and it works, it's like, well, there's another way I still have to find out. Meadows buried treasure mounds. I'm not familiar that much. Iron. Could have just tapped that to begin with, couldn't I? I really, really wish the camera... Hang on. We can. Okay, bye! We're going on an adventure. How do we go fast? That's max speed. You scroll. You scroll and you... Oh, that's trippy. Oh, what? I have to be next to my character for the load to for the world to load? That is so trippy. What on earth? Okay, slow down. At what point does it go jank? At like the edge of the... That's so sad. We have to fly up. Ugh. That's trippy. It's like a dome. There's the chunk. It really does run in chunks. So you have the tree still, which is weird. Tree's loading a lot further away. You get to completely deform the terrain. Okay, at some point you do hit the ground. That's so weird. I suppose that's... Is that just low quality terrain and that's their way of low and high quality stuff? It's just popping hidden by that terrain melting away when you get close. That's so funny if that's how they've done it. This is not how we were intending to spend the time in creative mode tonight, but... Where are we? We need to go find the ocean. Because we need to load big old scary chunk of ocean floor and find out what's down there. Bye! Alright, time to go. At least the water isn't there, right? We have just... Ooh. Ooh. Okay. It seems the ocean floor is not as far away as we thought. Being below the ocean floor is terrifying though. Right. Where can we go? Where is big ocean? Well, that's probably the biggest ocean we're gonna get. Big ocean there. Maybe there. Yeah, I feel like this will be it. If there's anything under the... Oh! Oh, 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 I gotta do it. We gotta find out. Oh my lord, they are giant. Look at him. I still hate that he has a face. I still hate that he has a face. Why did they have to give him a face? Why? I hate knowing that that's a face. The worst part about this. Okay, well, let's take a peek inside. Okay. You know, coming down to meet you face to face, probably actually the best thing I could do because you are just literally a rock. You are just a rock with 2 green pebbles. It's just terrifying above water seeing those pebbles, that's all. You get close and you see that and you're like, oh no, I fear for my life. He has a face. Just seeing that he's really a rock is interesting. You know what? Let's go back. Hey, bud. You know, I do wonder actually if you could build... Oh, wait. Is he ignoring us because we have ghosts turned on? I do wonder what I was saying, like if you could build somehow all the way out from a coastline. Like I had one that was so close to the coastline you could unironically swim to it with no food. You could not... There we go. That was a very long time taken to react, Leviathan. You could have swam to the Leviathan from the coast with no food or stamina. It was that close. So I do wonder if you can actually reset some of the physics by clipping into the Leviathan. Where are you, bud? Down you go. Bye. Kinda just does sink down, doesn't he? He's not so bad. When you see him face to face, he ain't that bad at all. Where do you go, though? Oh! Okay. And I suppose as far as ocean floor, there is just an ocean bottom. Nothing as creepy as what I was thinking. I was expecting depths unknown. I was basically expecting to get down under the water and find Subnautica. It's just like a whole biome waiting to be played. Nope. Leviathan gave us 25 shilling though. Where are we going? Well, why not? Why not continue down south? Birds, welcome back home. We're still cruising along. Nope. We kind of switch from building just to game breaking at the moment. Ooh. Draga house? It's close to a swamp. Hey! Hey, buds. You guys... Okay, this is something I personally need to test. Hey guys. Oh. Is this your bed? Draga pop into smoke. But the thing I need to test is whether or not... I need to test whether or not Draga pop into smoke when they spawn here alone, or if it's also in the forest. Forest? Yeah, apparently I have a bad habit of calling both swamp and the mountains forest. Oh yeah, we might find the trader. Shouldn't he be on the map? We said reveal map. Wow. Stingy. Right. So, Draga spawned in the Draga village. Pop into smoke. My theory used to be dead things do not pop into purple smoke. Where's the Draga? Pretty Draga out here. Also, that the environment command sets it to daytime in the swamp. Weird. Interesting. Can we get any Draga? Got a tier 2 skeleton, apparently. You're very angry and red looking. I don't often get to see you outside of Draga. Okay. Theory is, dead things do not pop into smoke, but the ones from the village do. No. I just totally misremember Draga popping into smoke, I guess. Because skeletons don't, leeches don't, even though leeches I think would be alive regularly. But skeletons not doing it was the thing that basically set up that theory from the beginning. The whole theory was because skeletons didn't pop. Oh! Neither do wraiths, from memory. Ghosts don't either. They do. No, they do. They really do. Wow. Why is it just skeletons and leeches then? Unless serpents don't either. That would be the other thing we might have to test. Hang on. Can you spawn entities? Where's the ocean? Let's go down south and find more ocean. Wait, you know what? Screw the ocean. If we can spawn entities... Yeah, the blob doesn't either. There are weird mismatch enemies that do and don't explode into smoke. Let's find out. Hey, bud. You're a bit out of your element here, aren't you? Oh, I like that you still splash, though. You want to go for a walk? Spawn projectile shit in harpoon. Spawn abyss. Spear. Ancient bark spear projectile. Spear shitten. It's even called spear. Way to rub it in, game. Way to rub it in. The one upgrade I was looking for in the spear tree. And it's not even a spear. Alright. We're going for a walk. Come on. You know, you could at least try and enjoy it. Line broke. That's not how this works, game. Here, turn around. Stop being so slack. Does he not raise? He can't raise up, and that drains stamina. Ow. Well, they don't like the serpent. Oh, does this not work? Great Orcs spawned in the plains to run up the mountain. I suppose technically we're about to enter like a tiniest black forest ever, are we? Valley Rush, hello. Ugh. You crit hit the serpent? You bully. I'm taking him home. You guys are mean. The fact that the serpent spawns the splashing noise is no end of entertainment for me. Oh no, serpent doesn't stand a chance. Not when bullies like this exist. Look. We're gonna drink. Oh, look, the feelings are helping the serpent out. See? Stop being mean to the serpent. Alright. A tasty mead doesn't even get us a full stamina bar. Come on. We're going home. I suppose I could give myself Icathere and then I would lose less stamina like this, maybe? No! Leave him alone. Holy cow, the serpent hits him harder than we do. The fueling hits the serpent harder than we do. English? Right, here we go. Almost home. It'd be nice if you could stop being a... No! So close to freedom. So close to freedom. Be free. Be free. Escape. Oh wow, your AI just... Your AI just didn't kick in and now it has, and now he's gonna go suicide. He's so set on suiciding. You know what? I think he needs some friends. Look at the water weight! Oh! Oh no! Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? What have I done? The serpents are already losing. So many serpents. Oh my lord. They're just climbing on top of each other. Okay, no, we were meant to just test whether or not serpents poof into smoke, right? No, they don't. They explode. Serpents just pop. There's no smoke with serpents. Is this one broken? Buddy, are you okay? He's okay. He's just chilling. Oh, wow. It was an unfair fight, really. Although apparently the locks are just attacking while swimming. They don't even need the ground to ground slam. They are just ground pounding while swimming. Well, I think all of you guys made the smart decision here. Look at them all load in. Smart ones have escaped. They will just sort of skim across the water. They're just staring, eyeing off. Or are they actually here? It'd be cool if they occasionally swam in schools. running... Okay, you get night patrols, right? 1 fueling, but you get night patrols. What if there are schools of serpents? It's like a patrol of serpents. I mean, they say the ocean is planned to be its own biome in the future, right? So maybe after you kill the ocean god, which I assume would be the world serpent. I forget the world serpent's name. Jormungandr. Okay, I'm not gonna try. I'm butchering it already. The world serpent and the world tree. And, perhaps the event after the world serpent would be that you get schools of serpents come along, and there's like 4 or 5. Because I don't really know, like, as far as making the ocean more scary and having an ocean boss, I don't really know how you develop much more in the ocean having more danger to it. Or by changing the world with ocean-based events. They really have just given up, haven't they? You guys are allowed to move. Oh, are you all dead? No, you're not. I don't know your health. I just turned my HUD back on. Wake up! Go do something. Like a school of sharks. It's like a school of sharks. Encumbered freezing. I want belt strength. Does that give it? Do I need to spawn in the belt? I don't really know. Does not appear to work. If there is a command for carry weight, I don't know it. Are there any serpents left? You guys need to get in. Your friends are dying. Go help them out. You, what are you doing all the way out here? Go help out your friends. There's more of you. Oh my lord, there are so many more out here that just swam away. So I don't understand why they're coming in to fight the Loxers. I mean, they spawn this far away from the coast all the time. They never aggro animals on the land before. What happens when you give bird power? Come on, bud. You're off to sleep. Honestly, I should be too. I said I wasn't going to stay out this late tonight. And then I did. Let's actually have a look. What have I missed? By cool, I mean absolutely horrific to any unsuspecting sailor. It would be. Imagine joining a world and you have, or even preferring the carve, right? Just preferring the carve on a world that has this ocean event queued up. That's such high hopes for the sushi. Off to sleep, have a good morning, day, night. No worries. And thanks for popping in. I think I already said, but no, thanks for popping in. You know what we need to do? Is what happens. The world just caves away in a bowl. When you get close enough, it caves away in a bowl. Look at it, you can see it. The difference is that the world loads in as it caves away. Does the server do that for each character? Well, I mean, I suppose it's client side, isn't it? All that the server has to do is tell the character what to load. Where are we going, by the way? Oh, we found the merchant. Oh, curiosity peaked here a little bit too. What if there is more than one merchant? Is there a command to show the merchant? The command I used to stop the rain a while ago. It's called ENV for environment. If I reset environment, it goes back to whatever the game wants it to be. Naturally generated, so to say. If you just write environment rain, it'll start raining. To that argument, let's try environment snow. Sets the environment to snow. We are freezing. That's interesting. There's a double rune here? Oh no. Pine tree. It's called coin. This is how we crash the game, crash the game, crash the game. We've typed numbers as big as 400 before. Nothing crashed the game yet. I think maybe 4 digits is the limit. Is this actually going to crash it? This is how we crash the game, crash the game, crash the game. We spawned 400 year trophies and the game was fine. Minor slight hiccup. I think perhaps spawning 5,000 shiny things might have been my problem. Not only do I have to spawn in 5,000 of something, but they're all shiny. Could have picked a better item to test, perhaps. Or maybe 1,000 would have been fine. But yes, Tone, the command to stop rain is ENV space clear for clear skies. I think it's actually gone. We still have sound. I'm not giving up hope. You know what? This is a good time. I've been needing to run off to take a quick little break. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to return very quickly and hopefully the game hasn't actually stopped frozen. I'll be back very shortly. You know, I can't help but notice that the screen is different from when I left. What a time! I got back just in time. Hey. Lucky your holder doesn't trade in frames because you got shit all of them. Oh my lord, okay. How many did we pick up? 600. We spawned 4,000, so that should be just over 5,000, so that should be just over 5 piles, right? Have they exploded anywhere else? They just fell down, right? I don't have to go hunting for them. Wow. We're missing a few. We're missing quite a lot. 1, 2, 3. We're missing like 2,500? No, 1,500 coins. Did they explode up onto the air? Okay, we're just gonna have to go look. I don't know. I genuinely do not know where the coins went. Oh, there's some. Oh, it might be because we're at capacity. Yeah, okay, they spawn. Okay, why did they... If they spawned in piles of 999, then why did we see almost literally 5,000 individual coins pop in before? What do you have? I actually think he has nothing we need. Maybe that. Yeah, wait. You just want the coins? I've always wanted to break his fireplace. I never knew if it came back. Is that just it? Have we killed his fireplace? Does he not have one now? We'll never know. Is there a command? Reveal merchant? Show map. Explore map. Show icon. That's status? Yeah, it only applies once. Add status Goblin Shaman Shield. Cool. We were going to fly off the edge of the map. Oh, that's weird seeing the geometry like that. Yeah, it's gone forever, so don't break. I've never broken it before because even in my solo saves, I was terrified it would never spawn back and that would be it. But, I mean, we're not really being punished for doing crazy stuff in this server as in this world. What else can we get? Add status. GP bone mass. The Elder is just cutting trees down. I wish I knew that for maypoles. As the first I found, I destroyed to bring back to base. Didn't work well. They gave you a period actually mid-year. Mid-year you were able to build maypoles and that was it. Oh, no, no, no. We don't... Okay. If we're actually going over the edge of the world, it's not going to be at the south. It's going to be at the east. We're going to go see the tree, the trunk of the tree. I've managed to still keep my maypole. Although I haven't built all of the Christmas stuff yet, so I'm soon going to miss out on building the Christmas things. Can I teleport? How do you teleport? Item set, reset. Teleport. Move. Remove fish, remove birds. Wow. Actually, thank you for that tone. There it is. I will admit. Oh, wow. I will admit I am definitely getting the most out of it today because I don't think I'm going to come back to this as fun as it's been. I'm using this a bit as like intel gathering, but also like testing out the builds and everything, but this is definitely a one-shot to me. Just mess around, find out what you can do. Speaking of, event zone boss base. Is that one word? Event zone bone mass. Event zone boss base. Does that spawn? Spawn nothing. Okay. We'll not look at that, I suppose. Abomination attack. Ragdoll? What on earth? Abomination ragdoll. Oh my lord, that scared the shit out of me. God, those things are fucking creepy. Okay. Okay. Well, that was fun. Do all monsters have that? Spawn troll ragdoll? Yeah. Oh, he feels like a rock. Bye, troll. Right. Spawn abomination. Attack 1, 2, 3 trophy. Oh. He has stinky mist and he sinks like a rock. Oh no, they float. Do they float? I don't think they float. That's kind of cool. Are they actually properly... Oh! That's kind of cool, seeing their animation like that for the first time. So they sit like that. And I guess... Okay, there's a little bit of stuff around them, but if he turned ghost off, like if we came up here... This is Mistlands? Okay, and reset and they make creepy sounds. This doesn't. This biome looks a little bugged. It says Mistlands, the map says Black Forest, but it looks like Ashlands. And Ash Rain. Let's set Ash Rain. Tell me this doesn't look like the Ashlands. To me, this looks like Ashlands, right? Less red, perhaps. I don't know. The map says Mistlands. It looks like Black Forest. And this is what we have. Ghost of Invictia. Okay, you can see them before they see you, but in a swamp, that's a bit tricky. And they do have that mist stuff dropping off of them too. And that's about the range. Watching that, like, taking the fear out of the situation, it's so cool to see. What's going on, game? What is it, the audio game? Oh, we staggered him. Oh, he just straight up misses if you're right underneath him. And we staggered him again. Alright. I do risk, I suppose, slightly ruining the swamps and all of the creepy stuff I haven't found yet, so... Shall we? Hello. I see you haven't been designed exactly to go into the water yet. But also, weird turn of events. They haven't hit me for any damage so long as I'm floating still in the water. I've heard the ship doesn't work. Let's give it a go. Spawn merchant. Ship. Carved bottom board, shipwreck carved chest, carved dragon head, carved stern, but trailer ship, Viking ship. That's gotta be that one, right? And bonked us on the head. Whew. They can capsize. There you go. The audio stuttering, kind of worrying me a little bit. They can capsize and they take damage. Well, there you go. Look at that. What's the other one? Spawn ship. Trailer ship. Oh no. That's not how it's meant to look. Is that my game being laggy? That's a little scuffed. How big is the storage? Is it the same? It's the same boat, but with cool stuff on it. Oh. The game is slightly more scuffed than the boat, apparently, and you can't use it. That day, you cannot paddle the merchant boat. That's a cool lamp, though. It used to have textures before Half and Home, but only like the shield on the side. Interesting. The ladder works. We've got all these crates and stuff. 2 seats at the front, so less of a people carrier. You would think that this would be more storage than the other one. Right, well, how to get rid of those. I suppose it's time we go touch the trunk of Yggdrasil and then call it a night on this save, perhaps. Sir? 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 Oh, off we go. But once you let go of fly, you cannot recover. Sir? Oh my god, they're falling. They haven't actually hit the ground yet. A fish! They're gonna... There has to be a way to remove this effect. I suppose the way to remove it... Place a bed. Then murder yourself. Alright, give me the bed. What do you mean bed needs a roof? I'm not here to make a house. Oh. What are you? Other fish. Are they still falling? They are. I think this is the only way you can stop. Best house in the game. No one builds better than me. Look at this. Better? Hang on, hang on. Am I a genius? Can I... Do I phase through walls? Hold up. I'm phasing through walls. You can't stop it with a building. Alright, well... I need to stop it somehow. Needs a fire. How can I sleep? Too exposed. Alright. Let's this back up again. Yeah, come here. We just build more than it works. Right? Okay, good night. Okay. Well, spawn point set, right? So... Oh, can we not die with God mode enabled? Hello, sir. Can we get rid of it by going back? Yes. We actually can. Okay. That's a little worrying. If we can remove it by going back, then I feel like... Oh my lord. Okay, let's just do this. God. Die. Me? You die. Me? Good time, random event, tame. Oh! It's because we were flying. Do we spawn back with the speedy zoomy bit? I want to go watch... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh. This is a little bit of an odd situation to find myself in.
Mission failed.
Mission did quite fail, actually.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, right. Go to... this place. Go to. Right? We said go to and it said we could. But it also killed us and then set our spawn point. Hang on. We have set spawn. Set the bitterborn. Set spawn. 9178 433 1718. 3. What do you mean? Set. Reset spawn. 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 We'll queue up reset spawn just in case. Reset spawn point. Mission definitely failed. Oh. I forgot that one. Right. Well, this time while we're on the way there, why don't we just re-enable the not dying part before we just drop to our deaths? Although, to be fair, I think there is probably no better way to end with this character in this world than just sending him over the edge into infinite death. I have cast Meginord as my power. Well, look at that. I think we did pretty well, though. Oh, and this little guy's still here. I'm quite happy, actually, with what we've done today. Just the building side of things as well. Even if we didn't really do a lot of build stuff. Like, there's so many things you can do with building in this game that just blow my mind seeing people do them. All I've done is figured out circle building. Still, I am really happy with how far we've come along. Oh, is my hand to hand? Yeah, you lose 5 points when you die. No skill drain has just been chaining infinitely since we died the first time. So it is 5% of your skills on death. Right, well... yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with how that finished up. The only thing we never did, I do have to apologize to whoever suggested it, we never finished the counterclockwise build. No, the clockwise build. Yeah, I will probably come back to this world. I'll keep the character, I'll keep the world, and I'll keep everything we've got going. Speaking of things we've got going. Where is it? H-Expos, padded helmet, hammer. Where is it? Let's find out what color they are. Okay, no. Not what I meant. I meant show me what color they are. It's like it really hasn't changed. But I definitely think I'm going to come back to this. If there's ever something that's bugging me, it'll be what I build in. I think I've had my fun with the creative command tools. Dev commands have definitely been... although fly, infinite build and all that sort of stuff for the actual creative mode, I think. Probably the bare minimum, but... it's been really neat. And we got a lot of stuff we can actually take out of this back onto... well, actually... do I need to sleep? What time is it? What day is it? Okay, I have like 30 hours until Red starts her Shield Maidens run, and we have to use all this stuff practically. Now, the method we're doing is this one, because it saves us on Corwood. To be fair, I used to do the same thing a lot more in games like Minecraft. When I actually wanted to try and get a redstone door working, I would load up my creative mode in Minecraft, pardon me, and it would have a gallery. All of the stuff I'd ever done in Minecraft was saved in that gallery. You know what I've immediately done? Counterclockwise, without realizing. We need to go the other way. That's what this test was for. Yeah, so Red's on Thursday, 2:25 Thursday, Australian Eastern. So if she starts at 9 AM, that's just around 30 hours, I think, left. Oh, and all our stamina stuff is gone too, isn't it? That's very chunky there. We might have to change the start position to be here. Yeah, it's Friday, Australian Eastern. Red's Friday. For Petra, it's Thursday at like 6 p.m. Petra's East Coast America, so she's like New York. Mid-North, Midwest, sorry. One of those. I don't know, I think it was Dragon said he was Central. I don't think Petra is Central Time. Meet up thing. That's still quite a narrow gap. That should be fine. Like, that gap is way less annoying than an actual branch. So I'm just wondering, where would Malaysia be in relation to the Australian Eastern Time? I only have 3 clocks I'm allowed on my taskbar. I've got London, Australian Eastern, and Pacific Standard. If Malaysia is behind, as in you start later in the day, it would be super early morning Friday for you, would be when it starts. It really isn't that. It's a tight squeeze, but honestly, that's not that bad. Branch is still in the way. And we actually fit our way over. Thinking that's gonna be a no. But we have had no other obstacles. Oh no, we have got the same... Okay, we could raise that a little bit though. We would need to raise it too. It's actually... Two still makes that a little awkward. Two still makes that a little awkward, doesn't it? It's right there, even though you can walk over it. We'd have to move it. And too high, and I feel like you're going to be bonking your head behind that branch. If we went lower, what do we risk running into? We'd have to go significantly lower to get beneath that though. Because that's the dumb one. Unless we could go around so high we wrap around both. What's the third branch that gets in our way? It's one of these. I think it's this one normally gets in our way. I feel like counterclockwise or clockwise, that doesn't make too much of a... Sadly. Alright. It's been 12 hours. My pizza is once again going cold, which I warmed up for breakfast. So... I think I've had my fun We'll probably play something else if I am back at all. I could pass out for like an hour period at this point. I've been trying to stream at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, which is actually around about, would be 5 a.m. I think the U-turn dust would be what I'm streaming at, and it would be about 8 to 9 a.m. for Australian Eastern. But side effect of doing these ridiculously long streams is that I end up sleeping terribly and then sleeping terrible habits. But we'll see what happens if I don't completely die. If I can actually get up out of bed at a reasonable time, probably wouldn't mind doing a bit more Fallout. I started streaming when I woke up and now I'm going to sleep in a little while. Yeah, it's, you know, I could probably not do this a lot, but again, I am enjoying my holidays while I still have them until I'm being called and summoned back to work in another week or two. So I think I'm going to call it there. I absolutely have to thank everyone who's crash coursed the new chat stuff. We don't have sound. There we go. Hydrate is 200 now. I might lower it to 100 and just up the timer. I am gonna get some sleep. I'm gonna finish off this pizza. We'll raid someone else and I'll watch them for a bit, whoever we can find. I'm gonna finish this pizza and I am about to pass out. I can feel it slowly dawning on me that I have stayed awake for probably a bit too long. How long has Tuna been going? Oh, Lena's also running as well. Softcore Rogue. Interesting sales pitch. You know what? If I can raid Lena, we'll give that a go, shall we? No worries. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you, Tone, for sticking with me through all this building stuff. Honestly, I am so surprised. I had your video pulled up. Octo is on. Do I not follow Octo? She didn't show up in my list. What's Octo up to tonight? Let's have a look. Let's bring out... Where is my little raid button? She's in Valheim. Do not actually have a... Oh, I don't have a stream title from that. Let's have a quick... She doesn't have a stream title? Alright. Well, yeah, I do want to thank everyone who stuck around. I want to absolutely thank you, Tone, and well, there were a fair few people trying out the hydrate alert, to be fair, so... But it has been... I'm so glad it worked as well as it did. I didn't have to troubleshoot anything except for a minor volume tweak on the fly. And I'm absolutely happy with that outcome. So let's send you guys over to Octo. And we'll catch her. We'll actually see what she's doing tonight. Because apparently I don't follow her, so this will be an opportunity. Zacula, hello. I'm so sorry you've just popped in, but we've been going for 12 hours and 16 minutes, so I'm gonna have to call it. If you really want... Zacula, have you been lurking, or do you want a quick 30-second tour? I'll offer a quick 30-second tour. We don't have long, but... We were building treehouse. My problem was going to be figuring out how to get the spiral staircase around an oak like this without a center pole. This is the end result, is having the treehouse finished with fermenters inside without any structural problems whatsoever. So That's the 30-second crash course. If you missed out, I do apologize. I'm so sorry, first time chat right before we leave, but sometimes it is how it is. We've been going for so long. I am going to pop into Octo's chat. I'm going to finish off this pizza and I'm going to pass out. I have been... Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, this is the worst time to try and do introductions. I will catch up next time. I'm going to be back tomorrow the best I can, but before the timer runs out.